It's time. It's time. You know. We gon' shine. Let's go. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. I was born ready. If there ain't pressure, it's the wrong setting. Cause I love a moment facing my opponent. Victories I want it, and that's more many. Not slow and steady. My horsepower is a force, baby. If you know me like I know me, I want trophies, I want confetti. The B-E-S-T, it's no secret, that's me. The highlight of the highlight reel you seen on TV. I run the game, got finesse. When I want, I'm saying who's next. A showstopper, so there's no topping. When I do my thing, that's a flex. It's time. It's time. You know. We gon' shine. Let's go. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. I'm the hottest ticket. Every seat in town has somebody in it. Cause they wanna see what they heard about. From the word of mouth as I'm popping with it. I'm the best if they ask you. Nothing less, I don't wanna rest. See me running laps, how I pass you. I be dripping with the swag goo. They going nuts like a cashew. Make your best move, not your last move. Beast mode on all day. I am gourmet, not fast food. Remember this, I got all the game. No dime a dozen, we not all the same. No handouts, had to stand out. From the sandbox to the Hall of Fame. It's time. It's time. You know. We gon' shine. Let's go. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. Whatever you want, I got it. Whatever you need, I got it. I got it. You want it? I got it. We gon' let the band play with this one. Yeah.
Cut the music, I'ma need my peace and quiet. Catch my breath before I write. This my moment, ain't no try. I'm all in, go ahead and call it. Up in the clouds where I am the pilot. No turbulence, cause I'm at the highest point of the earth where I run the turf. I came from the bottom, so I know my worth. Every time I think that I am the greatest, gotta remember my humble beginnings. God got his hand on me, thought it was spotted. You really just plotted, go searching for prodigal. Gotta go back home with a new dome. I flip the switch, my lights back on. Now I show up, then I show out. Cause it's Major League and we pro now. Don't stop, show out. This is how we go out. Playing with the pros now. Full speed, we gon' roll out. We can never slow down, see the lights, we gon' show out. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Take off, blast off. Used to think we got a problem. My light too bright, think I know where to solve it. But who would I be if I cannot be the best version of me? I'm shooting for threes from top of the key. If you can't compete, then don't credit me. Every time I think that I am the greatest, gotta remember my humble beginnings. God got his hand on me, thought it was spotted. You really just plotted, go searching for prodigal. Gotta go back home with a new dome. I flip the switch, my lights back on. Now I show up, then I show out. Cause it's Major League and we pro now. Don't stop, show out. This is how we go out. Playing with the pros now. Full speed, we gon' roll out. We can never slow down, see the lights, we gon' show out. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Who gon' light it up? We gon' light it up, so show out. Show up, show out, show up, show out. Lights on, we shine, we gone. I know I'm dope, going hard on the beat, sound unique, going ape shit with the
Here we go, lock and load. Been a minute since I made heads rock and roll. We're coming in hot, spin a rocket fuel. a man superior. Yo, you wanna ride with the best, better buckle up. That's your name on the line, better live it up. I got a crown in the head, you gon' give it up. I'm kicking ass, taking names, and it's not enough. You wanna run with the best, better buckle up. Is that your pride on the floor, better pick it up. Buckle up, buckle up. Are you tough enough? Better prove it. You wanna ride with the best, better buckle up. Is that your pride on the floor, better pick it up. Buckle up, knuckle up. Are you tough enough? Prove it. Let's go! Let's go! Prove it.
Nice,
Nice, Brad. Come on, kid.
Damn it, man.
Do they keep showing it? They added it to the
Hey, man. Yo, why are they showing me reacting to them showing me? You know what I mean? Like, what the
That's good work.
And I'm currently reacting to that clip of me reacting to the clip of me.
That's going to be on the next one.
You know, and now they're going to upload me reacting to the clip of me to me reacting to the clip of me. Unbelievable.
Still got Joe Seems to go through. Still got Joe to go through. There she answers. Second Ghosty. Over here looking at him. Then Ghosty can do it.
Just on the stop! Oh! G2 sneak away the map at the very last second.
The Call of Duty League is back. It's day number 9 as we close out week number 3, and we have a hell of a match to close things out. Before we dive into today's schedule, it's Puckett and Nameless here to walk you through all of the action from yesterday, and that had some major upsets.
Yeah, it did. I mean, we saw FaZe Vegas come out, the Zaza brothers, the duo ARs taking over early on in that series, and a thunderous 3-0 over Optic Texas. I think a majority of people were picking Optic headed into this match, just given how good they've looked, but man, FaZe had other plans.
And good reason to have faith in Optic. Why? They had not lost in 230 days.
Sheesh. And that just indicates how monumental that win is, Chris. Like, that is a long time. When was the last one? Major 4?
Major 4, they went on a 7-match win streak following that in the CDL. So Optic off to a bit of a streak to start the new title, but FaZe looking like maybe the best in the game right now?
Yeah, I think you could say that. Strength of schedule's been absolutely ridiculous. Sim's been absurd. And, you know, for them, when you're able to just kind of play good Call of Duty, you can turn around and play for the Shotzzy pinch. And that's exactly what they did. They shut Shotzzy down. But moving on, we had another big upset. Surge taking down Boston in a stunner where they were 0-11 map count after the second map of this series.
Yeah, down 2 maps, and then they rattle off 3 straight. This was something very few saw coming. My prediction, I didn't have a lot of faith in it. I thought TJ might be the extra spice like Neptune was for Vancouver Surge last year.
Yeah.
He comes in, he gets a big dub, but if you're paying attention to Twitter, Purge is saying, listen, I got Nasty. He's from the UK. Man hasn't even been in the country. We haven't practiced with him. They haven't been at the same facility. Boston fans, your bounce back's coming.
Listen, all right, that's copium if I've ever heard it. If
I like that.
World victories, then maybe. But you were up 2-0. It's not like you guys like started slow. You could have won that series. So Surge, a team they absolutely should not have lost to, they lose that, and now their back's against the wall.
And of course, we've got Paris Gentlemates in action. We thought this was a 3-0. Merc called it a 3-0. You said it was going to be fast. I thought it was going to be swifter than it was, and it was almost a 3-0 for Cloud9.
It should have been a 3-0 for Cloud9. Mac falls off the map, a series of unfortunate events, and, you know, for Cloud9, they were competitive. I mean, the Search and Destroy Beans was playing well with the Sniper first go-around. When we get to the second half of this series, you see what happens when you don't put a team like this away. I mean, this roster on Gentlemates just absolutely star-studded, and as we went on into this series, you get to this game 5, they just weren't prepared for it. Made some adjustments later on, trying to go mid if you're Cloud9, but it was just a little too late.
We were saying that it's looking surprising, but that team Cloud9 may be one of the best in hardpoints. A lot of that skill comes from your SMGs leading the way on the front lines. We have our friends at Breaking Point putting together another incredible pyramid for us, and you'll see there's a new king on the top. He wears pink this year. Simp is in the #1 spot. Joe Deceives has moved up to the 2nd tier there with Neptune.
Yeah, Joe Deceives absolutely unbelievable, especially when you're talking about Overload and Simp. I mean, their strength of schedule, what he's been able to do, he has a case to be not only the best SMG in the game, the best player in the game once again, if we're talking about Simp. And looking at the rest of this, Shotzzy, bumps down.
You got to move him behind Hook after yesterday's performance, right?
100%. And then him just keeping the NPC out. He's going to be out for blood today. Needs to have a huge bounce back. And as we keep pushing down, I think a lot of people are going to be surprised. The LA Thieves duo sitting here on almost the bottom of the pyramid, they have not gelled well together whatsoever. They have to find some success today as a tandem.
Looking for some dubs, and they may find it with some new weapons. We've seen 2 new guns in play in this 3rd week of action. Talk to me a little bit about the MPC and a new weapon busted out yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, all the front-facing, super aggressive SMG players are going to give it a whirl, especially when you get to a map like Colossus, where you're seeing a majority of these clips. You can close the distance, make big plays, and for spots like this, where it's a staircase, where people are trying to wall bounce up, do a little bit of damage, and then pounce, you can just clean them up quick because you kill so fast up close. So, yeah, a lot of players trying to figure out their footing with it, like, how often do I want to keep it out? What hills do I want to use it? And we're kind of seeing people get comfortable. And Shotzi, one of the players, not comfortable just yet with that weapon, but he kept it out the entire time.
And I noticed he was using it on maps like Scar, where the engagement's a little bit further. Beams, the surprise man, the only one to use the 3rd SMG. What's the name, and do we see more of it today?
The Razor 9mm. Listen, if you could find 2 pieces like that, then yes. I mean, he found a couple of them, so hopefully we see some more weapon variety going forward.
It's been fun so far. We got to talk about our standings, though, because after the upsets yesterday, we have 3 teams now sitting at 3-1, and you'll see a new squad is at the top. Paris Gentlemates sitting there in the #1 position, and FaZe Vegas. We said the hard work is done.
It's done.
Are they the favorites to be the #1 seed going into Major 1?
Yeah, I think they're the favorites to be the #1 seed. A couple reasons why. A tiebreaker they would have versus Optic if they tie with them. A tiebreaker they would have versus the Gentlemates if they tie with them. And then the last 3 teams they play are all in the bottom 4 on the outside looking in. So if you are FaZe, you're feeling absolutely incredible and you don't want to blunder this opportunity. Just got to win these last 3 games.
I love this new studio. Shout out to everyone behind the scenes for making today so fun and locking, ladies and gentlemen, because we have 3 matches coming your way. Nameless Carolina G2, Optic Vancouver, LA Thieves versus Koi. How many go to a game 5?
I mean, we have the opportunity to go to at least 2 game 5s here. I think Optic can be out for blood, should be able to win that comfortably. This first match, G2, game 5, come on. It's going to happen. We know it. And then that last game of the day is just an absolute bang.
Games are going to be loading up. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking about that first battle. You got the Ravens, you got Minnesota. Let us know in the chat. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Let's find out who's built for the big save.
Heretics ready to dive in. Finds Tim. 4 and Snoopy. Wipes them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. Inside. Down the bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Clawing to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
After a breakout performance in the Monster Energy launch event, G2 has had a rough road in the CDL. A number of Game 5s, but most recently holding an L despite 8 first bloods in that final search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, just a collapse by G2, and we've said this time and time again for how many years now. Like, something with this organization, I don't know if they're cursed just or what it is, but they get to the Game 5 and they just throw it away. And when you mention those 8 first bloods, it's a Colossus where you're just getting retaken on, right? Like, play together, take your time, know when they're going to be trying to push as a unit, and use your number advantage and not get traded there. For this G2 team, though, it's not just like the blunders late game, it's the overload. Overload has to be better. You see, lost 3 straight overloads, being outscored.
Very close ones, right?
Yeah, they were close ones across all of them, like 2 to 4, 1 to 3, right? And the possession time for both teams is pretty close. Like, it's not far off. It's just the runs for G2. You look at these guys, 18% scoring on their runs, which is like 8% below league average. So it has to be better. When you're watching this overload and they're gearing up for a push, that is where they need to get better and convert on those into points, because they're going to so many Game 5s and they've been losing all the overloads. That's the #1 key to victory here if you're G2.
So the rest of the league, 1 out of every 4 pushes results in a score. These guys on the struggle bus, one of the worst when it comes to the objective play for that Game 3. The roster, though, is pretty high ceilings across the board. I think Kremp as maybe the star player on this team. Who are you looking at, though, today?
Yeah, I think, you know, Mamba hasn't got off to the start that he would have liked. I mean, last year when we watched him, especially at EWC, he looked unbelievable coming in with that roster. So I think Mamba can have a bigger impact today. Not to say he's playing terrible. I just don't think that he's showcased what he's truly capable of.
Yeah, the man's still a rookie. Keep that in mind. We've only seen him at EWC and through 3 matches so far. Let's take a look at his opposition, though, on the other side of this battle. You have new blood in Carolina as Slasher steps down, Exceed steps in. Craze, though, was the player we talked to at the end of the match in the Monster Energy winner's circle. The SMG was doing work, and he's saying, the FPC, not for me, bro.
Yeah, he said, I'm good. I was getting belt with that gun. Let me pull the Drobic back out, and this man was going off. I mean, a lot of the way they play Search and Destroy is kind of like, let's get Craze out there, make a big impact play, and then we'll play off of that. And when you bring in the element of Exceed with the sniper who can look over him and find picks, it's going to make it that much easier. So, yeah, this Carolina team, they look way more dangerous with Exceed in the lineup.
I love this Exceed, by the way. We have his face, but it was back when he was chubby on LAG. We felt that was not fitting, that he deserves a new headshot come Major #1, and he is making headshots land with this sniper rifle. Take a look at one of the best plays of the week. This was his 3-piece on the snipe, and when you have a weapon like this, a utility tool like that, you can take over new strategies in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the game just becomes that much easier because you saw, like, the shift in the way Miami were playing that map. It's like, okay, we have to deal with the sniper, not able to do it, and Craze just runs amok on him, going crazy. But yeah, even looking at this, you know, we got to show some love to Nero and Lurks as well. They both have 12K damage in the series, so in terms of damage output, finding kills, and you know, applying that pressure, Nero and Lurks were doing their thing. The best we've seen from them so far, for sure.
What I love about Lurks is you didn't know which player's name tag was up. Someone's standing in front of the TV, but you're like, this guy's doing everything right. It was Lurks at the time. So we'll see if he's able to keep up that clean gameplay. Talk to me big picture, though, here. Carolina, you're coming in here. You've only played 3 matches, right? So you have a much better opportunity than G2 to finish in this winner's bracket if you walk away with the dub.
Yeah, and remember, this is another team they're battling with on that bubble, right? So this is a huge game. And as you mentioned, I think they were the only team that had 2 matches before the break, right? So last match was a must-win. You get that done. You're going up against G2, who have been perennial chokers. This is the perfect opportunity if you're Carolina to get back to 500.
Let's take a look at your maps and modes here as we get into the best of 5. Who has the edge as we take a look at exposure? Raid is back in the mix for an early Game 2. We'll see Den for Game 3, Colossus, Hardpoint, and an exposure again if we get to a Game 5 Search and Destroy. G2, if you've been watching them, the odds are they'll take you to a game number 5.
Yeah.
So if you're Cloud9, how do you avoid it? Where do you need to win tonight?
I mean, if you're Carolina, you gotta win the overload. That's the one where G2's been struggling. G2 have been solid in Hardpoint, particularly on Colossus, just because of the sub duo that they have. So I think early in this series, there's some opportunity for Carolina. That exposure, the Den overload, and hell, even that raid search and destroy.
We got some picks right, we got some picks wrong. You saw the Optic upset coming. I saw the Vancouver win coming yesterday. It's time to find out, though, who takes the lead. As Nameless, you're sitting in front right now, 15-8. Go ahead and lead.
Let's go. I'm gonna go with G2 in this one. I feel like they've choked a lot of games. The Hardpoint came down to the wire, but they won both of them in the last series. I got them taking this one in 3-2.
G2 may be the better team, but they are choke artists in Game 5. I see another Game 5 coming. I think this is going to be a banger. Exceed on the sniper gives Carolina the W tonight. Rosalie weighs in with the Minnesota, and so do the fans. I'm so far behind. It's time to catch up. Let's get it going. We got our casters on the mic for this one. It's the beautiful Shift and Study. How about them Bear Shift?
Bear down, baby.
Come on now.
I legitimately thought that we were going to be 100% cooked by halftime.
Same.
But we're in there, baby. We're in there, just like we're in here. Let's get things going, man. It feels like a prove-it match for both these two teams right now. G2, as both Ant and Puckett had mentioned, Game 5s all over the place. A couple of heartbreakers. Carolina, a little bit maybe of a new honeymoon period with Exceed jumping back into the mix, and he's looking fresh. Tell you what, that was a heck of an opening series from him on Friday.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. Taking down the likes of Miami, who before that match, we thought Miami could beat anyone in the league because they were always going into this and just having small moments. But the addition to Exceed completely changed what Carolina looks like. Because if you think what it did for not only that matchup, but what it's going to do for future matches is fantastic. You got Nero, who used to be their sniper in S&D. Now he's able to run an AR or an SMG and make more plays. Exceed opens up that lane for him. Now in the respawns, it also allows Lurk and Craze to just be a lot faster because Exceed is going to be the fundamental guy. So I love the addition of Exceed because he has a similar mindset of consistently just playing in challenges for so long with guys that just came up from challenges. So it's a perfect mesh early on for Carolina.
I love it. Here's their road to Major 1. Started off very poor, unfortunately, for Carolina. Not able to get things going versus Boston and Riyadh. That was the only two matches they played before we went on the extended break. So you come back out on Friday, you find yourself a win, a chance to go back-to-back here, puts you at 2-2. But the problem here, Jay, is you have to go against Toronto, Optic, and Thieves to finish off your split. So I think if you're looking at where we currently are with the standings, if you're Carolina, this is a must-win, and you have to steal another one away to guarantee yourself an upper bracket start.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. And at least what you can say is Thieves didn't look too good to end 2025. And obviously, Optic Texas yesterday versus FaZe. Nobody was expecting that result. So anything can happen on any given day. You just got to make sure you get through this matchup because G2, the same fight that you're fighting with on the side for Carolina, they have it as well. Because like the death sucks on it, they've been struggling in Game 5. They have played 8 total hard points all season. 6 of them have been within 50 points. Like every single game for these guys is going down to the wire. And the biggest focus was their overload, where everyone is under a 1 KD. 3 players are under a 0.8. You're just not going to be able to be consistent in a game mode that requires slaying. You got to figure it out in this matchup here.
Yeah, the overload is, I think, the big focus for both of these two teams. Obviously, the reformation of Carolina, but also the improvements and adjustments needed by G2. So we'll talk more about that when we get there. But it looks like everyone's about to lock in. We got fist bumps out. We got water bottles being pounded. So let's jump over. We got exposure, Hardpoint to get things kicked off. I know everyone's looking forward to Kremp losses in map number 4 if we get that far. But it feels like for Carolina, you got to come out. You got to do what you did versus Miami. Have a sweet start. Do what you can to control map tempo and put yourself up early and come out and really slap G2 around in the first 60 seconds or so.
Yeah, just manage the game early on. We know how impactful it can be to get early time off of P1, chain it to that P2, because P3 can sometimes be unbreakable. So having an early start is what you're looking for in a map like Exposure. Early nades, connecting. You find the opening kill. If you are the Raven, that leads to 3 dead. Instantly hopping on the time now.
Yeah, really clean stuff coming through. Just trying to find Estriel, which that delayed pick from Craze will allow Carolina to really stagger G2. So you want to talk about a hot opener. We're getting it right here. Craze taking away space top window. He could float and try to manipulate spawns if he wants to. And really, it's just down to where does G2 want to try to re-break this? They're spawning all over the map.
Yeah, Scott's just taking his time through low dirt, waiting for his teammates to find some kind of success, but they found anything. So now he has to try to get it done himself. But Craze with the SMG lines up a double. Basically a first Flawless P1 to start this game. The ideal start for Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, you're on a 5-0 start for Craze. Has eyes on towards Kremp, trying to finish off for kill number 6. A little bit of trouble, but Kremp will eventually put him down. Big focus those over towards P2. Lurks just behind the tank, able to get a little bit of damage in, but it's a pinstripe kill feed. Hardpoint open, G2 closest to jump on in, but skies will fall. And now Carolina with split spawns may actually take some advantage here if they could kind of catch G2 by surprise.
Yeah, there's no way in hell they're going to be able to read exceed on this repinch. He's going to look for the opening, at least finds one, sets up his teammates, now set up the pinch through the front end, but the crossfire setup from G2 able to manage in this moment. Still 30 seconds at this hard point. Kremp is starting to light it up on 3 in a row. You need to, with these kills, take some space, but you just got cut down.
Yeah, okay, so G2 back to within 15 points. Looking good with 20 seconds still remaining on P2. Eyes to Craze at mid is where a lot of the focus is for Minnesota, but here comes Carolina largely from the front. And beyond that, Craze 7-2 start has eyes on another, and that is just an unbelievable set of gunfights for Craze. First life, second life, both looking really solid for him as he continues to play forward and move the map around.
Yeah, I talk to Craze every day. He was just telling me, Jay, I cannot wait to get my revenge game versus Mamba. You know what, those guys did in their amateur come up last season, especially at EWC. But this is a matchup that he had circled on the calendar, and for good reason. A 9-3 start, basically coming out perfect here on map number 1, but this is not a perfect moment for them. G2 right through the front door, set up the pinches, get a good break on P3 with 35 to go.
Carolina will find one elimination from the front. Kremp working on that, able to put together a response, looking for the last kill at mid-map. That will go the way of G2. 25 seconds left in the hard point. Kremp, good damage, just keeping Carolina at bay at the moment. Nade cooked up, tossed at his feet, works out as Lurks will drop. Now looking for that other elimination through mid, then the turn. No, not quite. Trade is there, but we focus over towards the new hard point here in the next 10 seconds, and G2 will have to make their long run across the map.
Yeah, they're gonna have to find this trade on the old time and instantly start to push on through, because Ravens are not going to be fully set up. One player should be on out, so you have the numbers advantage to fight these gunfights. First one goes in favor of Lurks. Watching the 0-8 through Solar. Now you're forcing all of G2 to try to break through ring. You're trying to find an opening if you're Kremp.
Kremp may have found his way into the back line. Good for the opener. That'll block spawns around in Carolina. Ooh, they're in a really weird spot here. Yeah, they're spawning all the way out. Kremp trying to find the break, shut down. Exceed inside the hard point, still relatively healthy, has help nearby, but now he's got to keep his head on a swivel. Not able to deal with the first contestant from the back. Craze in trouble, Semtex at his feet, but no. G2 able to break. Proximal spawns will also get them reinforced, and they have a chance to bring this thing back to level terms.
Yeah, you take your sweet time to work your way around the back. Once Kremp finds that opening, he blocks the back spawn, and then you just funnel your way in towards the hard point for a clean break. Potentially have a lead change if you hold on to every single second here, but the Ravens are still trying to contest from the front door. Final 10, you gotta start thinking about that rotation, but they're more focused on just trapping them on this side of the map. 3 go down, free rotation now.
Yeah, now it's all 4 dead, so G2 will split spawn just a touch here with the new hard point opening up. Sky's able to keep Lurks a little bit, maybe a bit apprehensive on the route. Craze trying to follow up, will clear the space. But again, spawns are just all over the place. Who can stabilize first? That's the real question. Exceed inside the hard point off the regen. Has a little bit of help from Craze on one side. His teammates spawning on the other, and G2 are a little bit stuck right now, trying to play through mid-map, and they really can't find an angle to look down to the hard point.
Yeah, they just don't have any mid-map control. It's very difficult to just fly your way on through dirt because there's so many crossfires that get set up. Craze again lines up a multi-kill on 4 in a row, reading the spawns, going for dirty pinches. Give me kill number 5. And he's just being so annoying that you have to put focus on him, but too much focus and not that much gunny. He's on 6.
Yeah, he's just not losing solo chows right now. You talk about the speed and tempo that Carolina played with versus Miami. It is coming to bat here once again, as Craze now going to try to hit a route up the top window. Skies, he's the only one nearby. Craze finds him at 1 HP, now on 7 in a row. Looking for 8 at range. That would have been the Hellstorm, but Mamba bests him. So again, the former teammates through challengers find each other, and it will be Mamba this time on top. Nero over the top, able to find one more though, and it nearly double the points. Carolina's still cooking as we head on over to Aurora Ravens. Listen in.
I'm long. How much I get done?
I need your long.
I need long. Look your P5.
I need him long, Bill. I have a
Too long. I got both.
Make sure you block
Yellow.
yellow.
Five rep.
Both there. Nice job. Listen, hard block. I have a streak.
I have a streak as well.
Be pinching P4, guys. Stay up. Okay.
Long.
I could get him.
They're both weak long.
I got it. They're both dead. They're both dead. We're gonna flip. Those two are gonna flip. Those two are gonna flip. Missing side. HD. They're on the HD box. On the car.
I'm in now. Stop flat. He's gonna go in there.
I'm pinching PK.
I'm in there.
Good play. Until we get their flip. Until we get their flip. I'm gonna go flat.
How much you got with phone? Yo, get down on top.
I'm fine with that. I'll go mid, Jay. Alright, go.
Dead. I mean, Mamba one shot attack, guys. Nade him or something. They gotta go con. I can get time. Super con.
Our inner guys.
I got 4.
I got time.
Go through. I got mid. I got to I'm in the back. I read out dead. Deep right out. I'm
hard block.
I'm super hard blocking.
I got mid.
I'm getting nade.
I'm on me. Shit on.
Nice shot, Jeff. Yo, Mamba, out here. One shot.
Missing cramp.
Could be in there, or take a left route.
Mid. He's dead. We're still blocking. They're spawning out. Yeah, we're hard. I am.
I'm one of my left.
You're long. You're alone. You're alone.
Yeah, I heard you. Nice, good shit. Nice, good shit, bro. I have my left. One shot top solar.
The Ravens are clicking right now, and G2 just could not get any feet on the ground. They're just completely turned around. It feels like mini pinch after mini pinch. Carolina just absolutely finding moments like that. Gunfights from behind, easy wins all over the place, and they could win the game here.
Yeah, they are just in full control of this game. You got streaks that can bail you out of certain situations, and the communication is just on point. Every time Praise is taking extra space past that HP, someone is hard blocking to them different millennium. It's just textbook right now from the Ravens, who are gonna allow Minnesota to breach that 100-point mark, but they only need 30 seconds to close this game out.
Yeah, Crap already in some trouble, and that's the story, man. Anytime that one Raven shoots, another one's right there to follow up to at least credit an assist. 2 kills from the front. Scrap time being battled over for the Ravens because why not? You still have streaks you can play with. This has been perfection from Carolina. Mamba stuck up top at ring, trying to lock things down from a rotation, but they don't know that Nero's gotten around the back. Estral trying to pick it up, may have seen him for a moment. Tough gunfight, but a couple of opening tags should have allowed Mamba to find the kill, but not the case. Nero gets the second as the Hellstorm is called in, and now all of a sudden Carolina can flood from the front.
Yeah, now that's only 2 players in the HP. The Hellstorm should guarantee at least 1 kill, but I don't know how Mamba's able to survive that. He does. Still trying to contest the back. Still trying to locate where the hell has Nero gone. He's all of a sudden on 5 in a row. The break is in. 3 in the HP, and they only need 10 seconds to close out map 1.
Yeah, G2 just has to flood. Trying to make their way through solar. Nade, stuns, all going that direction, but Cramp and Mamba do find 2. Nero still alive on 7 in a row. Lurks now, the next one to the hard point. Easy gunfights from the side door, and that may just do it. Last couple of Minnesota members trying to string their way in, but they're not going to get there in time. And what a statement that is from Carolina to open up the series.
Yeah, it's just way too easy. And it all starts with the mid-map control. The P1 dominance to chain it into P2. Controlling the spawns the way that you were. Communication was on point. SMGs creating so much extra space to not even allow you to be contested at some of these hard points. That was just how you want to play Exposure HP. You chain the P1 to P2 and you keep it spappy at P3, P4, but just their lockdown setups, it seemed like G2 were just a little bit slow on their approaches because of how aggressive Carolina were playing. You saw when we got to that first P5, you go 3 for 3 in the trade fights, but then you're taking your time on your break attempt, and then you end up getting no time off of that because we didn't have any mid-map control. Every single time the Ravens were just beating them to the punch, and G2 were just way too slow to catch up.
Wow. I mean, that's just absolute fireworks, and I love the timing of the listening too, because it really gives us a pretty clear picture of what Carolina was trying to do. Like, I'm hard blocking, and Craze just says, all right, well, I'm just gonna go run her out. And I think that's kind of the power of what this roster looks like, you know, on paper. Craze and Lurks both have been known, I think, through challengers to kind of open up the map and go run routes at whatever they see. You know, if you see an opening, you take it. And maybe some of the tempo from the Ravens was just not allowing that to find as much success as we would have figured based on both those 2 players' POVs and challengers. But so far from Friday, and here again, I think in map number 1, we're starting to see the power that you're gonna get out of this SMG duo when they have the freedom to move.
They're just moving, like you said, with the freedom to do whatever the hell they want on the map, knowing that their ARs are locking down the power positions and blocking the spawns when need be. The honeymoon right now stage. for the Ravens is hitting super good. Now you're going into a search and destroy where obviously your last series versus Miami, you found a lot of success with Exceed running that sniper, allowing Nero to have that third gun in hand and just make big time plays. But the true answer was that first blood. Craze is usually that kind of player who's going to fly out and have success, or if he doesn't, then it's going to come back to bite him. But when he's on fire, it's easy for him to shut it down. G2 needs to be able to match him.
There's a number of the gunfights too, just in this, that just felt like no one's losing fights if you're the Ravens. Like that moment from Nero in the back of P4 where he's just alive for an inexcusable
He's
amount of
got to be
time.
traded, man.
I know it. But what a statement it is. G2 coming out of the gates slow, to put it plainly, and now needing to bounce back as we look at the overall flow from map number 1. Close until it wasn't. That's about what we could say about that one. And now we focus the attention over to the search and destroy. It's been, I don't know how to really explain it for G2. It feels like there have been moments where it's just like, okay, this team looks solid. I think especially in their opening versus Cloud9, they looked great. They split the difference with Boston, but outside of that, not able to get really past round 10, round 9. There's a couple of losses that it just felt like the decision making was maybe not as proficient as you would like to see, considering that this roster still has a pretty good mix of veterans in the roster, even though you do have a rookie in the mix.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And that was the case in that series versus the Falcons on that game 5 Colossus, where you find 8 first bloods and only 3 round wins. When you have that much experience, when you're getting those early advantages, you have to be able to capitalize on it. I know a map like Colossus, those traits can instantly come about, so that stat could be a little bit up in the air. But that's early on into these rounds where you're having the man advantage. Regardless, you got to walk away with a couple of these. And you're going into a map on Raid where you have played it 2 times so far this season. You fell short on your first attempt. You made your adjustments and looked dominant on your second. But the same way you did your homework on it, Carolina are going to do their homework on you. So you got to be prepared, especially with Exceed in the opposite side. Skies versus Seed is going to be a battle.
Yeah. Hard agree. So we'll see what we get. And I think it's, we think back to when we had seen Raid be played for G2. They're no strangers to try to pull out some unique looks. I'm thinking about that series that they played versus Boston, where they were like they had 4-man rushes down mid, just completely caught Boston off guard. Like, they're not afraid of doing something weird and crazy just to kind of move the script a little bit and kind of change the tempo of how the map is going. So yeah, I think the importance of that head-to-head sniper battle early could dictate how much freedom G2 has to make play calls like that. Taking a look at Kremp, who has been really solid for G2 overall, in particular the search and destroy, he's been great 1.24, but most importantly, it's that opening duel win percentage, which again, we often see that number largely kind of held by who's sniping, but Kremp has found some good success in a variety of ways, and they're going to need him here to get things going for G2.
Yeah, he's always been that player in search and destroy, not afraid to make plays, not afraid to be the island player on the map. Gonna need him here. Try to tie up this series because Carolina, they're already playing with a lot of confidence once they did in map number 1, and they take a lot of space away at mid-water steps. Craze just trying to create an extra layer or potentially an opening at this B site.
Yeah, you can take a look, seeing Craze's position forward enabled by Lurks being right a part of the picture, and it's actually Nero on the other side of the map that finds first blood. Look at that does in the mini-map. G2 have to commit someone back over to A, but this is a full B focus, so that island pick, absolutely massive to put Ravens in the driving seat here for this opening attack.
And now Skies with the sniper pistol knows that the setup is going to be over towards bedroom. Spots one on the cross. Nero, watch the way you peek it, but the snake is good enough for the kill. 1v3 from Mamba, knocked down to 12 HP. He's going to be trapped. And Carolina just edged their way up on the map, but you called it perfectly, my friend. The fact that Nero on the opposite side of the map gets that one-on-one gunfight. You get the bomb down for free. Don't have to worry about pinch. That's just an easy round there for Carolina. All set up off that first blood.
And another look at just that 1v1 between Skies and Nero, where kind of to reinforce what we kind of felt in map number 1, just not losing gunfights on even tough angles and tough fights against snipers in that instance. But that's 2 gunfights for Nero that really changes how the outlook of round number 1 comes together. So a heck of a start. Keep in mind that also Skies dropping puts him in kind of hot water as we go down the conversation around if he's going to be sniping or not. Estriel in some trouble making a round happen through Zig. That's a nade from Nero, I believe. Look at the double commit through water stairs. Carolina want to challenge us. One shoulder comes through, but Lurk's going to pay some respect, back off, and let Craze take more space.
Hey, Craze is getting a little bit too aggressive. Gets caught for free on that first blood. So now G2 Gonna run around as an army, play these trades out, but Kremp is stiffing it out. He still thinks there's someone else in the vicinity. Slide back, but Lurks gets the better of him 2v2.
Nero also able to find one before dropping at mid. Sky's gonna drop the smoke and immediately plant the bomb. To this 2v2 we go. Exceed, Lurks trying to play through pillars. Shot as the smoke was dissipating, not gonna land for Exceed. Desperate nade over the top, also not gonna land, but it does at least get some information on Ring. And that's exactly what Lurks is gonna try to clear from topside art.
Just looking to spot someone is Exceed, but Lurks is gonna get caught by Mamba. You have the information, he's sitting on white van. Where is Sky set up for this crossfire? Neither player gonna give up an angle for free. Skies gives the calm. You know that he's gonna be on white van, but somehow Exceed, 14 seconds, still got a chance.
He sees Mamba as well. Mamba hits the deck, and Exceed is hoping for some sort of a pop-up window. Time is gonna run out of the play. Mamba also finds the 1v1 win. So G2 respond, but another kind of tense moment that you start to think things are about to go awry again. So good composure from G2 playing the post plant to save the round.
Yeah, that one just gets scary because I know that you spot him potentially crossing over towards Ring, but in order for him to beat you on the round, he has to defuse the bomb. So there's no need to get some bad timing there, but thankfully Mamba does not chow the sniper. Plays the clock to perfection, and with 2 HP in the Dream is able to secure that final kill. Take that life away from Exceed and tie the game.
All right, what's the setup going to look like here for G2 after being a bit abused on that 1v1 angle towards A? This time Carolina's going to send numbers. Sky's going to play back way behind Laundry, so this is a wide open A site, and G2 are going to have to play retake if this ends up into being a bomb plant.
Yeah, Kremp's just working his way up through B, giving the comm to his teammates to play. Is definitely developing at A, but they're setting up this trap. Nero knows the kind of play style that Kremp is. He's gonna wrap his way all the way back, gain that info, now force Kremp to go right back to his teammates and waste time.
Okay, Exceed able to find one trade on the Skies, but overall it's Estriel who has the final word, leaving Nero now by himself, coming back to the party a little bit late. He's got decent damage in, but can't find a kill. And initially it starts off with Kremp, like you mentioned, getting pushed off that waterfall angle. It allows Carolina to send all 4 members over the top of the site, but the battle through Laundry just doesn't go their way. Estriel has the upper hand with that little 1v2 outside the balcony.
Yeah, G2 just knew once Nero backs down to challenge Kremp on the pinch, it's a 3v3. We already are pushed up Laundry. They have to be trapped over towards ringside. So you send it in for the kills if you're Estriel after Skies opens up with the first. Well executed retake in a 3v3 situation. G2 are not able to worry about if that bomb goes down. They were just more focused on the gunny. Even though Kremp was a decoy, he had a big impact on that round. G2 back to back now.
Mamba stays on 3 in a row. Astro with his double. Gonna wait to see if there's any Carolina nades over at Zig. None initially. Oh, and that little jump peek, he does spot out that Craze had made an aggressive route, so G2 has to back off. Craze able to get a little bit of information of his own with that wall bounce. And now an opportunity for Carolina to win the middle of the map. What does G2 do to adjust with this setup?
Sky's just trying to edge his way up through ring. Stuns and nades are connecting, so gonna disengage for now, but the smoke being invested. Just gonna allow Ravens now to know that the play is going over towards Laundry. Time still ticking, but Estriel getting aggressive with the bomb in hand.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, G2, they have to put some focus on mid-map, and in that moment, Carolina just rewrapped their defense back over to Laundry to stop any post-plant positions from being taken. But after the initial first blood, Estriel confirms a trade. Kremp, timing here is awkward with Exceed, who's just next, at least he was. But Kraze gets caught by surprise. Nero fortunate to get the trade, and we'll go 2v2 from here with 25 on the clock.
Now this is tough because you have to commit this bomb over towards A side. You just need to plant it on an angle. Exceed can't spot you, but he gains the info and loses the one-on-one to Mamba. So now it's Nero left in the 1v2, 40 seconds.
Yeah, the post plant's just gonna sit around ring. Nice shots though from Nero. Now to the 1v1. He knows Estriel's nearby. Both weapons to play with. Checks the corner, but Estriel not to be denied. Able to find the first shots, confirms the win. It's 3 rounds in a row for G2.
Just slowly picking them apart, allowing Carolina to take the space away and then forcing them to rotate and catching them off guard. Estriel, the fact that he's able to find that trade onto Lurks is unacceptable because Craze already did his job of going top Laundry, finding that opening kill, forcing them in a man disadvantage to get the objective down. But just standing there on the staircase, allowing Esriel to instantly make it a 3v3. And then Kremp to just get behind enemy lines. Just breaks you down little by little. G2 running away with this S&E so far.
First blood early in the round goes to Carolina, but an opposite gunfight towards A through the smoke goes the way of G2, plus the safety provided by Skies' snipe. Has Exceed worried because he knows Kremp is playing forward, but you also have to be careful about where Skies is positioned at. Decent nade, tags onto Skies. Long route from Nero, trying to play the other side of the map, but it looks like Estriel's gonna try to keep him at bay there.
Yeah, they have information on 2 players. They just don't know where Kremp is. So he's now taking space away. He's gonna get the timing on to Exceed. 1v3 for Mr. Nero, who makes it a 1v2 and is able to get out of the dodge. So the reset is a great play, 40 seconds.
He's got time to play with. He's also found the elimination on Disguise, but Kremp has picked up the scope as another alternative option. Esriel, wow, great shots on Esriel. Has Nero down to about a bullet worth of health, but he'll reset, get the regen, and actually have a chance to collect the bomb here and maybe plant to put the clock into his name.
He's playing it perfect so far. Gonna plant it in a position where G2 are not gonna be able to spot him on the exit. We're gonna waste a lot of time to try to locate where he is, because he's playing the clock right now.
Yeah, he's gonna play the full rewrap through Zig. The timing here could be everything. Here's G2 over the top of the bomb. Have not started on the defuse yet. Nero gonna go check. No one home. Opening shots of Crypto are perfect. Where is the other though? You don't know, and it's Esriel again. 5-2, 5 in a row, and another final 1v1 win to give G2 winning.
They just keep on picking them apart. That time it was the Ravens finding the first blood through mid-alley. But the trade's effective over towards Ring. Keeps the numbers advantage in favor of G2. And then in a 1v3, Nero plays it to perfection. He just had no information on that final player. And now that's 4 rounds in a row for G2. They were looking for a bounce back at the very slow map #1. And they are getting it so far.
Yeah, I'll say. Much better on the opening dual win percentage conversion too. Trophy down to see if G2 can get an early look at mid. Nades won't touch anything. Exceed still playing in the back. A couple of wallbang tags onto Esriel, but largely everyone's fine. Meanwhile, over towards A, Craze is the one who finds first blood. So map positioning very steeply in favor of the Ravens as Lurix hits a bit of a pool route and catches Mamba by surprise. 4v2, nowhere for Esriel to go. And this has been a little bit more like it if you're a Carolina fan.
1v4 for Skies. Doesn't have the sniper in hand. So it's just going to give it his best shot, but instantly going to get taken down there from Nero. 4 up, 4 down. Clean round there from Carolina, and it didn't really rely on any teamwork. That was all individual gunfights. Craze starts it off by just challenging towards Ring. I get 1. I'm going to hit a water out. That's me. Everyone just wins their one-on-ones, and Carolina finally stopped the bleeding.
Yeah, it's just that, I mean, both of the Carolina round wins you could kind of categorize by 1v1 island wins. Happened in the opener. Here, G2 are hard focused on trying to get some aggression at mid to try to force Carolina to respond to it. But after you win that 1v1 over towards A, Lurix just has the freedom to play through that water route, and that works out for a second. There's just nowhere to go. So the outsides of the play for G2 need to get locked in, as Carolina will go back onto the offense. Got a Tiki play out of Kremp for now, trying to hit potentially a pool route. Is anyone going to check this? I mean, Carolina are all around it, and, well, Kremp with the pistol actually finds Lurix. Follow-up as Mamba keeps the numbers in favor of G2, and we're going to go 3v2 from here.
Nero and Exceed left to try to clutch on up. The bomb is going to be now over towards Tiki's side, so you got to waste your time working through B. Everyone loves himself a little bit of pull. It's kind of hot outside on a map like Raid, but all of G2 have worked this pinch.
Exceed, maybe gets 1v1 timing here. No. Caught by surprise, and he will fall. So now it's once again back over to Nero, 1v3. Has a bit of time if you want to try to work some sort of isolation, but G2 is just completely stuck to where they are. Yep, just help each other out. No worries there. G2 quickly to map point.
Yeah, they were just prepared for that push over towards that B site. Mamba sitting in top pocket, just putting down cover fire, opens up that lane for Kremp to get into the pool. Strikes for the first blood, instantly traded, but Mamba keeps the numbers on their side. And then instead of just being stagnant on their side of the map, they get active knowing that it's a 3v2, guys. We can run around as an army and trade it out. And most likely we'll have at least one person standing if we get into an instant gunfight, but just catches them off guard. Exceed never peeks his pinch. And now G2 at game point.
And this is about the time that you would start to see G2 do something unpredictable. Up 5-2 like this, Estriel quickly overthrew Zig, and there's just nowhere to go. Estriel, quick double. Kremp follows up to make sure there's no exit from money window, and it's just left to Nero again, 1v4. And it's just complete control and honestly just domination from G2. They're going to completely flawlessly win the last round and get us locked to a 1-1 map count in the blink of an eye.
Man, Raid Search and Destroy is their bread and butter right now.
Looking good.
After they fell short in their very first matchup of the season, the last two scorelines have been 6-2. A lot of success in their first bloods, the mid-round adjustments, and the clutch-ups on these rounds. This look way too easy for G2 there on Raid. They're able to tie this series up. Carolina just realistically look like a new team on Raid versus a team that has been playing it for quite some time. They just outclassed them there on map 2.
Yeah, I mean, like we mentioned, you know, the 2-round wins you can, again, just attribute to the island 1v1 wins that come through for Nero, honestly. But from an overall set playlist, you look at G2 and you say, hey, not bad overall. First Blood's pretty evenly divided. But more so it's the post-plant win percentage and maybe just an overall improvement, the retake percentage from G2, because there were a handful of Carolina plants, but G2 very measured in what they wanted to allow Carolina to have and how they were going to very strategically take that space back. I think most importantly, you go back to that laundry play where Estriel gets his first 2 kills. That's all about just making sure you can contest and not give away too much space, and it works out beautifully. So good stuff from G2 after a masterclass opener from Carolina on the exposure. Hardpoint has us all focused on what we get in the Den Overload. No shortage of rehearsal reps here for Minnesota. They played it 3 times. They opened up with a huge win versus Cloud9, but since then, struggling a little bit to get Overload going. Carolina, again, fresh look. That's just kind of what we use to categorize them with this new roster.
Yeah, brand new. They have only played, what, exposure with this roster. They were able to beat Miami on it, but then it's a completely different map. I'm expecting G2, with as many reps as they have on it, to show us something different today.
We'll see. We'll find out. We'll head over to a break when we come back. It's going to be map number 3 in the opener to our Sunday. G2 and Carolina locked in a pretty good one so far, even though both maps have been one-sided. What will we get as we head on over to exposure when we come back after this?
With my guy Lurks. What are the original Stallions? Talk me through that Stallions experience at the beginning of last year.
That team was amazing, bro. I was really happy to play with my teammates like Mace, Encourage, Abe. That team was like the best Challengers team I've ever played with. It was a blast.
What did it feel like seeing Abe and Merc both get chances in the league? Did that kind of spark a fire, or did you feel like, oh man, I need to, get myself put together here?
I knew my time was coming real soon, so I was just like congratulating them and everything. I was really happy for them, but I was ready.
I've watched you play now for the better part of the last year and change, and I still say that you have one of the most fun POVs to watch on the map right now. What would you tell the audience they need to look for in your gameplay that makes you different from other SMGs out there?
The flashiness, honestly. I'm really fluent with my movement and everything. Snappy aim, shredding people, running them down.
All right, hit me with your pre-match ritual. What are you doing to get yourself hyped up before game time?
My pre-game ritual is just listening to MVP Bash for the world.
Okay, rapid fire. A little this or that. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
No, that's disgusting.
NBA or NFL?
NFL.
Hardpoint or Search?
Hardpoint.
Last one. If you were to give your rookie season a movie title, what would it be?
I'm here.
Okay. I vibe with that. Sick, Lurk. Sick. Thanks so much, man. We appreciate you coming on for sit downs with Shift. Good luck this week.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley.
No en el Eli, Go, eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for that.
I know you, man. I know you.
Nice, 2-1.
I'm backing up.
Here, 1v1 is Dashy. He's slow as f. Yeah, bomb down on these coasts for sure. He's slow.
Yep, got this shit.
He's laying down behind the blue. Laying down behind the blue right here.
Let's go, man. Let's go, boys. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Come on, Eric. Go. Come on, Eric.
Sure.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, friends and family, to our first matchup here on Sunday. We've got a pretty good one so far. G2 a runaway in the raid search and destroy. Carolina comes out, though, and set the tempo early with their exposure hardpoint. And I misspoke before the break. I was watching exposure clips. We got Overload coming up next. I just got to re-hit what Ant had said as they were setting up the pre-match. For Minnesota, it's all about offense. 18% conversion rate when it comes to them actually finding runs. That's way below league average. That has to be better here today, Jay.
Oh, yeah, without question. And the way you improve that by finding more success in your slaying department. I said before the match even started that Overload is their worst game mode because you have 3 out of your 4 players sitting at a 0.8. There comes down to situations where you need to be that guy to push out that lane and win that one-on-one. They're not finding success in that situation. If they can turn it around here, it could be a completely different Overload team. It's just those key gunfights are the difference makers for G2 in these last couple.
All right, see how things move. Again, we've seen a lot of really tight and I would say just really well played overloads this week so far. For both of these two teams, it's been one of their weak points so far on the season. G2 with only a single win. Same can be said for Carolina, although they have only played 3 total games, and their most recent win did come versus Miami in a tight one. So we'll see if they can follow it up and take the edge of the series. Otherwise, for G2, again, it's all about can they find improvements as we get things going, and it will be Carolina from the right-hand side trying to push the tempo early. Mamba with at least 1 shutdown, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. Carolina still holding the middle of the map for now, but the read from Skies is great, and no one in a position to get the early ground.
Yeah, it's a big kill from Skies to just not allow lurks to continue to lurk in your base. And potentially spawn kill the rest of your teammates. He's just making sure that the EP for now is going to be covered. Kremp finds 1, but there goes Lurks off the respawn, flies on through, leads to 3 dead, and now you're working a pinch already. So much pressure on the map. Estriel's got his hands full.
Yeah, so Estriel was kind of already in defensive mode right there. Never even bothered going back up towards that mid-cut. But holding this position works out nicely as he finds himself on 3 in a row. Lurks kind of in a no man's position, just trying to force it forward. Will be shut down. So a full wipe. G2 now with the retake and an opportunity to possibly move quickly, but they do not expect that Kraze is already playing forward, and he's found 2, a quick recovery, and he's gonna go B actually. The defender is there, should be enough to isolate to get the trade and still score, and that's exactly the case. Lurks able to get on the board first.
Yeah, that's the dangerous thing about wrapping out the EMP is if you're not clearing out your chronos, 1-2 piece is gonna break you all down. Ravens and Kraze just capitalize on that moment. Now have the map control to potentially chain it to score number 2. You lose that initial gunfight to take space, but you clear out your spawn. So at least for now, you're keeping G2 away.
Exceed able to spot the shadow of Mamba. That's a freebie. Can he find a second? Oh, nice damage onto Estriel. Shouldn't be an easy trade for Craze. Can he find one more beyond that? Try to resort to the secondary doesn't work. And the trade will eventually be there by Lurks, but the EMP is still back over towards the rooftops. So it's all about trying to find a way to get Carolina forward to help out Lurks in this position as he just continues to go inside, outside, left to right. And eventually it's a nicely cooked nade from Estriel to reset.
Then the Raven said, all right, no more trying to have a standoff on your preferred side for the EMP. Let's just wrap it back so we can be on the power position. And now we have kills going our way with it. Nero not able to line up the double there, but the trade does come in. So if you are G2, we got to slow it down. Back on the defense, iron up.
Lurks trying to hit a run through mid to open up space for this offensive execute towards B. That's shut down, and G2 find the opportunity to push forward and take advantage of their numbers. 4 will fall. Lurks now by himself, trying to hold on to the backside of Dojo. He's taken care of. The hit towards A looking pretty good. Krep trying to be a body blocker, but Exceed finds 2. Just out of Estriel with the pistol. 1v1 with Nero. Dancing, diving, trying to get the regen. Down to 24 HP, and a couple of pistol tags will eventually come through for Nero to shut it down.
And now you're back on the defense and you're losing gunfights in the middle of the map. Skies in the position to try to hold on, but the nade is going to connect. At least the 3 dead. Estriel, do you have another multi-kill to slow them down? You at least find the first, but here comes Lurks. Not going to wait for the pinch to develop right there. This gets a little bit too aggressive, and now that slows down everything.
Yeah, I think he's going off of Estriel's one-shot call from his teammate. Doesn't fully realize that Kremp was also there. So G2 will stabilize. 1-0 to score. Minute 40 on the clock as G2 are going to find some space here to hit a bit of a route towards A. No one is here defensively. Exceed trying to save the day from behind. He fortunately finds the EMP carrier, and that's enough for Carolina to get back into some sort of a defensive setup. And wow, they very narrowly let one go for free, but instead Carolina regain. And now you look to Craze's POV as he's trying to move forward to create space for a score, but Estriel once again defensively comes up big for Minnesota.
Yeah, he's been the clutch factor over here at this B point, shutting down play after play, but now that EMP is rotating over towards A. You gotta be posted up in the back of your spawn. G2 have been basically on the defense this entire time. Exceed lines up a double, but the ball is out of here. Mamba just getting it as far as he possibly can. It's gonna be a 1-on-1 for a score.
Nero has to try to get there to stop. Opening shots. Oh my goodness. Just barely. Mamba had about a pinky toe in the detonation zone. Doesn't work out, and now Carolina can use those forward positions to try to counter score of their own. Nero, no! Can't get past the radar truck. G2 able to respond with the Nero defense of their own, and we reset with 33 on the clock.
Just a bunch of goal line stops so far in round number 1, and now knocked down to the final 30 seconds. An opportunity for G2, potentially tie the game. You clear out mid space. You have all of Ravens on the back foot, sitting over towards Dragons. Can a couple stuns and nades connect? Mamba opens up a 1.
Nero steps forward, finds the shutdown. Here comes number 4 and Lurks trying to push forward. Kremp holding him back. Tough gunfight forced to come through. Now G2 have some numbers, but the defense able to respawn and get back over to help out for this A defense. And it looks like the clock will be added to another 30. Sky's backing off. Carolina trying to push forward. All they need to do is shut down the EMP carrier, but Sky's able to provide for that. Mamba gets this second. Here comes the push forward. Kremp, can he find anything? No, the trophy system comes up as the 3rd defender. Sky's right around the corner, just trying to find some sort of an opportunity to jump on it. Pistol tags come through, but he cannot find a way to see the goal, and we'll go to half.
Oh man, that was a battle. Both teams not willing to give up any scores for free. So many goal line stops, and I thought once G2 found the opening double, they stood a chance of potentially tying the game there, but Exceed's trophy even came into play for the opening kill. But this was the true backbreaker. Craze just plays it patient, finds the opening double, Lurks lurking behind the final opponent. You're able to put at least 1 on the board before the half.
So many tight moments though, and that little back and forth right
Look
here in particular. Yeah,
oh man,
Nero just, I mean, he doesn't hit that last bullet. Mamba probably gets over the finish line, and then the trophy system here for Exceed able to help out. You get the EMP carrier and get yourself out of a sticky spot. So 1-0 tally. Exceed 14-9. He made the statement that he was going to prove everyone wrong, and so far he has done just that as we have a 3-for-2 opener, but Lurks able to find the 4th and final kill has G2 reset back to spawn.
And now he's instantly taking space on bottom comms, but doesn't win the opening. That would have opened up the lane for your teammates to potentially run the score over towards that B point, but here comes Exceed. working on the pinch, just trying to create an exit for his teammates or a couple of spawn kills in his favor. Only leads to one, but Craze is running it.
Mamba, the defenseman, in place. Help now from Estriel. Craze showing some possible movement back over towards A, but instead tries to go for it. The pistol does work out for the kill. Can Carolina find a way to take care of Skies and then collect? Here comes the pinch. What a shot from Skies! Oh, stunned up as well. Exceeded with the grab, and yes, able to slide forward for a second score for the Ravens.
Now you got to get in position to play the retake, because the respawn is going to be over towards that rooftop side. It's going to be an instant battle, an instant bloodbath for the early map control. Mamba trying to hold down outer. SMG's flying through it, and that's 3 dead in favor of G2. You got to find this final one and go.
Exceed just trying to find a kill to slow down G2, but instead will fall. Kremp gonna back up. Reset the map. Trying to maybe use Mamba as the pivot point. Playing forward over towards hole. Now looking to get deep in the lobby. Doesn't expect the player behind the doors, and he will drop. Carolina with 2 straight kills, and now they're looking to move forward to see if they can get a counter grab and possibly run in their own. Craze taking space, bottom comms. Knives are out for both players, and Skies able to switch back to the primary first.
And now you just want to dominate the time position for as long as you possibly can if you're the Ravens. Wrap it over to your preferred side and just continuously have these battles from the front. Mamba's able to catch one on the pinch. Exceed trying to find an opening through side room. Lines up a double, but a team kill is going to slow them down. So look 2v2.
But some damage in has Craze pushing forward for the trade. Oh! From behind! Thought he had Craze dead to rights, but that is a snap from hell. Nero now following up. Carolina pushing forward, but Lurks shut down, and things will stabilize after the fireworks from Craze.
Now that's 2 dead in favor of G2. But Exceed is still playing keep away. Lines up another double. You're not going to single-handedly run the EMP. Now he's going to influence the spawns for his teammates to potentially get into play as long as he continues to cut off. But Kremp slows them down. On 2 in a row. Still know that he's going to be surrounded, but the teammates should be able to take care of business as long as you trade this guy.
Snaps all over the place. Mamba going to be stunned up. Nero for the kill. Craze pushing forward, shut down by Kremp. Can he find more than that? No.
Nero
off the respawn. Skies not able to get there in time. And now it's a 3-0 score. But keep your eye on the bottom side of the minimap. G2 already have Mamba playing forward with the kill. They could grab and go as long as they find the kill. And Nero, but he's able to find Skies just as he picked up. And another one! 6 in a row from Nero. The SMGs for the Royal Ravens are looking heavenly as they continue to rip apart G2.
And we already have the cross being watched. Nero on dominate alert. 7 in a row. Sets up his teammates for the final couple. And that's another score added to the tally with Nero on 8 in a row. So it's been different ever since Exceed has entered the building. He's also popping takeover, but this guy is going for kill streaks, looking for a nuke.
9 in a row. Kremp finally able to put him down. Craze holds his position, doesn't play for the immediate trade. Instead waits for the perfect trigger discipline, and now Craze over the top of the Eddie! Oh my goodness! Craze has officially left planet Earth. He continues to snap, find these clutch kills, and now Lurks on the other side, trying to create space. He's not missing. What no problems as the Hellstorm is called in. Oh man, it has just been absolute domination from the Ravens.
Yeah, it's mathematically impossible at this point too for G2 to get themselves back into the mix unless they get this score in the next 7 seconds. Mamba with the movement, trying to juke them out of their socks, but he's gonna get cut down, and the Ravens now officially are gonna walk away with this overload. Everyone bringing it when they need to, but Exceed and Nero, all the SMG pressure was just, again, way too much to handle for G2. Something similar to what we saw in map 1.
I mean, Mamba's nearly doubled on the kills of his teammates. 33 and 25, and G2 may not find a single score. Unbelievable. I mean, we had a lot of back and forth goal line stands in that first half, but here in the second, it was just total domination from the Dravex of the Carolina Royal Ravens. What a display it's been in the response for Carolina.
This is just looking way too easy for them, man. They are in control of the game. Majority of that map, keep in mind, it's 10 minutes on both sides of Overload. 8 minutes out of that 10, G2 on the defense. How the hell are you gonna win overload when you're always playing out of your spawn? No one able to take space, and when you're trying to get players to develop on spaces, Carolina got the other guys camping in those corners watching the always because they're like, oh, I like to hit that route. I'm not gonna let you break us down doing it. They were just in control of the map control from start to finish of that game. And G2 are just simply getting outpaced right now. They're way too slow on the map compared to the Ravens.
Wow. Stat lines pretty much evenly shared for the Ravens. Damage, kills, assists, non-tradeds, all pretty much level. Exceed able to score 3 times though. Possibly the biggest difference maker that we could have ever seen for this Carolina team. For G2, 33 and 26 with 23 non-traded for Mamba, and they don't produce a single score. Unreal. So it's been one-sided maps in terms of results for both teams. And maybe the good news here for G2 is at least you get to go to Kremplossus next for map 4, but this has been such a turnaround for Carolina in the respawns to this point. You got to give them credit.
Oh yeah, without question, man. Big shout out to Exceed. Like I said, a guy who has a similar mindset to just all the players that come throughout Challengers, and a majority of this team came from Challengers last season, so you're just fitting in perfectly, just like Cinderella's shoe. And Exceed right now is just enabling every single player to step up to a whole different narrow. It's unbelievable to see. And now you're going into a map like Colossus where the pressure has been the key to success on 2 respawns. You're going into one of the smallest maps that we have. This should be Carolina closing it out in 4. G2 have to spring to life. I'm looking at Estrio and Kremp, who were the beginning stages of this game. The best players, one of the dynamic SMG duos. You need to pop take here to force game 5.
Yeah, man, that preseason G2 run that we saw, especially coming out of the lower bracket run, I was just sitting here like, dude, these guys are clicking and they're finding a ton of success, and they're doing it across a variety of maps and modes for that matter. But here today, different story. I mean, we talked about the story for G2 throughout at least the qualifying stage. It's just been map 5 heartbreak after map 5 heartbreak. But now it's a different turn because Carolina are coming up with a fresh roster. You've had enough time, you would think, if you're G2 to adjust, make the right kind of moves and changes to put yourself in the best position possible, and you come out and get blanked on a den overload that we've never really seen from Carolina, let alone with this roster. And now all of a sudden you look to see, can Kremp bring back that G2 magic that we saw in the preseason, the early parts of December?
Probably gonna need some NPCs, man. Gotta whip out those SMGs that can kill very, very quickly, up close and personal, but you just gotta beat them to the punch. It's difficult when you're always playing from a step behind, losing key gunfights off the rotation, just not being in the proper positions at the right times. And every time you do that, Carolina have the speed to take it away from you, being completely out of the play. You just have to be prepared for what these guys are gonna throw at you. You have these 2 young men on your screen. Craze, who's obviously always setting the tone. When he did in map number 1, it's just not allowed him to get even close. But Narrow, since the addition of Exceed, has been unlocked. SMG, AR, it does not matter. The guy is bringing it in the sling. And if he continues to shine, yeah, you're not going to stand a chance.
Yeah, when you allow Nero to essentially pick and choose what weapon he wants based on the circumstances and situations in front of you, you're going to get a Ravens team that can really fly at you, no pun intended. So that's huge. Not only to mention the fact that Craze popped off, but you'd even called that the Friday series, even though the stat line may not have been spectacular, Lurix is just bringing something to this team that continues to allow them to win map control. And that's something you're going to need here versus this G2 team on Colossus, where they have been extremely good. A single loss, that was to Cloud9, but it was a tight one. Actually, to be fair, all of their maps on this particular map have been tight. So, you know, that's just their overall record. It definitely feels like this is their preferred map when it comes to Hardpoint. So you got to slow down Kremp if you want to have a chance to close this out for Carolina. Otherwise, we very well may get to that exposure, search, and destroy, which it sounds like just about everyone predicted a map 5 affair between these 2 teams.
Yeah, your focus is slowing down Kremp, but on the opposite, slowing down Craze. So a battle of the SMGs and an all-out bloodbath on Colossus. Nades already connecting. Skies opens up with the first. It's a 3-1 split. G2 already have satchel control. This is the start they were looking for.
Yeah, that's just a tough spot for Exceed to be stranded on. Craze is trying to find some damage. Quick route from Lurks around the back. He's able to find one, but now alerted to the pinches, G2, and they take care of it swiftly. So only a second worth of time so far, but map control continues to go the way of Minnesota, and finally they can take advantage of that to start to get some score going.
Yeah, big 25 seconds still remaining here at P1, but they do lose an early gunfight over towards Statue with Craze working bottom green tunnel. Now you're just funneling your way to try to set up these pitches through P1. Last man standing in the skies, and Ravens able to manage through the chaos, secure the back spawns for the P2 and get them off of P1 for now.
Yeah, nice job here from the Ravens. Astral able to find a straight nade up top. That gets us back to a 3v3 as Craze shuts down the long route, and that's enough to keep the OE safe. Lurks guarding the exits, does well for one, plus a little bit more onto Mamba. But ooh, long range shots from Kremp. They have the door here, forces Craze to come back through. Spawns also moving, but Carolina are aware of it.
Man.
And Craze is able to put himself on 6 in a row. A little bit of hardpoint time rather away from possibly getting an early Hellstorm.
Yeah, he just goes on these lives where he's just simply unkillable, catching all of his timings to perfection on 6 in a row, looking for an early Hellstorm. But this has been a perfect P2 so far for the Ravens. They're forcing G2 to funnel their way right through the front side. Exceed already lines up a double. Craze is like, where is all the action? I want to be a part of it. There goes kill number 7. Hellstorm earned, but the break is good for G2.
Yeah, kind of making something out of nothing right there is G2 in the last 18 seconds. Not to be denied, though. Lurks is just going to sacrifice his life to try to finesse, and no sacrifice needed. He finds both, has Sky's weak, and is saying, I got this. Help from the stun from Exceed. Is able to find the kill, and then Lurks will find himself now on 3 in a row. With all that objective kill and hardpoint time, he's actually really close to a Hellstorm as well if he can find another kill or two, but he's in the mix. Just comes down to, can he survive it? The answer, no, and Carolina will be bounced out of the 3rd hardpoint for now.
Oh, and Kremp with a big double, alleviating that pressure on the HP. Now you're forcing all of the Ravens to break through blue side. Kremp eventually strikes for that final kill before falling, but all map control in favor of G2. Just gotta have somebody watching through tunnel, because Craig just walks in, finds an opening. Now you're not as strong in your setup here at this HP.
No, nice shots from Lurks. Late to the gunfight versus Mamba. That's actually gonna be all 4 dead with 23 seconds left in the hardpoint. Time for G2 to decide. Are we gonna try to move around the map? Force this spawn to be extra deep, or just put the power positions into our favor? And Kremp will give us our answer. 2 for him, playing off the heady. Estriel off the regen. Nice long range shots, trying to snap over to another, but the stun from Carolina puts him out of commission, leaving Kremp by himself. And now we're focused down to the bottom side of the map where Craze has already won a gunfight to flip the spawns. And what looked to be a favorable map for G2 about 20 seconds ago, all of a sudden the Ravens have P4 surrounded.
All it takes is one gunfight, or one player just staying alive on the proper side of the map, and it came down to Craze winning his one-on-one with Nero on the position over towards yellow. So Ravens steal the rotation away from G2 here at the P4, but they're already contesting from the front side. Skies and Mamba open up with the double. The break is going to be here, but you got to fight more waves of kills.
Yeah, Sky's in trouble. Able to somehow get back to 100 HP. Stuns and nades, bouncing off walls, forces Skies to have to take a gunfight. Opening exchange, good for Carolina on this break attempt. 25 seconds remaining, but Estriel shuts it down, does some damage to the trophy as well, and then the trade to Craze is good. Nice moment here for G2 as they take one of their first leads of the game.
Yeah, G2 are keeping up with the pacing right now of the Ravens. Skies is whipping out a 3rd SMG at times to just always be in the mix. You find yourself up by 10 points at the end of the first set of HPs, but we need a couple gunfights off the rotation to make it easier into the second set. Ravens early control in P1.
This will get us back to a tie game and a lead swap for Carolina. Minnesota tossing all their utility. Craze has stayed alive and is trying to guard the tower position, but does not expect Kremp to go up top. Exceed trying to pick up on the position. Perfect timing. Finds himself 2. Keeps the hard point open. And as he heads back, he finds Mamba. So 3 in a row now for Exceed. Off the reload. He's going to find himself 4. And now he's working close to a Hellstorm. About halfway there.
And now they're just focused on soaking up a lot of this P1 time, playing for one more wave of kills before they decide to work on flipping those spawns. But Kremp is able to find an opening through tunnel. Skies clutches up in a one-on-one. Estro finds kill number 3, and that's all 4 dead. With G2 dominating the side of the map that they won. What do we call this? Kremp losses 21-14. The guy's taking over.
Doesn't find an exit from P1 though. So with 6 seconds remaining, it's all about focus down to the bottom right side of the minimap. Who can get to the hard point first? Currently, G2 hold the spawns, but kills for the Ravens allow them to get forward. Sky's picking up. Good timing, but shut down. Spawns are still up for G2. Mamba able to keep the hard point neutral, and he's going to look to hit around while the rest of his teammates hit from the front, and that'll do well as he's able to lock down every single kill. Minnesota a chance to reclaim the lead.
And that's all trusting your teammates right there. If your Mamba doesn't overheat, allows him to get 1 kill, take that map space away, and trust his teammates to secure the rest of that time. You have a slight lead if you are G2. Let's step aside and go to listen with Minnesota, see if they can grow bigger.
Take this fucker. Right, jump me out her. He's running into side door. Side door, what's the jump? Nice, side. Nice, Paul. I'm bumping out front. Okay, dude. Let's go. I don't know who it is. Enter me. One shot tunnel. There's 2 new at least. 2 new at least. Come in. Ivy. You're behind me. Got you. Have help. He out of boat. One bullet. Tunnel crazy. Tunnel. Yo, one more tunnel. Nabo. Statue holding lurks. He's gonna top mid. One holding top mid. I'll try and get it. Probably should be gone. One's got it. Bench. Dash it on. Near right. Watch out. He's playing all in. All in. Tunnel. Give me a sec. I can start across. I'm edge across. Got it. Nero. What's that? After Nero. Tunnel. Give me a sec. Tunnel. Weak. So now some. I can slide the boat. He's alive. Got heavy. Exceed dead. 2 more front. Push him out. 1 more front. Got it. I died. Tunnel crane. Absolute crane. Tunnel in front. Left you. One at a time. I said over your cross. We have cross. I have tunnel. Tunnel front. Great. Weak. One tunnel. Front. Weak. Half out. He's one shot. Tunnel. Tunnel. Half out. Dude, that guy. I'm going time in. I'm going to be top mid. I'm waiting for his left. One's out front, I think. Through stun. No, statue. You see, I'm statue is. We're dead. I'm going up front. One shot. Top mid. One shot top mid, Larry. Yo, top Eddie. I'm shot. He's on me. Statue. One bullet top Eddie. One could be here. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Statue. I'm here. I don't say anything. I'm with you. Laying down about the money. I'll say these statue. I'm one shot. Nice on the middle. I need the left. Eddie, I'm over here. I'm big in the front. Sun. Cider got me. He's in hill. Okay, in hill. Cider going middle. Looks like he went middle right now. We get this kill. We can shift front. Yeah, I'm naing hill.
They have a trophy. 2 ticks on it. 2 ticks.
Nothing
was tunnel either.
Yeah, 4 ticks on it. 4 ticks on it. One bullet front. I need him. Dumb it.
Well, Kremp gets to kill number 31, but Minnesota have not had any sort of a substantial break attempt here on P4, allowing the Ravens to reclaim the lead and now make a move to get back to the middle of the map as we head back to P1.
Yeah, now we go into our 3rd set. Early gunfights in favor of G2. Can allow them to set up early on at this P1. Just need some time to go their way. Make sure you're watching these long routes because the SMGs can cover so much space here in Black Ops 7, especially with the movement. But so far, so good. Everything is being watched. Crossfires galore being set up. Kremp is going to get overwhelmed at statue, but Mamba playing trades.
Yeah, nice little finesse from Mamba on 4 in a row. Gets away, gets the regen, finds himself another, but Estriel will have the final word from inside the hardpoint. He'll allow Skies to soak up that time while he gets to work bumping a little bit of extra space out. G2 still looking to fight for this 30 seconds. Unfortunate teammate pulls Kremp back into the hill. Moment for Ravens to try to find a re-break. Kremp's still alive, but only for a small time, and the Ravens will find some time of their own.
And now the Ravens are flipping the spawns as well over towards the P2 side. So this final 15 could potentially be theirs, but you're not in a position to contest early on over towards statue, and Estriel makes you pay for it. He lines up a double. Finesse is time for his teammates. Mamba flies on in. Estriel still alive for the early break, but now it's a fight through the front side with a player in Kremp working a deep bench.
Is anyone looking for this? The answer is no. Kremp's gonna get one for free. That will, whoa, I thought blocked the spawn.
What a spawn.
No, somehow Cray spawns behind him. So now all of a sudden what looked to be a flip of the spawn and the hill at the same time. Carolina can take a pause, reset, regain, and now they're back in, creating space with Exceed playing forward.
Okay, Exceed is just cutting them off over towards the statue side. How many can you line up? Let me get a free double. No one on the HP for now because Kremp is trying to play keep away, working the OE, just drawing the attention, trying to weaken their setup. They take care of him. They work their way back in for a lead change. Pressure from side door gets cut down. Final 20. You got your last push if you're G2, but it's a battle off the rotation, and Kremp gets it done by himself for the dunk time.
If there was ever a guy you want to just pop up on the map,
man.
Kremp, 40 and 30, setting pace. Now all of a sudden you look over to the 1v1, possibly 2v2 at P3. Astriel finds the first. Kremp in some trouble. Is he? Oh my goodness, now up and over. He's gonna find 3-7 in a row, and Kremp losses has officially taken over.
He's breaking them down. Hellstorm already earned, but the nade is the only thing that can stop Kremp. Craze is now forced to use his Hellstorm to play keep away. Gonna instantly drive it on down, miss everyone besides one, but Kremp responding with his own.
There's the Semtex of it. Kremp, can he find a connection? He's able to find Lurks. Craze stays alive over towards Tunnel. Turns, not able to find Estriel. Still alive and kicking. No trade in the mix. Exceed, unfortunately, falls off the map, but Carolina will still find a chance to contest and break. Now it's Nero's turn. 4 in a row. A little bit of a wiggle and wag with Kremp, who just will not fall. He is unkillable. Absolutely not. 2 for Kremp, 46 and 32. And look at the minimap, G2 in position to open up P4.
And finally, an opportunity for G2 to be the first team in towards the P4. You gotta read the early pressure through the mid-map, though, because Ravens are flying and frying. It's Kremp cutting them all down, though. Lines up a double. Last player is Lurks. You don't get the trade, but you still got the spawns.
Lurks at least is able to keep G2 out of the hard point. They do not want to lose spawns here. Now off the reset. Lurks finds one, but traded by none other than Kremp. Nero passing the baton back and forth, able to get involved, but G2 will stabilize. All 4 players up and ready for the next hit.
You can't win here if you are G2, but you need all this time to basically call game. Kremp trying to set up the dirty pinch, unfortunately gets shot from behind. Ravens find the opening. They're all flying through front.
Wabba with the pistol gets himself 2. Can't quite track down the 3rd. It's Nero versus Kremp, but Estriel off the quick respawn is there to support. 10 seconds to fight. Kremp gets the kill number 50. And he's not dead. Oh my goodness. 52 and 36. He's gone galactic. 244, 193, and Kremp's trying to call game.
Yeah, just let him do it. Just let him do it. There it is. Kelp finds a kill again. He is going to get traded, but there's only one player from the Ravens trying to make a miracle happen, and Lurks finds 3.
Mamba shuts it down, finds the trade, but Carolina still in the hard point. Turn, no burn. Kremp trying to spam down the corner. Knows he's got Nero in his sights, but will wait for help. Maybe you just wait for the pinch. Sky is trying to make the long route, but who's that in the back? Oh, it's supposed to be Craze, but Carolina falls. Now Kremp on the next move. Nero from top tower finds 2. Inside the hard point, Lurks is still alive. Just down to Skies. Semtex at his feet, and no one can touch to contest. Skies was low, but there is no chance to take him out of the hard point, and Kremp once again. Whoa, what do you say? Not enough words in the English language to define what we just witnessed.
Yeah, he's talking that talk, and he's also walking the walk. 54 real kills with 5,500 damage on the map. Let me just look at his assists real quick, because I'm telling you, as his teammate, I'm pulling up that back button and just seeing the EKIA. The guy probably had 70. Kremp losses just took over there on map number 4. It was a pacing issue in the first 2 respawns. He said, don't worry, guys. I will do it myself. 17 assists. He had a total of what? Is that 81 EKA? 71 EKA? The guy was on a mission. What a game there from Kremp.
And he still gets admitted in the hill. 26 objective kills. I don't know if we've ever seen a single player just be affiliated in such a way with a map mode combo. But Kremp is doing it. You might need to get on the horn with Treyarch and just see if we can rename the map at this point. Holy cow. 250, 212. In the mix of Kremp's takeover, I mean, let's be honest, Carolina were really making G2 fight for it, but you're absolutely right. It's just the Kremp show through and through. 32 non-traded, 5,500. Hang that scoreboard in the Louvre. That's all I'm saying.
Man, like that, you have to be like just ecstatic if you're Kremp to know that every time I spawn in on this map, I'm guaranteed at least 50. He just pops takeover every chance that he gets. Knows the timings, multi-kill after multi-kill. It was back and forth until it wasn't. When Kremp started popping 3 pieces at the end of that P2, which led to a clean rotation over towards P3. Hellstorms earned. Oh, man. What a game number 4, man. We're going to another game 5, Al.
Indeed, indeed. The previous record, by the way, was 44. So good luck if anyone's going to try to best what we just witnessed. Exposure, search, and destroy. Another map 5 for G2. Can they find a way to bounce back and correct what they missed out on versus the Falcons, or can Carolina survive and find a way with the new man up to go 2-0 in 2026? Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. We'll be back right after the break.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen, or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
No, he's mid desk, laying down mid desk, the long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice play. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's go, Clay.
Ran at him, bro.
Yeah, you should have with the Vast for sure.
All good.
Something was going wrong. Apparently, don't know who it was or where it was, but Linz is MIA.
Linz has been, I'm not sure if you've seen Tron, the classic from the 80s, but he has been sucked inside the game. And now he has to play a series of games within Call of Duty to win his freedom.
Magnificent. Miami take the lead. They're trying to close it out.
Cell first kill's good though, but Miami battle back. They've got themselves the trade. Oh, it's just down to Cell with the what? Oh, he's gonna get all 4. Atlanta are gonna reinforce the hard point first. Miami, no trophy systems are locked in place by stuns. Oh, it's an absolute breakdown by the end as Cell finishes on 5 to steal away the map.
4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, you know, playing the round out. And I hear, oh, cat, you know, he's pushing at him, thinking, oh, he's dead. Okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running. So I was doing the roll the tape. I want to see this. And luckily it came up, and yeah, he's blown him away and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
Another map 5 affair. We had a handful yesterday and a day filled with upsets. This one may not be necessarily classified as an upset, but hey, we still get the drama going. We continue with this long-standing narrative of anyone can beat anyone, but off of a 54 bomb from Kremp, G2's got to be feeling hot, and you got to start off and set the message early, I think, if you're G2, who's looking to redeem themselves from a couple of continual map 5 losses so far this year.
Oh yeah, it's been tough. What is it, a 1-2 overall record in game 5s? Usually you expect a team with this kind of personnel on it to be pretty good at search and destroy, and also have tremendous amount of ice, but they have yet to figure it out here in this situation. They've only played exposure once, fell short to the Falcons on it. But adjustments always come in whenever they lose their first map, and they have all the momentum as well. With the way that Kremp just played in that map 4, the play style that he brings in search and destroy, he's going to be a lot to handle, but so are these two guys on your screen.
Yeah, so far the top performers in this series, but that comes with the caveat of that little note at the bottom that Kremp is able to best what I think is previous. I was just looking at Easy Max post in our stats channel. He had 41 was his previous high on that map, so he just completely took over and absolutely showed out. But the big question mark here at the search and destroy, and kind of just reframing the stuff that we saw in raid, and we very well may see here on exposure, Carolina's ability to win 1v1s on the island side of the map, like those little kind of way overextended parts of the map were what allowed them to take their 2-round wins. But overall, G2, their ability, especially from Estriel, to stop first blood conversions, turn 1 into 2, was the big difference maker, as Raid was just handed, absolutely handed, by G2's ability to take numbers and run with them. So will we see that again here on Exposure? It'll be the Ravens on offense first, and they're setting up a 3-1 hit, looking for some opening nades up to mid.
Very important game between two bubble teams who are trying to make it potentially to the winner's bracket at Major 1. One match standing in between them to give them a better chance. And already into this round, Nero's able to find a nade over the top onto the playmaker in Kremp. Now the Ravens with a man-up advantage can slowly take their time and take spacing away.
Yeah, but this is what G2 had done on the laundry setup when Carolina had played on Raid. Allow them to get B and then play retake. Nero is hard watching the flank. So really we'll have a 3v3 over the top of the site. Exceed starting to plant. G2 gonna wait a moment to get themselves set up. Do they have any nades to help them open this up?
Yeah, Skies are trying to look for an opening. Does have that sniper. Estriel should be able to spot for 1, but the team shot's good enough to eliminate him. But it's Mamba technically in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2.
Yeah, but Exceed is sniping, so Mamba just needs to stay safe from the scope. And maybe there's a chance, but no. Instead, it's just gonna be a double chell on the outside of Solar. No problem there for Carolina after the first blood to convert.
Yeah, just feel out round right there to start it off. Slow down any momentum. See what G2 are gonna throw at you. If they were gonna try to take all that map away, but they play real slow over towards their window, which leads to a first blood out of Nera onto Kremp. And then just edging your way on up, clearing out space towards the B side, get the objective down, have your crossfire set up. Great post plant there from Carolina to get on the board first.
Pretty clean opening set nades, story of it. In another round where you could tell for G2's defense, they are happy to try to allow a plant to come through and then to set up their retake. But 3v4, just too much to handle. Skies try to look for a snipe down low over to the top of A. Not going to see anything on his initial peek. And will just stun himself out, and G2 will change their focus over to B.
Craze takes so much space though up through the middle of the map, and now look what it does to Exceed. They're going to activate on this pinch, but they both get caught. So now instantly in the 4v2, Exceed has to take a very quick route on the pinch because you're going to get overwhelmed if you're Lex 1v4 now.
Yeah, he was trying to set his Alamo a little bit further forward to see if he can catch G2 off guard. Not to happen, and that pinch you were talking about from Exceed now becomes pretty much an impossibility. Sky is giving him a workout, and then it looked like a long nade over the top does blow up the car to get G2 on the board.
It's right there. Carolina got everything that they wanted. You take mid-map away, you have dirt control. It's just no one scouting through mid-cut. When they decide to work on that pinch, you peek it at the right time. If you're G2 strike for the first blood, you also find a kill at that B site as well. So an instant 4v2 where Lurk's being surrounded by players on the side of G2 at that site. He gets cut down. Stood no chance if you're exceeding a 1v4 quickly tie game.
Convincing stuff for both teams so far on their opening attacks. And the big storyline here, I think, for Minnesota fans is if they can get the bomb down, their post-plant success rate is pretty high. It's just their opportunities to plant have not been maybe as well endowed as you would like. Exceed, once again, just looking for that opening pick down towards dirt. Not going to see anyone cross. Feels like everyone has learned their lesson about the opening rounds, not stepping too far forward past that bottom A position. Instead, Skies and Exceed will see each other for a brief moment. Nade is pretty well placed, but a little bit short. Skies will stay safe top window.
Yeah, keep in mind, Exceed is the bomb carrier with the sniper pistol, so when you see they decide to give up a lane to get the objective down, you're going to double send it through bottom window. Cray strikes for the first. Potentially opens up that A site, but Kremp on the opposite side wins a one-on-one, and now that's bombed down.
Yeah, but look at Nero. Already pushed through mid. Cray's in some trouble. Somehow finds some space to survive. Nero was coming back to see if he could help, and will be maybe a little bit late now on the timing here, but instead catches Skies looking the wrong direction. And with 25 seconds on the clock, now it's just about can they get to the bomb, because really this is turning into a bit of a TDM at the moment.
Yeah, now it's just trying to draw the attention, but he gains the info on both of those players, so no time to waste. We instantly have to hop back up on A and get this objective down. Can we keep Craze alive for long enough? You don't. Kremp with the angle gets him off of it, but you have to commit on the bomb plant.
Semtex out, Craze has to step forward, no time to plant, and Kremp has done the job. I mean, Craze was really close to getting that bomb planted, and if he does, that post plant is all set up for bottom dirt, where G2 would have been really hard-pressed, you would think, to break that through. But the timing from Kremp's peak pulls Craze off, no more time to plant, and there's nowhere to go to try to fight out this last 1v2.
Hey, he just breaks them down, man. That cannot happen. Your bomb carriers, your sniper pistol island player on the opposite side of the map. You find the opening that you want through bottom mid to open up a site. Just if someone else is carrying the objective there, it's probably a different round for Carolina. But Kremp, again, just carrying over from what he did in map number 4. Locates 4 on that round for the ace.
Yeah, and Mamba's still holding on to a 3 spree as well. So good couple of rounds back-to-back for G2. Kremp looking to go quickly. He is really darn close to a Hellstorm, especially if he could find a first blood. Lurks bottom corner. Just barely peeks ahead out. Alerts G2 to his position. Stun comes through. Tough battle here with Estrio, but he's got help. Mamba able to find one. Kremp through the smoke, deciding how he wants to try to fight this battle up top. And yeah, he'll try to jump, but Exceed's watching it the entire way. Numbers advantage for Carolina. Mamba responds though, and we'll go 2v2.
Oh, Narrow just gets isolated on the site, and Exceed dies on the cross. So instant 1v2 here for Craze. Nice. Finds a Semtex kill onto Skies. 1v1 Craze v Mamba, old teammates, and a very crucial round.
This is the 1v1 that Craze said he wanted. 30 seconds to fight. Both players circling around B. Mamba gonna take an extra step back, knowing he's playing up against the SMG of Craze, who's hoping he's just gonna walk right through control here, but doesn't look likely. Mamba's gonna grab the bomb on 5 in a row. And he's going to rewrap this to A. Timing is going to be everything. Craze is wagering on this happening. Finds the opening shots. Mamba's still alive, but Craze takes the elevated play with the wall jump and finds the win.
It's got to feel good if you're Craze to get one up on your old teammate. That duo that sometimes people look at as the reason why the FaZe trio broke up. But you get a one up on your old friend to tie the game up. That was very scary though. It shouldn't have came down to a 1v3. Narrow just gets isolated on the side while Exceed just gets caught on the cross, but knowing who you're going up against, understanding what he likes to do, and just catching the time into perfection to tie the game.
That's a big 1v2 clutch up right there. Gets us back to a 2-2 count. Carolina back on the offense. Have had a lot of set plays over towards B, and it looks like that's going to continue here. Exceed the only one watching over the middle of the map. Looks like he may have just tossed a nade, and this is kind of backing up to value his life. Mamba the one now playing down low, and the stun allows him to at least isolate for the first blood, but Lurks with a quick response, keep us even at a 3v3.
Yeah, that's all you needed to do there if you're Mamba. When you're overwhelmed, guarantee at least one to make it more manageable for your team. But now your teammates wrap back and are gaining the info that they're still going to be here. Couple nades connecting, no one going to edge on out. Ravens are just waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, they're just trying to find some info here. I mean, G2 have shown that they're willing to play down low on that back B bomb site corner. Exceed has taken a full world tour of this map by playing back through spawn, and now he's going to clear out dirt. Lurks able to find the shadow of one, steps away from Estriel. No trade immediately, and how about the timing from Exceed's pinch? Finally makes use of it. Kremp, the last one left. He finds the first. Now it's just down to the double team. Puts himself smoked into a corner, but Carolina have him surrounded, and they will find 2 rounds in a row.
Mid-round adjustments hit a little different when you got so much space to work with. The bomb being down over towards that open alley, they did not try to contest it. They didn't want to get bad timing walking up to retrieve it. So they take the fight on the opposite side of the map right into the setup of what G2 were prepared for, but just losing that initial gunfight, you didn't have an angle to play the trade, and then Exceed works through low dirt, takes care of Skies. 2 rounds in a row now for the Ravens. They take the advantage.
Mamba and Kremp have been leading the way for G2. This time Skies will play top ring. Nades over the top for Carolina have tagged Mamba, so some awareness here for the defense that there's going to be at least a little bit of focus towards the outer side of B. Mamba just able to slide away and keep his life, and we'll stay 4v4 with G2 trying to reset.
And Skies with the AR from top ring. He's trying to scout out, spots out Exceed. As his teammates are slowly going to edge their way up through dirt, but it's already been 35 seconds wiped off the game clock. And every single player from the Ravens just played for a B push. Nothing here. Now they're going.
Yeah, and honestly, if they re-wrap back through mid, they may find the perfect timing here. But unfortunately, Estriel is in position to get a read on it. Wants more. Nero trades off the initial first blood. Mamba responds. Numbers to G2 as Mamba finds himself a second. Now it's just down to Nero. Another 1v3. He found himself in this position a lot on raid in map number 2. Can he create anything here? Mamba, lots of damage, waits for help, easy double chow, and G2 put together the perfect response.
Yeah, and that's just one of those rounds right there. If you're Carolina, there's no need to make that kind of play. Everything that you set up originally is getting shut down. The way that they beat you is by getting the objective planted, but if they don't show any face towards B, then the play's not going to go on that side of the map. You just instantly rush into a spot where you had no information, and they were prepared for the push through and caught you off guard. So Carolina gift them one by just being the aggressors in a moment that they did not need to be. And we're back to 3-3.
Key round now to see who can take a late edge in this map number 5. Nero, big jump over ring. Nade's going to tag him up, but I believe he does see one player on that initial cubby. G2 not playing forward though, but have Carolina a little antsy if there is maybe a forward defender, but they'll clear out mid and realize that everything's all safe.
They got stunts and nades in the back pocket. You're going to spot one player cross over to the window and force him to reposition. But Craze takes mid-zig. As long as you guarantee bottom there, you can get the objective down, but no one clears it out. Kremp at least does his job, makes it a 3v3.
And Craze can still play forward on the site. So he'll grab the bomb and instantly plant. Mamba is outside of the picture right now, playing up to the P2 tank. Skies and Estriel will have to figure out how they want to work together, but they're a little bit worried that maybe Craze has played maybe into top control, but not the case. Semtex on the corner. Craze says maybe job done. Continues to throw shoulders, and G2 taking their time here. They still think someone's behind them. That's not the case, and now they got to go.
Yeah, Estriel needs to find an opening. He's going to be having a couple players right in front of him, but not going to give up that free first kill for free. 20 seconds in counting. We got to go. Craze eventually strikes. It's a 1v3 for Mamba, but he's not going to have enough time.
Gonna have to make something heroic happen. Not gonna be allowed to. Yeah, I don't know if it's just because of Craze's position right prior to before he picks up the bomb and plants that has G2 thinking maybe someone did get into P4, but not the case. And now you find yourself kind of stuck with, again, no room, no ground, and no time to work with. So nice little mind games being set up by Carolina.
And I love the play right there from Carolina. Once Kremp is traded, to not waste any time on getting that objective planted. There's just so many different angles you have to be aware of when you plant that bomb over towards A. And G2 just wastes so much time clearing out every single space that they don't have any time to work the defuse. So works out for Carolina there, as they take the advantage again. Back on the defensive side, going back to the 3-1 split. This time, if they're not going to be the aggressors, let's just wrap back.
Look at this setup from Carolina. 3-man stack at B. Exceed the island player on A initially, but doing it again. Carolina are going to go right back to what they tried to do the last time by playing through this P2 tank. And this time they're not going to cut mid. This time they're going to push into solar. First blood tallied. Kremp in trouble. Stunned. Trying to keep himself alive by smoking his feet. Trying to hunt him out as Craze, but instead Carolina will back off and just take their 4v3.
Yeah, but Skies is gaining all that information, so now potentially the play calls to instantly get the bomb down or rotate it back over towards B. This should be a free call here for G2.
Ravens look like they just want to wolfpack this and just play as a 4-man hunting squad. Skies will get back to Jenny's. Oh, this could be massive in terms of a position. Just comes down to the timing. Sees one, waits for the perfect time to strike, finds the first trade there, and Lorx is able to find Kremp on top of that. So now it's just down to Estriel. They're able to get the first one pretty freely, up and over, trying to force the second, but not gonna find the win. And Carolina put themselves on series point.
Yeah, and this looks totally different from what we saw in Raid, where it was everyone on the Ravens basically being an ISO player. That time, once they get the first blood, they don't waste any time. We're running around as a wolf pack. We're playing the trades as a wolf pack, and even though Skies found themselves himself in a very good positioning with all of that information gained to get the bomb down for free. Just too many players still alive on the side of the Ravens. Instantly trade him out, instantly turn it into a 1v3, and Estriel stands no chance. Game point now for Carolina.
I love them going back to that same heavy hit through tank.
They made the adjustments this time.
G2 off guard.
Yeah. Instead of pushing through mid-cut, they went through solo to isolate onto Mamba and Kremp. Once you find that first blood, instead of committing on it, you retreat, and that's how you play that.
4 in a row for Nero, stepping into round number 9. Trophy system down. I don't believe it actually denies that first nade. Looked like it had hit pretty heavy, but Kraze going quickly, able to find his former teammate in Mamba again. But look at G2, they're getting some space from Kremp. If he can find a win on the flank, this will slow down Carolina pretty completely, as Carolina are unaware that G2 have no defenders behind B at the moment.
Yeah, Nero has it all covered though, and he gains infinite. At least 2 players are there, so we're not gonna waste any time. Get this objective down and pay your post plant from their side of the map. But instead of G2 committing through their spawn, they're taking their sweet time to go back through their base. I don't know if Carolina gonna read this.
Skies doesn't expect Exceed to be playing top window. So Estriel and Kremp have to win the 2v3 out. Estriel finds the first. Still unaware about where Kremp is. Carolina has pretty much head on a swivel. Full focus towards the back. Kremp able to be seen over the top. Lurks finds that win just down to Estriel. Tough gunfight and not able to fully rip Lurks off the heady. Yeah, Kraze has got some words. I'm sure those are all directed at Mambas. Carolina will win 2 in a row and set the tone here with Exceed as the new man in.
Just a little bit more icy there in that game number 5 on a map like Raid, where everyone has played the map for like 12 plus years. You know the strategies are gonna get thrown at you, but on exposure, it's a little bit different. It took some clutches on the side of the Ravens. It took some icy moments and some great gunfights on the side of the Ravens. But slowly but surely, the mid-round adjustments started to come on in. You started to get these objectives down and find success in your post plants. And G2 again fall short in another game 5. The Ravens looking a little bit different with Exceed in the building.
Yeah. Another great series out of him, but it's just the full roster is just, it just feels like they've been reawoken into what their potential kind of was at the beginning of the year, just based on the names on paper. When everyone's talking about roster manias and tier lists and power rankings, I think all the individual convos surrounding Lurks' POV, Kraze's ability to win, which we saw in Challengers time after time, roster after roster, you throw Exceed into the mix and everyone starts to fly. So there's a look back over this series. Kremp lost this, the big highlight for Minnesota after their map 2 dominance, but the respawn out of Carolina just looks so much more fluid. And I'll be honest, the playbook is starting to look a little bit deep too when it comes to watching what they wanted to do in exposure there. So good stuff for Carolina. Must-win matchup. We said that kind of at the beginning, looking at their road to Major 1, and they're able to now go 2-2. Problem is, they've got a really tough road ahead of them as we head back to Ant and Puckett.
Great commentary there, guys, and a great matchup. We thought it might go to a game 5, and I had no faith in a G2 squad in a game 5. Carolina and Exceed are perfect with him in the lineup. Yeah. What a starting week for the new addition.
Yeah, I mean, Carolina look unbelievable. I mean, playing with a whole new energy. We get all the way to that game 5, and it's like, okay, Kraze gets the 1v1 win versus Mamba. Exceed's finding success. I mean, Nero is on a heater of a series, 15,000 damage across the 5 maps. For reference, Skies had 10,000 on the opposite side of things. So Nero was taking over. Everybody had their moments if you're Carolina in the series.
Even that game where Kremp took over on Colossus, you saw Nero was 200 damage right behind him.
Right behind him.
The man has been popping off. He is the veteran on the lineup. As we take a look at this game 5, we thought it was going to be Minnesota. Kremp off to a super hot start. Mamba was streaking early. And then all of a sudden, it's the Royal Ravens starting to take over. What changed in the middle of this search and destroy? What adjustments did you see?
Yeah, so there actually were quite a bit of adjustments on the side of G2, but some of them a bit jarring to me. Like on the B push offensively for Carolina, they would send 2 to 3 players over towards B. Sometimes that would be through mid-cut, and Nero would be sitting back on the solar to kind of watch their pinch and time it back and forth. And one of the adjustments G2 decided to make was like, okay, we're going to send everybody all the way around to pick this guy on the flank and then rat back to our base like a 45-second developing play. That's just jarring. Like, I don't understand G2's approach. So Carolina taking advantage of that. They played fearless. I mean, even in the game 4 that they lost, fearless, like in it the entire time in the back and forth fight. And we get to this one, 1v1s go your way with the Craze versus Mamba. And then tail end of these rounds, you got G2, kind of a cat and mouse game, trying to figure out what to do, wasting too much time.
There's the man Nero, the Ohio boy, finding success after a terrible start in 2025. The new year has brought a new wave to the new lineup. On the other side, Mamba putting up good numbers. He was kind of under your microscope today. We wanted to see a better day out of him. Kremp delivered on the statistics.
Oh, yeah.
What happened with Skies and Estriel?
Yeah, it's just a tough one. I mean, in the game 4, you could feel the desperation on both sides of like, okay, we have to keep up pace. We're just flying over and over and over again, hoping somebody finds a 2. And, just a rough go when you look at Estriel across the series. In the game 5, playing timid, had some opportunities. Like, he's also a guy, like, he needs to step up for these guys. In the preseason, when they were beating teams, it was him and Kremp. It was the tandem, both of them. So they desperately need to get Estriel confident.
You need a tandem, and the Carolina Royal Ravens definitely had theirs in action today. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game. This is the takeover. Craze on the front line. Then you got Nero on the back line. The duo.
Yeah.
Fresh and veteran performance here today.
Yeah, Chris, I tweeted out during this map 1, like, they were just smothering them. There was nothing they could do. Then we get over towards this overload, and to me, this was the key in the series that we highlighted prior. On the first side, I counted 5 runs for G2 that didn't result in points. So Carolina get up to this 2-0 lead where they can just play the possession game when we get towards that second half. It's exactly what they did. They cleaned that up and closed out that overload. We get to the game 4 with the 54 from Kremp, but ultimately it's the game 5 that's going to resonate with them. If they've lost so many of those if you're G2.
It's been all smiles for Craze and the rest of the team as we are now joined live by a very special creature. He goes by the name of Exceed, and he's been down to challengers in the league, down to challengers. He's back up again, this time with a perfect win rate. Exceed, I noticed your performance last time. This time around, I had you under the microscope. Game 3, your objective play is reminding me a lot of the veterans like TJ Haley and some of the other guys that have been great in those Game 3 modes throughout the years. What do you bring to the team in Overload in particular?
Honestly, I'm just trying to bring some, veteran playstyle to them. These 3 kids, man, they're incredible players. Like, there's so much talent that they have. And then, for me, it's just, new chance in the league and, just trying to bring something that I haven't brought in the past. I've been playing in challengers and the league for a long time now. And, I'm becoming one of those veteran players and, just trying to bring some fundamental play style to them while still like letting them kind of, do what they do, because like I said, dude, those 3 kids are so talented. So you gotta just, you gotta not take that part out of them. And I think that's one of the biggest things that a lot of like the older players do is they take the young cracked fucking, sorry, excuse my language, but the crazy plays that they do. But I think you got to hone it and let them do their thing.
Yeah, you gotta let them fly. I let them have fun, and and I want you to expand on that a little bit because we haven't seen Nero play like this in a very long time, and particularly he used to be the king of the Game 3. So talk to me about Nero's performance and how he was able to do that, how you enabled him.
Yeah, so I actually played with Nero when I was like 16 years old. Me and him were coming up as underagers together, and man, that kid is incredibly talented. And I think with him, it's a confidence thing, and it's about relaying information to him. And I think when he has all the tools that he needs, and he has the teammates feeding information to him, that guy is the best player in the game, and I will not be told otherwise.
Exceed, congratulations on a 2-0 start for Carolina.
Thank you, man. The BK's back. Keep talking shit.
Keep it coming. We'll see you online. That is Exceed. That is Carolina Royal Ravens with the first dub of the day, but we would be remiss if we didn't highlight the best performance so far of the day. It belongs to Kremp on his own map. Shout out to my man Shift, who has renamed this one.
Yeah.
Krempopolis.
Yeah, Kremplossus.
Kremplossus, thank you.
Dude, this has to be the kill record. Somebody confirm that for me, Easy Mac, if you have it.
54, I believe, is the kill record now for Black Ops 7 for Kremp.
Yeah, I mean, this was unbelievable performance. I mean, there were so many moments where it's like, I don't know if you should go in just yet. And he just pops a 2-piece. I'm like, oh, I'm wrong. Yeah, Kremp knows better. The guy was just a walking highlight reel this map. Like, every time he needed to answer the call, he did. These are miraculous 2 and 3 pieces that he's finding.
Kremplossus The map belongs to that man every single time since the Monster Launch event. He has had a pop-off performance. If you guys are going to put some predictions in the future, look towards that name, right? Over?
Yeah,
100%. For now, we got to send it to break. When we come back, we've got 2 more matches on the day. That was just an appetizer, baby. It's the CDL with the big dogs. Optic Texas takes the stage when we come back. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Wait, why are they showing that clip? Why are they showing this, man?
Oh, man.
Why are they showing our worst moments?
A few moments later.
Because I appreciated the 30 people in there watching. Why the do they keep showing it? They added it to the montage. They added it to the montage. Oh, man. You're telling me that they added that to the montage?
But now Kiz is in a great spot to find a first blood. That was insane. Oh my God, why did he just do that?
Joe's face was comedy in here.
We're back for match number 2. It is day 9 of the CDL season for Black Ops 7, and so far, pairs gentlemates Optic Texas and FaZe are sitting at 3-1 on top of the leaderboard. You may notice, though, that the Royal Ravens just broke into the top 8 at a 2-2 record, and that's where you want to be at the end of these qualifier matches, because Major 1 is just around the corner, and Optic is going to be playing host to that bad boy.
Yeah, and you know Optic wants to continue this tear that they've been on, but they're coming off of a really tough loss up against FaZe Vegas. They lost 0-3, and Shotzi has not been performing, particularly in those hardpoints, a game mode that was extremely strong for them last year.
We'll be talking more about Optic in a moment, but first, let's remind you who is playing for Vancouver Surge. They are going to see a new face in the name of TJ Haley, returning alongside Gwyn. This was a Royal Ravens duo that we've seen in the past. You've got Lunars and Abe rounding out this roster, and since TJ has come in, it looks just like Carolina. New life up in Vancouver.
Yeah, you know, a reverse sweep yesterday where nobody was really picking them, and TJ in the game 5 went 9-3, a 2v4 that him and Abe were able to accomplish. You see the headline, "I'm back." TJ in Challengers was doing a lot of good work, and you know, when he comes into the league for this team, it's a huge buff in damage output for them. Like we said, Legend was not performing in terms of damage, and you add that to it, you have a chance in these respawns. They won 2 in a row for that reverse sweep. Just a monster performance for the Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, you saw Gwyn reaching his true potential, Abe having a phenomenal search and destroy, but it's TJ making some of the crucial objective plays, not just with the bomb in hand. You saw it in the overload. That's where the reverse sweep started.
Yeah.
It may be a key game mode against Optic Texas today. And if you're looking at the hard points, I got to ask, how far were they behind, like, I guess, in that game 1? Because they won the game 4, but it didn't look like a pretty start for Vancouver.
Well, they got off to a very bad start. It was narrow in the end. I mean, eclipsing 200 points, right? So obviously you want to have a hotter start. We went through yesterday, if you didn't join us, Optics breakoffs. They've been #1 in the league. So it's going to be a clear point of emphasis. If you're the Vancouver Surge, you couple those two things that we just talked about, you have to have a good start. For Optic, though, in HP, you're 2-4 in Hardpoint. Shotzzy and Hook, 41st and 45th in damage per 10. And then
that's not good. There's only 48 players in action, right?
And to expand on that, out of all the players that have played in the league this year, in a Hardpoint, in a match, Shotzzy is dead last, 50th of any player in KD so far in Hardpoint. So Shotzzy with the MPC in hand and just in HP in general, he just has these stages sometimes where he's just not playing up to his ability. So if you're an Optic fan, you need to see that fixed today, and particularly in this specific match, he needs to go off.
I do want to call out amazing work by our production team. They showed you Optic's last loss was 230 some days ago. Yeah. After that, they won 7 straight matches, including a world championship. When they lose, they tend to bounce back or disappear like last year. Let's find out what happens today as we'll see Exposure, Den, and Scar for our first 3. Do we get to a game 4 in your eyes, Mr. Nameless?
I mean, it all depends on what Shotzzy we see, Chris. I mean, like, if we get the Shotzzy from the tail end of last year, they should 3-0 this team. But who knows? If he's keeping that NPC out trying to make a point, I'm not sure Optic's going to be as strong as they should be.
The CEO called out Ant. I think that fires up Ant, just like CEO was originally fired up by Ant. It's just a triangle of awesomeness. Optic wins today in a game 4.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Optic as well. I'll agree with that in the game 4.
Rosalie will also choose Optic. We hope you are healing up. Can't wait to have you back on the set. For now, the match is ready. It's 2 beautiful gentlemen with beards ready to rock. Chance, Miles, what are we sipping on? Is that mushroom tea?
No, it's not, Chris. And if I tell you what it is, I might lose my job today.
Well, we've got a great job ahead of us, though, Chance, don't we? We have a fantastic matchup. We have a red hot, an exciting look at a new Vancouver Surge. Of course, TJ Haley changing the game forever. And Optic, is this the beginning of the end of the dynasty?
Okay, I mean, hey, are we just saying whatever we want today? Is that what we're doing at work? This
Well, Chris asked me what was in the cup, and I'm off the rails now, brother. It's too early.
Rough start. Yeah, that's the oldest thing I've ever heard from Puckett there. Couldn't tell you what he means, but I know that in this lobby, a bunch of young men. I mean, Dash is the oldest player we now have in the league, and he's 27, so I don't need any reminders of my mortality. It's been a tough time in 2026, but so we go to the video game, where I'm very interested to get an Optic Gaming listening, because obviously you want revenge, you want the bounce back. You might be playing with a little bit of venom, and obviously you got guys like Nameless putting a lot of pressure on Shotzzy, 3-time world champion, not someone that you ever expect to be towards the bottom of the league in really any given statistical category. He wants to make today his time to shine.
Hey, it's only more fun when he breaks out of that position and gets himself a little bit up the leaderboard. But here we go, folks, into the hard point. The man of the moment, and there he is, already doing a better job than we thought he would. And the first kill to his name, but no time either way. But Optic with a lovely bit of top mid control. This hard point should be theirs for a second longer, but no, it's TJ in the feed with 2.
Optic, yeah, just getting crossed up a little there in the moment. Dash is giving something up. Hoop knows, got to pick it, but as you get 2-piece, Merc, well, delivers 2 of his own, so trying to stabilize around P1. Obviously, with no trophies and guys spawning out behind you. Tough to collect a ton of time, but nonetheless, guns looking great. Mercules, nice little 5-0 start.
A deadly player. A nice little 5-1 now. Over to Big Brucey for a second there, as the top mid has not really changed hands too much. Optic with a very slight lead, looking towards tank, the next hard point on the menu. Optic will be there in their first. Again, Mercules winning his long-range gunfights against TJ, an old Optic member. He got you guys a chip. Show the man some respect. Here we go, in New Time.
And New Time's looking great. Hook does a wonderful job picking up the pinch there just to open things up. And long term, Surge is going to be looking for the pinch. The front line's getting decimated, and instead of going all the way around, TJ looking to cut in through mid, but there are no real open avenues of attack. This is Hook just playing free.
Yeah, he seems to manage to get a kill no matter what situation he's in. The fights are won. 7-1 right now for Mercules, makes it a 3 spree. Looking for the next one. The shot's so clean and smooth. The tips and toes of Luna's gone, eradicated from the map. And this man is pissing bullets until he runs into TJ.
Yeah, that Dravik is pretty good, no matter the range. Basically, every gun we're using right now. Not the NPC is going to be lights out. Nonetheless, Optic very controlled off the break, very controlled on the P2 as well. Now, 3 players spawning out. So Mercules, his only job here is to stay alive.
Well, Chance, Christmas comes late for you, mate. It's time for a listening with Optic Texas.
I read me. What's up, Luner's dead. I'm one shot. Take your time, he's jumping up. Nice. Where they spawned? In the back. In the back. Alright, perfect. Oh, he naded it. In the back. I'm gonna help you. Good job. I have your front. They could pinch, right? Yeah. Waller nade it. Back. Watch out, back. I have you. Let's go. Watch out, back. Let's literally bullet. What do you get shot though? What do you get shot? It's just laying down. I'm not shot. Yo, we got switch. Mid map, babe. I have the other back. Back dead. Good job. I'm bumping up. Abe, one bullet. P1. There's 2 P1 right now. Abe is a bullet. In the back. They needed it. What's close up? Okay. Pick a rubber. Pick up a rubber. I have run. I have left. What's right, Abe? Somebody bottom pillar. Abe. Yo, 2 to back flat, Abe. Actually, no, you don't. I got naded. 2 to back flat. They're aping it, I think. Roll. Yo, there's 3. I got one. I'm backing out. Yeah, they're gonna be mid. I got split with you. Long? I'm picking up right. I got new time. I hit there. I have all of solar. Dude, that guy might spawn in the back. We're not blocking. I'm blocking. You want anything? You want under ring. You want top ring. Okay. 1 Top ring got me. Top ring got me. Well, yo, hand in the back, win. Win's in the back. Where are you going? Back, yo, one more spot, Punter. Nice. Yo, Punter, watch out. There's 2 on time. Heard that. He's absolute on time. Teach in the back right corner. There's 2 there. I broke trophy on time. No trophy on time. For time dead. Back there. I'm 1 HP. You see you? Yo, back right, like all the way in the back. What's on the steps? On the steps of time. Okay. I don't know. When's absolute on time? 1 HP on time. Under ring. Really weak on time. Going. Under ring. I'm under ring too. Under ring, one shot. Oh, yo, I have a streak for new. You guys. Yeah, let's play through. Let's hit all then. Con. I'm absolute. Yo, up mid, 1 shot Lunars. Lunars one new, guys. Yo, I'm about to streak now. Lunars one new. Okay. Lunars one new. I don't 1 shot. Yeah, I'm streaking. Alright. I don't know. I'm in time. Call him out. Okay, 1 on new and 1 their server. 1 crate, new crate. Time. 2 in the crate. 2 in the crate. 1 top server. I didn't get in either one. There 2 in the crate. Jumped out on me. Absolute TJ. Yeah, he got me. I'm there long. He's on time. He's on top. I can make a play. Top crate. One's our top middle. Like our front rank. I get mid control. Teachers are side hill. They're side hill. That's our side hill. Teach 1 HP. Hard spawn. 1 HP. Our side hill. Oh, there. Our side hill. Our side hill. TJ, our side hill, bro. Our side hill, half up. And Abe's just ironing. Abe, that's still our side hill, bro. Close, TJ, that's. Their side of mid. He's going to time now. The middle. Or still there's middle. Abe's really good. Abe's a bullet. Abe's for time. I got one. Abe's a bullet, their side. Long interest. I don't see anything long, boys. Could be water. Long. I'm pushing up long.
That was a great listening. Wonderful work there from Optic Texas. A nice lead. And Vancouver Surge not too far away from pulling this one back. Chance as we get into our second set.
Yeah, trying to keep things close. They dealt with the Hellstorm missile relatively well and down by 50. Considering Mercules is 17-8, you're not going to complain about it. And if we learned anything about Vancouver Surge yesterday, they started a little bit slow, but very capable of a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the game of Scar we saw them play yesterday, and this one, a very different taste of map. But for now, let's see how they fare. Teach in time. Good work against his old pal Dashy there in the 1v1 shots. He's going to find a couple of pickups there. 3 in the feed, as a matter of fact. It's going to be Abe trying to make something happen here towards time. 20 seconds to go on P1. We're looking towards new. That's where Mercules is going to be heading to momentarily, and the battles are being lost by Vancouver Surge in mid-map.
And, you know, to acknowledge the Optic listening, it doesn't necessarily bring the same energy as if these guys were at champs, but still very controlled, keeping track of anything, or everything, excuse me. So nothing really to complain about. P2 is where they set themselves up with a ton of success last go around, and, well, they got the full setup once again.
Yeah, full setup. 2 trophies as well, and I'm not talking about world championships. I'm talking about those little systems, and they are getting the work done right now. That's going to keep those boys safe on time for as long as possible. Gwyn trying to make a case for the entry. Not going to happen at all. Luna's on the left flank, cut down. Abe all alone now on the approach. Nobody home as he's doing what he can to stay alive. Gwyn gets a nice spawn on the other side of the map, and this is an opportunity to cause some problems, but Mercules, the biggest problem of them all, certainly gunning his way through these boys. Good golly, 23-10.
I mean, yeah, Mercules, honestly, you could maybe just give solo credit to him for winning these guys this map that they pulled off on P2 alone. Both the times he gets sprees out of Ben on point. The first time it looked easy for him. The second time, I mean, he starts doing wicked stuff. He had to kill Gwyn out of his own spawn to get the 3-piece on the guy with the pistol. This is a Mercules master class we are witnessing. 24 and 10 on the 6 spree.
Yeah, 138 in time as well. Your boy is absolutely cooking. He has himself, what's this thing? Is it the Rhino? He has a Rhino. Let him call it in. Let him call it in. I don't care. He's earned it fair and square. Let him call it in. Is it called a Rhino? Chance, help me out here. It's been a while. Let him call it in. 195 to 86. Let him call it in. Thank you.
Okay, it's up next to you, dude. I don't know. We can go with Rhino. That's fine. As I think are going to be dealing with the old split spawns rolling through. Maybe you'll need a Rhino to break this setup because at least Surge have everything covered. 2 players staring out the back door, and well, TJ's worried about the front where he falls. Mercules gets traded out, so Surge, nice and stable. Still admittedly down by 80, so they got a very long way to go.
Yeah, a long way to go and a lot to get through, especially if he calls in that Rhino. I find I've dropped it. It's not going to happen, but it is a glorious hard point still. Gwyn finding a couple there on the back line like that. Aim through front, not going to happen. Shots looking towards New, and he's alone. TJ gets good on him, and that's going to be a problem for the time being for the Optic boys. You do have a Rhino. I'm only kidding. You have a Hellstorm to help break this, and here it comes.
Ooh, nobody's in position though, so this is going to be interesting if they can pull it off. I suppose the Hellstorm does take a good chunk of time to actually get on the map in the kill feed. A few kills have been traded. TJ, goodbye, and number 4 is going to be here to block and number 2, so the timing is perfect. Looters gets overwhelmed. 3 down in the feed, and well, last Hermano standing with Gwyn. It is a perfect break by Optic, typical for Mercules.
Adios, muchachos. That is that. 27 and 21 for Shotzi. Much better hardpoint looks out of him. Surely better than Dead Last now, but Mercules is 30 and 14 with a minute 40 of time to his name. Absolutely helps get the dub here. I'm calling it ahead of time, folks, because that's the way this cookie has crumbled. Unbelievable performance from Optic here in map 1, and goddamn 33 and 14.
Yeah, I mean, Mercules is just so clean. Everything about it, recognize the spawn in the back as well, and it knows they're going to have to be swinging out left, so no one's going to be on time for the moment. Mercules continues to go on another spree, 34 and 14, nearly 2 minutes in time, and Optic now setting up on the full bench to make the break, but it's going to be tough. Gwyn entries with 2, and now Optic are going to have to reposition again.
Let him call it in. Maybe I'll drop it, maybe I won't. I'm going to find out on the 4 spree. Over the top, quick checks as he does what he can on the approach. Abe wins a big one. And Vancouver Surge fans, for those of you listening at home, I am sorry. I got carried away when I see a good streak. Great shots out of Big Bruce there on the approach to that left flank. Everyone there from Vancouver Surge still holding on to time for this. What has been a very slow and steady approach from the Optic boys. Merc trying to get going. And Vancouver, I'm loving what I'm seeing.
I mean, they've been off point on this hill, so I suppose they traded the P2s for the P4s. Not a perfect full 60, but not far from it. There's a 4 spree from TJ, and this was like an 80 or 90 point deficit that they have converted down to 40, so make no mistake, Surge, they're trying to bring the fight, but B1 has not been the kindest thing to them, and that's not the start that we're looking for.
No, not yet. Well, third set, Big Brucey going pretty wild. Holding on to time for this opportunity. Tej is looking for the jump up. Can we get in there? Eyes on Bruce. An unfortunate mantle moment, but he pays off from the 2-piece. Shotzi now having to hold back. Can't get in time. 2 minutes on the game clock. That might come into play in a moment. But for now, you're worrying more about the time. And that's where Vancouver Surge are. Wonderful work to get back in there. They are pulling it back 1 moment at a time.
It's just so quiet. Yeah, it's so quiet. You don't know where the Optic players are coming from. Everybody being patient and just a nuisance. Surge got the right side spawns, which is good news for P2, but they still need to worry about the time. I mean, Optic 8 seconds away from winning it. They can do so on P1, try to get him off. Lunars finally does so, and still on that rotation, it's going to be a foot race to the new time. Mercules is there first.
Here's Mercules on towards New, and he's checked every possible corner of the avenue. As he checked out for Abe, he has read it, dealt with it, gone. Next man in, brought down immediately, and now a foot race, and now a pitched battle on P2. Dashy guns up at the ready, and the final seconds are there. Call in the streak, you coward! He didn't do it, but he did get the win. Mercules, what a performance. Optic take map 1.
Yeah, and listen, Mercules through and through was completely on point, but straight off the jump, opens up the game on a 5 spree, and both the P2s that we saw early on completely lights out, got streaked out both times. And impactful streaks as well. I mean, the first one doesn't really help him too much on the old P5 down low, but the second one absolutely does to break the money hill. And I mean, Vancouver Surge clearly orchestrating a comeback, so if not for those key moments, might have been successful. Nonetheless, Optic Texas, as expected, bounced back from yesterday with their first map, and Shotzi had a good game as well.
Yeah, difficult. The first streak we saw from Merc again, I mean, that huge, 6-fan like drone thing ate all of the sidewinders, and then he had to dodge around it to try to catch a player on the inside. Of all 3 players on the point, he couldn't catch a single one. Cut to the next one, brilliant work. Very, very well piloted that streak. Obviously not getting any team kills helps as well. Breaks the back spawns, breaks the hard point as well. Beautiful work. Highlights, folks. A lot of love for Mercules, and with damn good reason. He was frying this P2 tank, playing it to perfection. I think it was a 7 spree here alone. Really, really dangerous stuff there as Optic Texas. Their mojo may have been lost yesterday. Not the best looks out of them, but much stronger performance to start things off against Surge, who, quite frankly, were an absolute consideration coming in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, looking good, and the S&D is going to be an absolute battle as well, and sort of typical stuff on both sides. Like the P5s, I think Vancouver Surge pretty on point. Optic really struggling to get the breaks, and I'd say, well, the negative for Vancouver Surge would have just been those P2s, because both times they only sent a single player on a solo mission to go for the flank, and I mean, Optic, as soon as they take care of that player, it was just head smashing through the front and through the mid door, and really offering him nothing. But here's another look at that key moment. I mean, a Hellstorm that gives you 2, you break the back spawns, you break the hill as well. And for a game that ended up being close, again, absolute difference maker. So typical stuff through and through. Monstrous performance there out of Mercules, as is tradition.
Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. We'll see the game flow, and here, look, there were some, peaks and troughs throughout this one, but ultimately Optic with a very, very commanding run from start to finish. Strong work there on exposure. Map 1 going their way happily, and again, a team that they would be any other day of the week expecting to find the dub against. Vancouver Surge, nothing to lose here, everything to gain. And Jerry talked about it. Jay said in the previous series about the bubble teams, guys who are trying to fight their way in towards the winners bracket at Major 1, only a few weeks away. Optic's certainly a team that definitely should be starting in that winners bracket. But hey, crazier things have happened. Den on its way. We could see some Scar chance today for the Udler.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time. I know Den has been sort of the go-to from Optic on the overload whenever they get the pick. So this will be the second time they played on a Scar, and certainly a mixy map as well. So that'll be fun when we get there. But I just know for the S&D, we've seen a ton of snipers. A sniper seems to be ever present on Den as well, hoping for a fun battle. Because, I mean, listen, we got to see what Dashy could do with the snipe back in Black Ops 4. And then since then, we've maybe seen 3 games where he's actually been able to use it. But unmistakably, he's always going to be a contention for best sniper in the game. Excited. He better be pulling it out for the bat too.
MW19 and Vanguard, your boy was putting in work. I think we saw him hit a couple of shots in Cold War, but that might have been just for the giggles. You know what I'm saying?
It was G8 in Cold War. That was the one that kicked it off.
And was that the one? That's wow. What a good year that was. Now
a little Moscow hop over like the B site, just get free intel down a lane. It was OP in that game.
Yeah, it was a little bit. It was a little bit. Well, speaking of OP, it was him. It was Merc. But everyone here on Optic now, just a quick moment for them to gather their thoughts, gather themselves, and get ready to dive into Den. As you said, chance expecting to see snipes here. It has become a staple of the map. And most of the time, actually either of them lanes, and then mid-map poke. We've seen plenty of those like slow peeks through the broken window. Lots and lots of opportunities to get first bloods on a map like Den. Very true 3-lane map. Couple of cuts, and outside of the rooftop, lots of options for our teams to make moves. I think probably one of the Search and Destroy maps we'll look back on very favorably when the year is over, I think. That's a bold claim from Ross, but I like it.
I'm with it, man. It's a good time. Both sites have their different approaches as well. Map you can get creative on the attacks as well, and really hit down any lane if you really want to. Be interesting to see if Optic sort of dig deep into the playbook. Even just paying attention to like Shotzi's arrow on the mini-map, any given S&D, he will do something different every single map. Completely different section, completely different idea he's going to be playing with. And that's obviously something Vancouver Surge have to be very careful about, but weapons on this map as well. I mean, this is the S&D map they got their dub on just yesterday for that reverse sweep against Boston. There's guys like TJ involved in 2v4 clutches, dominant rounds they're able to string together as well. So just having any degree of like reps in on a map as a collective unit for Vancouver Surge, they're going to be happy to see it again.
Yeah, real happy indeed. And happy against Optic. If they could pull out a miracle here, it'd be fantastic. Heretics obviously in a tricky situation. I'll be looking at that matchup as a possible dub, but FaZe right now, very, very strong looking roster, very well rounded and in good form. That's going to be a tough one, their final match before the major starts there for Vancouver Surge. It looks like we might be ready to get into this one, ladies and gentlemen. All bets are off. Into game 2 we now go. And as far as Den's concerned, he's going to be a problem. That guy right there. Nice guy too. Really nice guy.
So also not the map 1 stats, that's his S&D stats on the season. So if you thought he was on point map 1, well, he's been great in S&D so far all year long. Granted, only 3 weeks in, but that 0.96 kills per round, it is rare. I think the highest you usually get by the end of the year is like 0.91, 0.92. So Mercury is absolutely a front runner. But Vancouver Surge on the attack first. No trophies. Got to be a little bit careful about those nades.
And this is the most awkward duel you'll see here on Den. The min-map battles, guessing right, guessing wrong. It will cost you. A bit of a shuffle here from the Arctic boys and making their way over towards the A-bomb site. TJ can be the lone man there. Maybe they can feel his presence, his aura, his murderous intent seeping through the walls of this Japanese fortress.
Well, they're just going to be playing to catch him, and well, there's the catch. Dashy, instant start with a snipe. And now it's just going to be more free reign from Optic. If you can isolate Hook over towards B, there's an opportunity here. He's in a cheeky spot, but if he gets the blood, well, it'll just be devastation. But there you go. We got a 3v3 and an opportunity to get that bomb down.
Yeah, quick hit, though, from the Arctic boys. No good on the pistol there. Over Shotzi. Oh, and he's been tagged up. The timing was great for a second longer, but now Vancouver with a big old advantage. But wait a minute, in a smoke, like a ninja, he strikes on the second man as well in a 1v1 now with less than 20 on the clock. Shotzi running for it. The wall bounce. And the game still goes on. If he lives, he wins the round. What a moment this could be.
Oh, they just have to be playing for it. Lunars is just lost in the sauce. As long as Sachi doesn't chow this, he's fine.
2 seconds to go. Oh man, that is some Shotzi magic.
Oh, I mean, that's an aura diff, I feel like, right there. You have Shotzi 1 HP. There's 15 seconds left in the round. I'm not saying chasing Shotzi is ever a good game plan, but in that moment, that is the only play Lunars has. But I would be fearful too.
Oh man, he dropped the smoke bomb like true. It's a classic. It's a ninjutsu classic. The 2-piece was something else, and then a run for it. Many chef's kisses the Call of Duty world over. Great nade to start things off, though, to put that man down, back him up. Optic on the attack here against Surge.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the NBA equivalent of not playing defense, so you avoid getting posterized, you know, for a dunk. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, Miles, but that's what we just saw.
None of those words made any sense to me, but that's fine. I trust you. As much as Shotzi's teammates trust him now to infiltrate enemy lines here on Den.
Yeah, they saw him as well. Absolutely spotted up top. There's the tags. You had TJ roaming back for the help. But the help's a little bit too late. I mean, the bomb site's wide open. And now Shotzi, just the ever-present nuisance, as the rest of his teammates can be getting that bomb down.
Yeah, bomb plant. And Brucey's got himself a sweet corner. Hook might run into trouble sooner rather than later. Group this one up together, Surge. They've got an opportunity in the retake, but again, tight corners here. And Shotzi finds 2. The third man as well now up for the challenge. Dashy's going to be there for it. Last man, Gwyn, with 30 on the clock. We might see a boom or 2 with that boomstick. He's going to turn tail and try to survive. What a great round from Optic.
He's not going to. They're going to hunt him. They're absolutely going to find him. There's not going to be any saving the ops. Able to get the first kill, but now they're going to be swarming him.
There it is. 2 in a row for Optic.
Yeah, and Shotzi saying single-handedly wins them around is a bit of an exaggeration. Everybody playing off the information well, but while Shotzi is dancing in the top window, drops down low, he backs up and sort of hides underneath the mid-cut. 3 players for Vancouver cleared out top window, went through his shoulder and checked mid-map, saw nothing. He instantly re-pinches and gets the timing to go and kill the guys through the middle of the map, and I mean, that is Call of Duty timing on his side, but he played it to perfection.
Yeah, that's a lovely round. Our young Shinobi finding himself another fantastic play in this early stages of Den. 5-0. 3-man hit through B. Or an aggressive one of that. The trophy's getting to work, and it's going to be a very costly one for the Optic boys. Oh, what a recovery there from Hook. Beautiful work at a Dashi as well. Puts it down to Gwyn, and it's over. 3-0. Optic Texas.
It's the momentum killer. That is a crushing round. You're Vancouver. You're down 2-0. You watch one of your teammates not try to win a round, and you're just trying to get back in the mix, and you just get slaughtered. Phenomenal shots coming in from Hook to win that second gunfight. That's a pure 50-50, and then Dashi obviously doing his thing as well. Doesn't need the sniper. With a shot like that, he can use any gun he wants. He is just fine, able to give you 2 in the round.
It's at 7.1 seconds from the first shot to the last man going down. Unreal.
You're dialed in. You got the stopwatch out.
I don't know. I have production in my team.
Your brain works so fast.
No, stop it. I can't take that kind of credit. Here we go. 3-0. In lightning fashion, Optic Texas reminding themselves exactly of where they sit in the standings. And Vancouver Surge, not without their effort. They are putting in the work, but sometimes you just get on. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, Mercury is under that, and Dashi is all faithful.
Oh no. Sometimes it'd just be like that. In we go. Aggression, confidence, and a ruthless execution. Luna's 1v3. Not impossible. Can isolate a fight. Isolate a fight. Oh, no, that's bad. That's the early tags. And Hoog's never going to lose that. As the 1v1 wins to start things off, that was a skill diff moment, as the kids like to say. A tough one to be in.
Yeah, confidence div as well. I mean, I think, Dashi rolled out of bed for this one. The way he's running it down with the pistol, even in the player cam, he's looking like he knows exactly how this series is going to go before it started. Nonetheless, fantastic execution once again from Optic. Abe actually got some pretty crazy timing through the middle of the map. I don't think he got spotted jumping into like a top broken. And I don't know if that's just the spidey senses or if someone did catch him, but either way, Mercules just to sniff that player out and make that read to me is unreal. And this is just what Mercules does.
Let's see if Abe catched him. Well, sweet timing in this one. 2-2 split. Oh, actually more of a 3-1. Deej is going to find himself out here on the rooftops. Plenty of damage there, and he's now left all alone. Gwyn pushes forward with a slightly disconnected attack, and they are going to be punished for it. Abe might time this great. Hook's going to be mostly safe from that grenade. Now the duel is on.
And Hook has been the sole defender of this site in 2 different rounds now, and they just fear him. Again, I completely understand, but that's going to be a tough way to win.
Yeah, this is the Vancouver special. They're trying for that slow hit towards B, and it's not going to happen now. They're grouped up towards the middle of the map, and this is it, boys. You're in the kill zone right here and now. Oh, but wait. Are Optic trapped in here with you? No, you are trapped in here with them. They've nailed it. Another big one. Dashi with a sniper in the end there as well. Such velocity at which they retook the middle of the map.
And, Dashi's shown the presence with the sniper outer A as well before. So he does so once again, and then after he misses the shot outer, both DJ and Gwyn still are like, you know what? We could go through lights. Like, we got this, gentlemen. Not the right play call. And Dashi punishing from start to finish as well. 7-2 on a 5 spree. His feet are up for this one.
Still strange to think of him as the oldest player in the league.
Stop saying that.
Uncle Bruce.
Oh, God.
He's got the... Was it Nightwing, Robin? There's a whole gang of Caped Crusaders to help him out now. And see you later, Hook. He's... I don't know what that one was.
It's the spot. It's the Old Faithful.
Ah, yeah. And Dick Grayson famously was an acrobat. And I do believe Robin has died. There you go. 5-0. Lock back in, Big Brucey. Holy gets to Abe now. This is it. Mercules and Shotzi on the hunt towards the B bomb is Abe.
Oh, that'd be, yeah. I mean, you think Shotzzy takes him, or what do you think happens here? Takes him or just kills him?
No, does he just kills him? He just kills him. Don't do it. There you go. It's a simple finish, a clean, an unbelievably clean execution. 6-0 Optic Texas. It's a 2-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, that'll be GG go next. I know Vancouver Surge able to pull off a reverse sweep yesterday, but they are paying with negative confidence right now. Actually, I take that back. This was the one round where it felt like Surge were willing to make an aggressive play call, and they just played right into Optic's hand, served up Dashy a two-piece, and I mean, they had it just dialed in from start to finish. So a perfect game of S&D in a sense being played with that 6-0. They got every single first blood except for one, and yeah, that was an absolute slaughter.
I think it was a fantastic lesson, though, for the Vancouver Surge boys. They get to watch this back and go, wow, okay, a couple of things didn't work out for us, but there was a few gunfights where Optic did feel invincible, and I think that's one way to put it. Another kind of reference for you nerds out there. 6-0, absolute devastation there on Den. Truly, our feudal lords, Optic Texas. They took their tithe there from the Vancouver boys. Scar Overload coming up next. That's going to be the halfway point in the series. If we can see a turnaround, Optic. Excited to see how they play this one out. Obviously, the Hardpoint turnaround for Shotzzy, that 250 to 193 there on exposure to start things off. But this one, this is where it all goes down, folks. Scar Overload on the other side of this break. Chance, any quick calls, any predictions for this one? I mean, is it open and shut, or are World Champs going to get it done?
We have given extra attention to Shotzzy. He delivered in map 1. He goes 8-2 in map number 2, including a 1v3 clutch. I'd say he's looking like Omni-Man. He'll be good for map 3.
Guys, look at him go. Look at him go. And look at us go to a quick break. And the other side of this, it's going to be a lovely game of Scar Overload. Don't go too far.
Tuning in. It's week 2, day 1. We'll be back tomorrow for another round.
It's not.
It's vibey in here, man.
What do you want to say to the fans out there that's been supporting you guys? F*** Optic, f*** the Greenwell. Vamos! And that's going to do it for me and Vico here on the stage.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real. Ruthless aggression. Another on stairs, can't get it, it's Krent with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come, finds the first! Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
It'll be 2 over the top, he's going 1v1! Oh my goodness!
Pull the cross, Dylan attached! Dylan attached!
Dylan with 2, Dylan with 3, Dylan with 4!
Let's go, Paul! Wow! Let's go! Paul,
the 420 broken, holy Tom, you are no longer. Tom, you are no longer.
You're free.
You're free, Tom. It's over, bro.
Sorry, one of the finest hard points.
Tom, you're free.
I am free, guys.
Good run in the first set.
You gotta delete the emote, Tom. You gotta delete the emote.
Legs.
The 423 is no longer mine.
Yeah.
You gotta delete the emote, bro. It's no longer yours.
In Texas, they found a lot.
Thanks now, Tom.
Router, ayúdame.
Yo estoy muerto por izquierda.
Vaya remontada, hermano.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to descend. Your mug is an old team.
A team that shall not be named.
Okay, well, there we go, folks. Now it's time to get into Scar Overload, brand new mode here in the Call of Duty League. If you're joining us here in the year of 2026, maybe you're watching the VOD from a distant future where aliens or machines have taken over, who knows? But until then, let's get ourselves into this game. Shotzi's landed himself a lovely series so far. This S&D was nice. The Hardpoint was even better for that man on your screen. Luke fell off the map, but the last one was a lot of fun. And Big Bruce hit some snipes. That's where you're at if you're an Optic fan. That's the full recap. And the stats have been just as delightful, Chance. If you're a Vancouver Surge fan, though, this is the opportunity for you boys to turn it all around after what has been a tough start to the league. Will TJ be your savior here today against Optic?
I mean, I don't know. Considering the stat we just threw up is Hercules is currently going after the best KD drop so far this year. Yeah, TJ, the boys got themselves a little bit of work cut out for you. Scar is an interesting overload map as well, because I think it really seems to me like of the 3 overload maps we have, you have to work the hardest on this one. Like, you might have to kill 3 waves of players before you're able to get a score. And occasionally, but it feels a little bit rare, you can really chain some together. So I guess simultaneously, you really got to work for it. But once you got it, if you set up that like that green spawn trap, you can chain some stuff together. Scar is a dangerous one.
Let's see if those chains keep our teams together on this one. Early contest. Looks like T's trying to get into the mix ASAP. No coverage here from Optic, so TJ is going to be able to roam free, except for a sneaky Hercules. No possession just yet from either side. Lunas might be the man to grab first, but he does have to worry quite a lot about Dashi, who's managed to get in the motel.
This is really just a battle for any degree of space, because Gwen's a problem with Thorn in their side, but so is Shotzi on the other side. And that's going to be Optic. There you go, 3. Shotzi's able to give you 2. If you can clear out Gwen, there you go. Problem solved. Get that device and get to moving.
Yeah, gotta get moving though. A looks to be the target for now. A couple of big kills going their way. Oh dear, that's going to be the problem. Your lead man is now down and out. Hercules with a pistol, fighting his way forward. The goal is ever so close now, waiting for the kill there on Alunas. Here come the nades over the top. Who can Dashi get theirs? But the device is dropped out in no man's land, and Abe makes you pay.
And again, you got to work for it multiple times, right? Shotzi gave you 2 to open it up. Even Hoop immediately follows that up with 2 of his own. And you've got the device nearby. Another 2 down in the feed. It's going to be TJ and Lunars, that sort of last line of defense. But the reinforcements are going to be quick as TJ slows them down. You're trying to break ankles. Abe is here.
Oh, that's a big win from Hercules. The trade is nearly there. Can he get it? I get another! Ay, Dios mío! How has he done that? Over the top! And it's going to get very close to the goal line, and that is it. Dashi and Shotzi there for the pickup. Dashi lays it in, and what a way to get the first cap.
What, am I supposed to be mad that they, took a couple solo trials against Hercules? He only had the pistol. You just got to get the kills. So punishing moment there, but it'll be the topside spawn over towards playing. That's a decent start. Dashi's going to fall. You get the first kills. Got the front line pushed out. There's 3 in the feed, and just like that, you reposition. And now it is the EMP device spawn of hell. You got 3 minutes. We'll see how long it takes for a cap.
Well, there's a big old flank working out right now. Wait a minute. There is the opportunity for something insane to happen here. Shotzi can grab that and essentially run it. Boys, what's going on?
You're a psycho. You're a psycho.
I know.
It happened.
Just do it. I mean, come on. That's the blessing of the minimap. the wildness of that. Well, either way, we've got players in either spawn right now, an awkward situation, seeing who can tip the scales in their favor for now. Luna's on a bit of a run as he starts to get himself going. He's had a tough series, but a 5 spree, trying to make it 6 with basically no help right now. And oh wait, Shotzzy tries to make something happen on the big jump. Merc still keeping the play alive. They're looking for the drone to reset. The ball, the device to reset. That's my first and last of 2026, Charles.
Hey, Lunars, by the way, has been on an absolute tear. He's on a 7 spree, and he has been the absolute menace inside of their base. Now Optic, everybody's turtled. 2 kills and a feed, but at least if the device is towards the middle of the map, both teams will have a better opportunity to score. Certainly, Surge right now at the pressure.
He's getting it done, and without the device in his hand, that's just his pistol. Reset back to Motel. You've got all the members of Vancouver Surge on the top side of the map. If they can identify this, I mean, there is an opportunity to make some plays possibly happen here. Shotzzy, unable to win that fight. Still maintaining some presence here, but again, 0 possession. A couple of sets of kills once again. Optic back on spawn. Low side of the map, though, so close enough to where the device is for now. On board with Tej, as the gunfight's not going the way of Surge.
Oh, it's a great pickup by TJ. Good awareness that the middle of the map is open, and you're keeping everything contained. This third spawn for the EMP device, again, there was 3 minutes on the game clock when we got here, and there has not really been any real opportunity for a score. And even like structurally on the minimap, the positions you have to get in just to sort of like create opportunities to cap are not easy. That's why Optic are being so aggressive, trying to push past this area, but unable to do so. There's 3 in the feed, and now you're gonna be trying to run it forward.
Name's gonna get the intel, at least one man there on the goal. Little tagged up, here come the reinforcements from Optic. Luna's trying to make a play forward. He gets read and dealt with there. The trap set the net around him, not letting anything happen here. Now the front runners for Optic, it's gonna be Mercules and Shotzzy trying to find the opening kills. Mercules there, the red dot on the minimap. Here comes the ball up behind him. Shotzzy punches a hole and starts to draw some aggro. The goal was within sight, but Abe slows it right down. Dashy keeping the capture going. Won't let that thing reset. Can they keep the presence forward with 20 on the clock?
Trying to let Shotzzy cook. That's all they're doing.
He's still cooking. Still cooking. A little bit undercooked for a second there.
There's 3.
That could be it. Are we able to get something going? Nearly gets baked. 4 now on the spree. A few seconds to grab it. We should be good for a play here. We might be good for a capture here in overtime in the first half. And it's gone through. Beautiful stuff there for the halftime whistle.
That's exactly what it takes. That was a 3-minute endeavor, an endurance battle there to get that final score. And it took not just the 3 down that Optic got in the feed, it took all 4. And Shotzzy had to play top green for what felt like a year. So if you're not world starring like this, you're gonna have to work a little bit more, put more effort in. Mercury just shredding players along the way.
It was so close to that first cap. There's the quick grab there by Dashy. He and Shotzzy running that one very, very close together. First capture, great. The counter capture there from Vancouver was also so fast. But yeah, this was it. We had to run this one home. That was as close as the boys from Vancouver got on that side. Now we swap a single goal lead for Optic in that perfect overtime capture. Here we go.
Yeah, brutal though, just to let that cap go through in the final moments. And that is a 6-3, by the way, for Shotzzy. So he might even be getting close to the old Hellstorm. And yeah, he'll be maybe a kill, maybe 2 away, but maybe the kills aren't going to matter. It's an open lane, running it straight down mid with the device. Well, there's the extra kill. Doesn't get the Hellstorm, and his teammates fall as well. But if not for Shotzzy, well, Merc's on a spree too.
A little spree of his own. He's been cooking up something while his boy was taking all the limelight. Abe fighting his way forward on a Dashy. Still waiting for map control before they grab EMP. It's 3 down. Opportunity now to make something happen. Vancouver Surge. We're looking for the equalizer. Making our way forward. An open goal. No contest whatsoever. Ties it up.
Yeah, it's just an instant snap as well. Lunars was able to pick 2 to make it happen. There's another 2 in the feed thanks to Gwen, but Lunars has been on point this map. 20-9. Certainly not too shabby, albeit just for a tied-up game. Problem is, look at the minimap, man. Just guys being creepy. Mercules has made it over towards both, so Lunars might be in the spawn, but you don't have that device control just yet. And now Lunars is last man standing. And frankly, he now has to play defensively. He can't let him pick up the device because Mercules is living inside of your base.
He's still going. He's still going. Big pick up, though, and an open goal. Oh, Dashi saves it. That's a big win out of Lunas, and the spawns are not going to be good for him either. Has to win the next fight over the top. Shotzzy, wait. Oh, dear. This could be huge. Which way are they going to go? They've been pulled towards the A goal, but the B goal might be where we see this one go through. Tags are there, and Big Brucey, another massive defensive kill.
Yeah, maybe rushed it just a little bit, but either way for Surge, they still have the pressure. You got more players crawling over the spawn, device in hand, and you got the lead blockers, and there you go. Just like that, they slip the net and get it through. Optic spinning in circles, yet to clear your base. Another 2-spree from Lunars, and this could very well be the spawn trap time. Lunars, as long as he is alive, Surge are going to have so much more pressure on the map. Eventually he falls, but now you got to imagine what we saw in the first half is it took 3 minutes for a score for this device spawn. Now Surge just need to survive.
They're trying to survive it. Whoa, trying to weather this storm, but the weather is awful. Absolutely awful. And the approach now, Optic, once again, fighting our way through Motel. So much to contend with there. Unable to get it done alone. Here comes Lunas. From the back, Gwyn. Oh, 3 dead right off the rip here. Last man Hook identified. Can they find some presence through the middle of the map as well? Create an opportunity to move this forward. And a big kill from Kyler Garland's going to slow it down. TJ trying to be the point man. He's got an opening. Oh, can they run it home? No, Gwyn down. TJ picks it up. 4-2.
Beautiful. They got the lead. Now we're going back over towards mid. TJ gets dealt with, but Vancouver Surge have absolutely been surging in this game. Couple nice blowout moments, and now you got players everywhere surrounding the device, and they can just take things slow. Surge are no longer in any sort of hurry.
Yeah, went from surviving to thriving, and big wins up close and personal. Another battle here by the shot. Absolute shenanigans from Shotzzy by the haberdashery. That general store got blown wide open. A big multi-kill. Now trying to take control of the map, but Luna shuts it down for now. That device will respawn once again.
Oh, many would be proud. That is the hateful one there from Shotzzy, just to add a highlight reel clip to the play. Now Merc for 2, but either way, the story is you're down by 2 if you're Optic. You do not have time to waste. You're going to have to get these scores, and you're going to have to get them very quickly. You're going to have to set up a spawn trap effectively.
You have to. Abe's trying to hold him back. Are they going to get the grab? No, he gets reset back to mid-map. No problem. Dashy's there for it. You're still going to worry about the kills up front. Trying to slip the net. Not going to happen. Massive, massive moment. With a minute to play, that well could be it.
You're just playing keep away. You are in absolutely no hurry, no rush. And unfortunately for them, well, 2 players are going to fall, so Optic might actually have device control. And that's a 4 dead, and this is the one nightmare. You can't afford to get spawn trapped.
Shotzzy needs to get one. Damage over the top. Capture is all good. Can they get the rally? They've got positional advantage right now with the top side of the map. All theirs. Mercury's nearly finding a magical 2 there. Shotzzy now on the roam. Can they keep the pressure up? Here comes the man Hook from spawn. He's got EMP in hand, fighting their way forward. Optic now on the approach towards it once again. Abe finding 2. Can't get it. Can't get it. No one in position to grab that and run it home. 20 seconds. A super nade might have just saved the game.
Well, you get the bonus time if you could just pick this device up. That's why guys like Hook and Shotzzy is still playing for the spawn kills. Everyone else playing keep away. But if you get that device control, you have time to work with. But number 3's got to go for it. Gwyn takes it away. Last ditch effort, and there is no time. There you go, Vancouver Surge. They're on the board.
What a brilliant game of Overload. Gwyn with the clutch kill towards the end. Prevents overtime from triggering. Wow. What an effort from Vancouver Surge. A spectacular second half from them. First half was all about survival. The second was about the thrive. Beautiful stuff. 2-1 in the series. Our hump map continues to deliver. I don't even know where the series goes from here, Chance. I don't remember.
I have one guess, but if you want to take a look at the scoreboard, you're going to tip it to Lunas, right? 32 and 19, phenomenal stuff. I will say, even in the first half, he had, when he goes on a 7 spree, you don't actually get a score off of that. So, a chunk of his kills were sort of nullified. It was all about the group effort. And on the flip side, if you're looking at the group effort, the assists down the line for Surge, double digits plus all 4 players. Mercules is playing a one-man army type game, and the teamwork not quite as well there for Optic. Admittedly, the second half, they're having to run it down just a little bit, but we're gonna get the highlights. I'm more interested in seeing what's going on the mini-map when Surge was getting some of these scores, because I felt like Optic players were around, just never quite in the right spots.
Really nice 2 goals from that bottom side, and I think this was the second one there. I mean, Gwyn gets dropped, yeah, that and TJ, quick pickup, quick slide, couple of players there, doing what they can over the top. We talked about this at the start of the year, chance of trophy placement in your base, like in your goals, is going to be really huge for maintaining control there. And if you're the attacking team, getting a trophy down to prevent any kind of stuns, any nades come over the top, to keep the skies clear so that you can run goals home like that. Massive stuff. A couple of nice moments there from Surge. Really good trophies out of both teams, but massive positional plays, man. Really, really good stuff. That was the clutch kill. The winning moment where Gwyn gets that kill and then stops any kind of overtime shenanigans happening. Great stuff. The rally was there. Don't forget Abe's nade. Man, absolute magic nade over the top. A game-defining moment. That could have been 4-4. We're looking at overtime now. Amazing.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where, like, paying attention to the kill feed, you're thinking everything is great from Optic. You're wondering why that score hasn't come through, and it's, oh, that was the device carrier that got dropped. So a painful moment there. That is why it's such a fun game mode. And hey, Scar delivers. But now over towards Den, and I think that might be the most structurally sound map that we have. A key point for these two teams, though, is going to be P2, where Vancouver Surge, both times we saw them on this hill yesterday, like clamped, completely locked down. Kawhi Leonard in the playoffs, Miles. I'm giving you more defensive or NBA references just to confuse you as we look at the nade.
It is the nade. Oh man, it could not have been better. It rolled off a piece of like a piece of hard ground, and it rolled directly into Hook. Like there was no getting away from that ish. Lovely stuff, exciting game indeed. Loved it, to be honest. Overload hasn't disappointed me yet. I can't lie, man. Control, sure. Yeah, sure. This midwood fine. Overload's lit. Don't care. Next map, Den. Hardpoint chance. How we feeling?
You have so much hair. That is unbelievable.
I grew it all myself.
Whatever you got going on up there, that's very impressive. Feeling great. I mean, I think the expectation, just based on how the first 2 maps were going to go, you're still very confident if you're amongst the green wall, if you're a fan of Optic, just because they were dialed in, locked down, comms were perfectly fine, keeping track of everybody on the map, doing the little things right, so to speak. I do know that Den just seems to be a little bit more of a dangerous map for Surge. Super early days, though, for this team. But, I mean, again, when they got the goods, the client they had on P2, absolutely a difference maker. And, I mean, the gun's getting warm now as well. If map 2 is demoralizing on the confidence front, well, Lunars had his get back into map number 3.
Yeah, thank goodness. And he rolled that into map number 4. Oh, that's right. This guy. How could we forget? Great map 1. With an insane spree, that P2, that tank. I'm going to be thinking about that one later in the night tonight. Thinking about that one when rank play drops to season 2. Thinking about how I'm going to be playing that. It ain't going to happen. Here we go, though, ladies and gentlemen, into Den, map number 4. Raid S&D for game 5, but we have to go that way. Surge. Not another reverse sweep, surely not. Let's see how it goes into P1.
And what do we got? It's going to be Hook versus TJ for the mid-cut control on time. You're going to have Shotzi versus Abe, or maybe it'll be the nades that actually take him down. So you lose mid-cut control, but you're able to get the time in. Mercury's going hunting, but TJ is the real predator.
The real predator. There's always a bigger fish, and this fish is huge. Go on, TJ, gets himself another one. Okay, Hook is definitely king of the cods right now. The fish joke. It's Hardpoint still in the hands of Optic. They've done a really nice bit of work here at P1, as is statistically tradition of 4 of them. This is how they roll right off rip. Good work there from Dashy. Finds a rip of his own. No need to get the next few because his boy's getting the kills all over the place.
Oh, yeah, we're pumped up for this rotation. 2 players already pushed out. Hook has Mercules to work with, and, I mean, this is just the first wave. Even if Surge get these kills, Optic will be spawning right towards the back for the new setup. Or, if you kill Gwyn first and nobody's blocking, Vancouver Surge actually spawning in Narnia. You're getting parallels on the deep side, and then 2 players from Surge actually do spawn in the back. So, I mean, in terms of spawns, the game's trying to help Surge get this break.
Well, we'll see if it helps. They're trying. Winston trying to bide his time here. There's no way he gets 2 out of this in the slow approach. And his teammates are getting slammed, and he does nothing, unfortunately, on the attack. Last man down and out, and the spawns are going to flip. We are going to see the members of Surge attacking from the outside, and in theory, Optic are trapped. But at this point in time, you need to get them off it. You have to get them off this hard point. They are soaking this game away.
Yeah, we might be checking out of the old Hixie coefficient. He was talking about if players start really slow, will that impact their game long term? Well, Gwyn started off 0-5, now 1-6. Abe started off 0-4, now 1-4. We'll see if those two players can get the bounce back or if a slow start like that will permeate their minds.
We'll see if it does linger. Great tracking there from Shotzi up close. Not enough to get the kill though. Lunas and Gwyn find theirs over towards the new hard point. Rotation done. This time Surge are in position. Dashi unbelievably challenging to kill Big Bruce. Each moving, and here comes our Hellstorm. Brutal. This is a very, very open hard point. Lots of damage going to be dealt here. We'll see how many kills Hook actually gets. One for now. Luna's safe for the time being. Here comes the break on foot. Mercules leads the charge, finds the time.
Arrow's turn. Y'all gonna need to turn. Yeah, Hook ended up sort of pinching one side of the map. You're gonna have some crazy splits going on. So Optic now trying to reposition in the chaos and getting cut down along the way. So the Hellstorm is great for the break and maybe not as clean as you want it after the fact, but does it really matter when you have an 80-point lead?
Oh, dang. TJ finding another couple of big ones. 6 and 7 in the kills department. Shotzi spree comes to a close. Vancouver trying to do what they can here in the final moments of scrap time, and nobody really close to the new time. Optic should have control of that one for now. Lunas, he's got a bit of a battle now taking place in the outskirts, and he loses it to Mercules. That's a big one. Now all eyes forward for Optic.
Yeah, needed those kills, and now for Vancouver Surge, this is just going to be brutal everywhere you go up. Or maybe if you just get a guy to spot up back patio, it'll be extra kills for Hook to get because he's 14 and 3. And if we're looking at the Hixie coefficient, by the way, Abe and Gwyn still getting slammed. So yeah, tough to bounce back.
Shout out Charlie, I'm sure he's watching. Hope you're doing well, mate. Not doing as well as Hook is right now, 15 to 4. Shotzi on the attack as the groans of our operators certainly helping in the push towards time. Hook somehow getting that kill. Some way walking away with a 2-piece, his 17th of the map. Holy.
Yeah, you're just going to get overwhelmed. I mean, you have Vancouver Surge absolutely battling to get 10 seconds. You know, it has been a tough one indeed. Trying to set up around new, but I mean, just the timing. You have Dashi staying a lot in towards P2, messes with the timings of the players in couches, lets Merc run up through the middle of the map. I mean, Optic right now, just complete and utter dominant control. I forgot about the fish references, but got to go back to that just for entertainment.
That's all right. We'll give ourselves a moment to catch our breath and fill our gills with a quick listen in with Vancouver Surge.
Right side time, right side time. Okay, he's right side. You, Merc. You again. Am I run up the left?
Right, to right.
Right side, right. And pinch me, B-cut, comment.
Right side, done.
B-cut challenge. Here, am right side you. Alright, Sam.
He's in our dub, Cut a bullet, Tyler.
Nice, I'm trying to need it
right side time on me, too.
Okay, I'm trying to need it.
Yeah, 8 to my right, 8 to my right.
Hey, dead.
Dead. I need time. I want left.
Right side, Brennan, done.
Nice, too. Game on hill.
Right to mid,
on B-cut, boys.
Nice,
missing Shotzi on new. Probably push out front new, probably. I'm in the left here. He's a couch.
Okay. I hear on that.
Couch back up.
Let's take our time here, boys.
Slow working on couch. I'm
okay. I'm gonna help you though. I can help you, couch. I'm gonna send. Oh, I got needed. I'm needed.
Yeah, D-back.
I send deep left.
Got out on me. One shot. Back up. We cap up.
Back left. And time now. I'm one shot, boys. I'm dead.
Nice one all the way out front. I'm going front.
Brandon's in time.
Outer weak.
Here.
We're outer.
I'm trying to help you guys out here. Hold on. I can help you. I'm trying to help you.
Huh? Couch, Mason.
Outer hand. One time. So we time.
Go further. One more out. Back in the
By rail.
He's playing his left.
Free. Nice.
Break the trap.
I did.
Oh, I'm behind this guy.
Here.
Back
on. Couch. Nice, bro. Good job.
I'm mid. He's couch again. Shotzi.
Okay, I have real couch.
I'll see. Up in front. Up there. In the back. Not touched. He went back. Nothing in the back. Couch.
Inner Brandon.
You can bump through this hold.
Here you
go. Here, couch. Yes, I'll go. He went out mid. Still in her.
Hey, just stay out, bro. That could be like front broken, bro. Could be like in broken or front broken.
Yeah.
Top broken. And jump out mid.
Mid.
Nice, bro. Good win.
Another guy dub, maybe?
Yeah, Brandon right back somewhere.
That's my dojo, though.
Okay, I hear you.
I dub her top blue.
I'm coming with you.
Lockers on me, lockers.
I hear. I have real teeth. Hold on. On their head.
Outer, one shot. 10, one shot.
I hear 10. Not showing.
One shot. Two there. I'm dead. Two.
10. Try.
He's there's no time. Nice.
Nice shot.
I have it now.
Outer, I need him. Watch out.
Here, outer mid.
I'm one shot 10.
Outer, one shot. Outer.
Mid.
All the way outer.
Outer dashy.
It was one shot. You're probably healing.
On time.
Inner merge dead.
Nice. Shot you.
Okay, low you.
Absolutely.
Low down.
Dojo.
I hear you. 20 seconds here, boys.
Dojo, someone.
I hear you.
Link close.
Tyler was out mid.
Dojo, weak as fuck. 2. One shot on top of the bookshelf.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Help here. Rail.
Close, right?
I'm nading patio. One break cut. We should cut though.
Dojo.
Okay. Yo.
Yeah.
They're owing. He tried to inside back
Tyler.
Vancouver Surge, welcome back to the game. Doing just fine. Over 200 points. Optic, now go.
Yeah, it was back-to-back beautiful hills coming out of Vancouver, and then Optic just anchored up on this rotation, have a full setup, and now they're looking to take the control back.
Yeah, that's okay. 3. Shotzi. Oh man, he was trying to get 3 of his own, but that's the break. Surger in, and a healthy hard point still ripe. Lots of time to be taken here. Mercules tries to thread the needle, can't find anything there, but the Phantom thread gets pulled, and here comes the flank though from Shots. He gets himself in there, and Gwyn wins a big one. And
Gwyn's fighting. Now Dashy here on outer. Well, multiple players to deal with. Great damage. You're sending in Merc for the cleanup kills, and he is successful. A bloodbath here on the battle, but at least Surge do it enough to sort of make it mixy. Don't give away too much time, and you know, a hope and a prayer of making the comeback. They certainly on P1 have mid-cut control.
Yeah, they got mid-cut, but Hardpoint is going to be Optics. For now, good work nearly from Dashy. There's Tej, gets himself a little consolation kill on the attack towards time. Can you break this one out? Optic had a great P1 hold from start to finish here on the openings of all of that. And we're finding more kills yet. Contest is done. Optic are in. Final few seconds here. As Dashy's going to be the lone man up, trying to stop this play happening. And so far, so good. Bruce is there. Luna's now alone on time. Here comes the flood of green-shirted players. And oh, that's awkward. Nearly. Justy's going for it now. Last guy, Dashy, I can barely finish the sentence. Final few seconds, and that should be the series. That should be the series. Optic Texas. 3-1 the final score. Overload not going their way, but a strong series otherwise. GG's.
And, you know, Optic doing so much, they're playing with the timings of the opponents as well as us. Miles, tough to go that final moment, but nonetheless dominant in the hard points. And for a team that has struggled in the game mode, I think that is exactly what you want to see. Optic come out and take care of business. I think really no stress in that series at all, 4 of them. Outside of the overload. A perfect 6-0 there in the S&D. Shotzi looked on form and Hardpoint as well. Great, you know, even if I'm trying to focus on the P2s, Optic just completely dominant and locked the first one down. Second go around, they have the spawns. They got Shotzi with a nice creddy angle under the steps. I mean, clean and efficient. Hoop dropped 31, Shotzi dropped 26. No complaints. Nice 10 CDL points. They'll end up in winner's bracket for sure.
Lovely stuff. They'll end up in winner's bracket for sure. There we go. 31-17 for Hoop. Big 3K in the damage department for both he and Shotzi. A very, very strong game. Again, the hard point looking good. No problems there for the Optic lads. They do have a little bit of work to do when it comes to the overload. That was really it. That was the only weakness in their game, and even then a very, very competitive and exciting game on Den. Sorry, on Scar, but I mean, all in all, exciting stuff. Really good looks out of them. I think they're back in form after what was a tough loss against FaZe, but if anything, that just goes to show we are in for a good major 1 if this is the way things are going. Quick look there across the series. Search and destroy, not a problem whatsoever. I forgot about that. 6-0, to be honest. We're having way too much fun. Way too much fun. GG's. 10 CDO points. Go to Optic.
And if you want to tie in sort of the theme that Nameless was talking about on the desk as well, mentioning Optic's opening breaks, I think they were on point on this series as well. Both opening breaks on the hard points won, and I mean, it was Mercules in the first map starting off in the 5 spree. The opening break on the second map obviously set them up to get like a 70-point lead just off the rip. So continues to be a very strong point from Optic, and Nameless will continue to keep an eye on it.
How about that, Nameless? You there?
I am there.
Actually, maybe. Oh!
Hey, guys.
Oh, hey, guys.
You guys look beautiful.
Yeah, you guys did a fantastic job there on the mic. That series ended twice. Let's take a look, though, at how this one was wrapped up in 4 games. And you called it. It was going to 4.
You did too.
We called it. It was going to 4. TJ doing his magic in a little bit of overload.
Yeah.
Was that the game mode you expected Optic to drop tonight?
No, actually it wasn't. You know, coming into this, I thought Optic could be susceptible to, you know, the map 1 hardpoint loss, but just not. I mean, you look across the board, this Optic team just so good, and I have a feeling they lost that overload so they can get more hardpoint reps, because now they're back to 500 in HP, and you know, everybody had their moments. I think the most impressive map in this series was the Game 2 Search and Destroy, and in my opinion, the most impressive player.
6-0.
Yeah, 6-0, and what, 5 first bloods, and Dashy just showing them so many different looks as well. Like rounds where he had a sniper out up top, switching up with the AR, finding first bloods, and you know, we get over here into this hard point, and Optic just came out to
Hook started 17-4, bro. They had 87 to 5-point lead through the first round of Hills, and you really just saw them establish dominance. Vancouver with a late game resurgence. They had 2 perfect Hills back to back. Can you build on that?
Yeah, I mean, they did that in the map 1 as well, and I think, you know, for Optic, part of that, and we saw the Miami match where teams inch back in on them. Optic tries to play to get into these like penultimate situations where, like you saw, I pointed out in the green room, Mercules is pushing all the way up towards balcony, and he just has the trust that like Shotzi's gonna find 2. And more often than not, that will happen. But we're early enough in the title where all those concepts, they're just not playing out exactly like how they want them just yet. So teams are sneaking back into these maps. But nevertheless, they win both these HPs. So looking good right now.
Walking away with some Respawn W's today. That's going to make a lot of Greenwall fans happy. Right now, though, it's time to visit our Scuff play of the game. Who's delivering? Bruce had some plays in Search. He contributes. Let's take a look at some of the big ones here as a 6-0 was dealt out.
Yeah, I mean, spectacular Search and Destroy. You know, talking about this one, you know, Shotzi was just getting loose, making huge plays late in these rounds. The main guy, though, and I told you before, Dashy just switching up where he's playing. One round he's at B with the AR in his hand, just laying down damage so you can take space. But it's all teamwork, right? Like, the only reason that was even able to happen was because Hoop was so good at B by himself. So Dashy's like, all right, I can leave you. I'll just go snipe over towards A this round. Like, the ability to change it up like that, throw your opponent off guard, that's how you get a 6-0. You build a lead, you start playing with that lead.
Now, with the sniper being available for 2 lives, right? Are you expecting Dashy to bring that out from round 1 to round 10? Is this something you're expecting middle of the game?
Yeah.
Is there enough film to study going into Major 1?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like a little unpredictability in it because you don't know what rounds he's going to use it. But if he pulls it out that round 1, gets a kill, hey, put it away the next couple rounds, whip it back out when you get a lead, because now I can just change my position. They have no idea what I'm doing, right? So I think it's just more so once you have a lead built, especially with the way the sniper is in this game with the 2 rounds, you can get really mixy with it, make some weird plays.
While we're waiting on the interview to get ready, I wanted to ask you about Shotzi. Coming into the day, he has one of his worst performances. We saw him really struggle against FaZe. He was trying to use the NPC, the new SMG that has a really great damage dealt at short range and then a big fall off once you get to medium range. Today, he goes back to the Dravik. Did he play with the NPC at all?
Yeah.
Does he need to worry about his game?
No, Shotzi doesn't need to worry about his game. Pull the dropback out, was absolutely slamming. Obviously, the quality of opponent today was a huge drop-off from FaZe going up against Surge. But for Optic going forward, I think this is a good sign. Resilience immediately coming into this next match and looking good. Off the break in both the HPs and closing both of them out. At the same time, the sub-duo played really good in this series, and particularly on that last map. Hook had some massive plays on rotation.
This runaway was sick.
Yeah.
The ninja play in the smoke, excellent commentary from Miles, and then just not getting chased down. We take a look at the mini-map. The man is a menace on the flank as well.
Yeah, he just gets lost. Here he finds 2 kills, bottom server. But yeah, Shotzi's an absolute beast, especially when he's flowing like this and the timings are working. He's just going to dominate you.
Shotzi finding his form once again. He and Hoop taking over the front line in this battle. Let's take a look at the numbers from the powerhouse. Hook, 53, 58 from Shotzi, a 1.26 and a 1.21 ain't bad.
Yeah, 158 seconds of hill time for Shotzi as well, putting up 6,600 damage, a much needed bounce back. And yeah, when this duo is going at it, Chris, like, what are you gonna do?
Why did they ever split up, Hook and Shotzi?
You tell me.
Who thought that Pred was gonna bring more success? Well, they got him a ring.
They won a world championship.
Yeah, they did win a ring.
But when they brought Hook back, why'd they ever split up after that? these
I don't
guys
know.
are
I've been a
so
fan of the guy since he played Halo. I'm trying to buy him time as he's plugging in his webcam, and then he's plugging in his audio, and then he's going to get his microphone ready. We'll see if Hook is able to join us. If not, we'll go to a break, and we'll talk to him in just a few moments. In fact, Kyler is here. Hook, welcome to the show. Congratulations on a 3-1. We saw it coming from a mile away. The Green Wall saw it coming, but can you talk to us about the FaZe matchup first? What happened there? You guys came in with a perfect 3-0 record. Everyone was expecting you to go 4-0.
Yeah, I don't know. We just lost, to be honest. I wouldn't say it's because of practice or anything like that. We've been playing pretty well. I guess sometimes you just lose. I really don't have a good answer for that. Obviously, you could say there's a lot of things obviously behind the scenes, like energy and that type of stuff. You know, we could have probably came out a little bit more passionate, but yeah, we can only learn from it type shit.
100%. And you say you can only learn from it. So what was the emphasis coming out of that match? Because today, a whole new energy, especially in the respawns.
Yeah, it was like a wake-up call, and also there's just a lot to improve since the game is so early. We're nowhere near perfect, so just trying to take it day by day in our practice and improve.
Hook, final question. You were top on the leaderboard when we were watching that game number 4. How does the game feel right now, and what is your personal favorite map?
I actually really enjoy this game. My favorite map, probably like Blackheart, low key.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of like Blackheart. Yeah.
I can see why. I can't wait for them to let you play on it.
Yeah, no, I'm excited.
All right, Hook, congratulations on the win. We'll let you go.
All right, peace out, guys.
We got to let Hook roll because we got another match ready to go. It's the big battle when we return. LA Thieves taking on Toronto Koi, who's truly a top 4 powerhouse.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Remember when I spent days on the dog, still on the leash, I'm a dangerous dog. Every day is like business, yeah. I'm not famous, I'm infamous, yeah. Paternal twins, I'm different. I'm different. Don't need it. Diamonds on my crown, the reigning king. You don't impress me, not this week. I'm gonna tear that boy elite.
And we are back. It is the 9th day of action here in the Call of Duty League for Black Ops 7, and you are about to see a showdown between 2 powerhouse squads. LA Thieves, Toronto Koi, always perennial stars to go to a top 4, top 3 finish at any major. One of them might not finish top 8. LA Thieves' road has been a little bit bumpy. How has the road been for Koi so far?
Yeah, Koi have been absolutely sensational. And, you know, for this team, #1 overload team that we have in the game, a lot of that is due to Joe Deceives. He's been unbelievable in that game mode. Talk about Koi and overload, not only are they #1, league average is 26% scoring on runs. Well, Koi are doubling that at 50%. So when they have the ball in hand and they're making a push, they are scoring. You can see 5.7 per overload, 3-0 on map 1s, 0-2 in map 4s, but that's fine if you're guaranteed at map 3.
We have 3 teams at 3-1. Winner of this will join them for a 4-way tie for first place. Toronto Koi trying to make a statement today. If you're looking outside of Joe Deceives, who's your player to watch?
CleanX. Since he switched roles, obviously we have Blackheart and Colossus now, so you can run that sub when he wants if they get those. But even on the AR, he's so aggressive. He's been playing really good, and he understands insight, and that's why we've seen Insight performing at a higher level this year as well. The dynamic there, just the chemistry, Insight just feels comfortable.
As time goes on, you're going to see, of course, Real up his game as he gets more comfortable on the lineup. On the other side of things, though, you have the LA Thieves, and this is a super team. When you saw the offseason changes, one of the biggest notes was that Abizi is now playing alongside Paco. Kenny comes in to fill out this roster, and you have Scrap expected to be one of the most dangerous ARs in the game.
Yeah.
They're sitting at 2-1, right? So not a bad start to the season. What do you need to see from them today?
Yeah, I'm just going to tell the LA Thieves fans, the COD community, some facts right now. The sub duo is, I went back, I watched all their games, and it's particularly one versus Genomates. The sub duo is not on the same page. Hydra is 47th in the league right now. He hasn't been playing well in kills per 10 minutes in Hardpoint, and you can see right here, 0.8 and Hardpoint 48 in the CDL. Like, that's not the normal Paco. So before y'all want to put the bullseye on Kenny, he should not be the win condition. Look at this roster. Kenny is absolutely not the win condition on this team. He's the condition in which you're reigning tournaments back to back to back if he's frying. But listen, Hydra and Abizi need to find some chemistry and gel better together in these respawns.
Yo, Wheeler's on fire today, and it looks like both teams are ready to square up for a barn burner. We got Den. Blackheart will be seen for Hardpoint. So if you wanted a triple dose of SMGs, you could see it in a Game 4. Question for you, though, Wheeler.
Yeah.
Do we get that scar? Do we get that Game 5 that everybody wants?
Well, it all depends. I mean, so we just set it up, right? Koi have been so good in Overload, and we look at the Thieves last match, the Dens did not go well for them against Genomates. So I think if you're a Koi fan, you feel incredible about the start of the series, and then the Blackheart, where you should have an advantage, and that you have 3 natural sub players. So all things point to Koi here winning this match.
All things point there. Do you believe in them? It's time to lock in our Scuff Pick'ems. Nameless has been on fire today. He just called a Game 4 victory for Optic. Will he get number 17?
A true pick'em. I'm gonna go with Koi. I think it's hot in the kitchen over there in the LA Thieves camp. I got Koi taking it.
Spicy kitchen. Scrap's chefing it up. I want to hear him talk shit. He can't talk if he doesn't win. Scrap, let's get loud. LA Thieves. Paco is going to be able to bounce back today with a 1.1 in Hardpoint. The fans agree, but Rosalie is riding with you. It's Koi. It's LA Thieves. Final match of the night. Let's go to a Game 5, guys.
Yeah, I'm down for it. I think especially with just the story of the narrative that we've seen from both these two teams, both from preseason matchups and also just how the season started, feels like we could have a power ranking shifting type of match here. I got to give credit to, as well as Puckett is doing. Like, Ant really is cooking this weekend, man. This guy's come out prepared. He's hitting some hard-hitting facts. I'm loving it out of Ant. Yeah, the Bears win and Wheeler's just on a whole different planet, you know? So he's taking over on a desk, and hopefully someone in this series is looking to take over because both squads end 2025 not on a high note. Obviously, on the side for Koi, you lose a tough Game 5 versus FaZe Vegas. You lose 2 search and destroys in that series. Really threw me off guard. But on the opposite side for the Thieves, you got beat up, bamboozled, whatever the hell you want to call it, versus the Genomates on multiple maps that we have in this series again. So I think we want to start off 2026 on the right foot. Let's change the looks of what our Den Hardpoint looks like. Yeah, and eventually the Den the Den Overload as well is another one that we're going to look forward to, because that was woof, to put it plainly. But let's get things kicked off here with our opening Hardpoint for Toronto. They have been really solid. The only time that they really kind of stumbled was versus FaZe. Everything else has been pretty darn complete, and a lot of it has been because of, again, looking at this long-standing duo of Insight and Kleenex, the flexibility, the versatility, and the demand for them to really step up this year, and they've provided to this point. See if they can combine once again. As we got Thieves, we've got Toronto. Let's get map number 1 underway. Let's get it on. Yeah, that's why it's so dangerous to play the likes of a player like Kleenex, is he can pick up an SMG off the ground and still make plays happen. But into the mix we go at the P1. Battle for the map control. Kenny flies on in, finds a double scrap with the third. LAT, no need to sweat. You got the right side of the map and you're soaking up all this hill time. Hydra getting active, M15 in hand at the moment. Scrap picking up the rooftop, able to find one pistol out. Thought he had collateral damage onto Insight, but he will be traded. So scrambling back to the hill is LA. Possibility for Toronto with maybe an extra kill to swing the spawns around right as soon as we get to P2, but instead they're going to focus from the front, see if they can kind of crack the code early. Abizi in their way, and it's going to be a favorable kill feed for the Thieves. Yeah, they've been able to manage that blast spawn there from Kleenex to be the only one to spawn behind enemy lines and still be able to hold on to a perfect setup. Now BZ does get overwhelmed through the backside. Spawns flip. Koi have the numbers. Try to fly their way in to get this early break, but Kenny playing like a nuisance, playing like a rat. He knows he hears the noise, so he just wants to have a great start. Another clean, 4 dead. Thieves still in control.
Oh, and still cooking off of it, 6 in a row for Hydra. The flexibility being showcased by Kenny, but now you have a little bit of pop off from Hydra, eventually shut down, but the damage absolutely done. 47 plays up against 7. The scrap time looking pretty calm and complete for Thieves as well. A heck of a start for LA.
And now you're going to be a little bit late off the rotation over towards P3, but with this final 15 being not contested, you have a free roam to work your way on out. You already see the Razor 9mm in the hands of a Beezy. As they wait for this Hellstorm to get called in, this is going to give all the information, but the Beezy has to choose his time to strike over towards Dojo.
Well, the one player at Dojo will fall. Insight has no idea that Abizi is behind him at this point. Still able to find Kenny for the first. Abizi melts onto one, but traded immediately. Hydra up and over, shut down. Joe Deceives equal to the test. So now it's just on to Kenny, the only remaining Thieves member around the hardpoint. Tries to double shell this out with Abizi, but both will drop, and now all of a sudden a moment here starts to develop for Koi.
Yeah, clean kill feed for Koi, all lit up in white. Spawns are in control because you have Real hard blocking towards the backside of Dragon. So all your focus is on the front side at the old time of P2, and inside is just lining them up with the AR. Multi-kill in the feed. Final 15 seconds. You're forcing Thieves to rotate, but you're walking right into the preamps of Joe Deceives. They are dominating the mid-map control.
Yeah, 5 in a row for Kleenex, trying to spur back this early comeback effort to get us back to neutral. And P4 will open up to the backside of Toronto. Good kills from Joe to clean up mid-map, and the read for Insight is perfect, and everyone else is coming outside that Dojo push through. Split spawn situation, though. Thieves looking to set up a bit of a 2-2 split and pinch, but Insight's holding it back, and the Thieves eventually crack through, find a couple of close spawns, leaving Real by himself.
Yeah, but Real wins a big one-on-one, just trying to alleviate the pressure from the front side, because everyone is going to spawn all the way across the map, but his one-on-one pays no part, because Thieves just fly their way through the back door and clean house. But Toronto just fly their way right back to the front and flip the spawns. That was hectic, but Koi come out on top.
Yeah, good stuff right now for Koi. Good stabilization. Kleenex caught, trying to throw a stun. Insight just making sure there is no further push from the Thieves, but it does get pushed through, at least for a moment of contest. One more player on the side of the hill is Scrap, and Joe could not get the full regen. So Scrap time will go to Thieves. They'll regrow their lead to about 30 points, and we'll reset back to P1.
And now Hydra's going to work on some of these routes. Had a phenomenal start to the game, but has slowed down off the last 2 hills because you don't have the positionings that you want to roam free. Guns get cut down on the OE. Insight finds one through top window, so Koi are making the adjustments this time around at P1. Flawless so far on this setup.
Trying to stay patient as Thieves. Trying to allow Abizi to get into the hard point, and with that win onto Insight, that will be enough clearance. You had to have numbers and actually clear off the headies. So good moment here for Thieves. They're going to break past the 100-point mark, and we're going to jump on in to see how they're coming with the listening with LA.
I'm holding it. Let me take. I'm
Double kill.
just holding 5 couches. One shot couches.
I'm top broken.
Couches. One shot not broken. Absolutely. One can be front couches now. No, what's being front?
Make cut.
I'm gonna jump out top blue again.
Make cut. Real, absolutely.
Real. On time.
Take your time,
On time on me. Real.
Nice, good
Good couches on me.
You got the.
I'll see him hold. Good time.
I got
Couches. I got naded.
I
Still couches. He's still couches.
Indu, boy.
I regulate. He'll be in couches. Work him right. I spawned back.
One kid is on me.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let me fit those in.
Yeah, I'm a nade side. I'm a nade in. Yo, back square. They have a trophy. Joe, watch out time. Joe has blue. One's close right now.
One back square, guys.
Joe, dead on time.
Nice job. One's out front, Ernie. 100% out front.
On time. One's out Real.
I'm out front. Take it.
Real on time. Real weak. Right corner on time.
Real.
Out.
I'm dead. Last two time.
I hear you.
Alright, one blank close outer.
He naded me enter. I'm one shot.
Take down.
I spawn front.
Got it. I'm blocking for the one.
I have your outer.
I'm gonna count.
One's outer, trying.
I'm counting. Take them.
Damie outer.
Two times.
I got one.
All good. Get to me.
Yeah, go new.
Give me
One's mid. One's definitely couches.
Everyone's mid.
Nice. Good shit. I'm backing up.
One shot.
Left and front. One shot down. Clean next one. Absolute small, bro.
Yo, I'm blocking flash.
Great P2 and a good rotation starting to brood here for Toronto. Looking like they're going to be able to take the lead pending on this next set of gunfights go. Let's take this moment to listen in with Koi.
I'm talking to him.
Could be 10. I did it. Don't worry about it.
Order. There's a team. There's 3 teams. 10 order. There's 10 order and one shot. 10.
I still have your mid.
10 one shot. One front. Yo, careful the pinch. I'm looking at
still.
I have it. I have it. Yo, outer still.
It's in.
Yeah, I'm absolutely. Out here. It's in now. Chop. Paco dead.
Go for Go.
Yo, there's side. I'm on it.
Done someone. Full stop.
Outer strap dead.
So I'm making through this.
Go, now weak. Nice. Good
I
job.
have help. I'll go to Chema. I have a streak as well, for P1.
Run through. They should be at P2 spawn. Yo, okay, back. Blue steps on the right. Blue steps on the right. Paco's go pod now.
One fire though. Ice lane. I made a step. There's at least 2 in the back. He's low red. Low left red.
We close spawn. I won't pay your door.
Still red framing you guys.
That's you, weak.
Scrap. One shot dead. One speed right. Wall. I'm twice really weak. Right down the door. And then one back blue steps.
Same time.
Deep stage.
Okay, block red. He's right. That's one at the back.
That's one delay. You got one front and then 2 in the back. He's on trees.
Already lights.
I'm going to top. Give me a sec.
Yeah, okay. Slow down. Slow the game down.
We'll scrap. We're alone front. Give me a sec, John.
Go together. Break together. Nice. Break together. Yo, outer pallets.
He's hard scoring with it, okay?
I go time.
He could have been pushed off.
They're not the break. Outer can dead. One shot.
Got back dead.
Nice. I'm coming over, Jimmy. It's 20 seconds.
I'm blocking spawn. I'm back up weak. He's weak back.
Wait.
Back door. Only one. I have Just get back. Absolutely.
I need back door.
Right card and one more. I could be coming.
They're gonna
go right on you, Jimmy.
You coming?
Absolutely. Okay, one more.
I have it, Jimmy. I have it, okay?
Pitch, good call. Max,
I'm pushing out the cut, okay?
Now.
Scrap time will be finished off by Thieves, but it's a 20-point edge and growing for Toronto, who's still up 2 Hellstorms to use. So pretty significant cushion here for Toronto trying to close the game out.
Yeah, I thought they were going to blow the game wide open with potentially using it on that P4 because there's a window all above Dragon. You could have cleared out all that backspace with Kleenex being the sole man to spawn out towards the front, but they decide to use the gunny, and now this is when the Hellstorm is going to get invested because Thieves ran it up last time on this P1. You're looking for the opening. Trophies will be down. Not going to connect onto the play on the point, but eventually Scrap does fall, and now Toronto have 2 down to instantly push their way back through mid.
Yeah, plus that information on the players playing forward. Kenny just trying to stay alive on the head. He will also be taken down, so it got to within 15 points, but Toronto right back in for scrap time. Real, the one on top of the hard point. Joe trying to support best he can, but the Thieves will overwhelm. Good high ground positioning. The ARs lighten things up. And look at the quick moves here from Thieves. Trying to stretch back across mid lobby. Insight deals with one. Knows he's under some pressure. Will back up into the hard point while Joe will try to keep the spawn safe. Big gunfight win by Kenny. Should move the spawns as P2 opens.
Yeah, and look at the repinch coming in from Scrap. So those 2 players from Core are going to be so damn far away. You are going to get overwhelmed with the pressure on the side of the Thieves, and at the right time, Scrap activated. 3 in the feed. All 4 dead. Spawns a little bit mixy, but Thieves are thriving in it.
Yeah, the BZ will get his 20th elimination while Scrap continues to hold down the front. Woo! Huge comeback effort now underway. They've survived through 1 Hellstorm, but there's still 1 more in the back pocket of Toronto. 30 seconds to fight. Koi trying to make the move through mid-map to see if they can try to contest this back 20.
They just need to find an opening and they get it through couches. So Kleenex and Real trying to get it done around this mid-map. You just need to fly on in, get a trade on some players who have been untradeable for quite some time now. Scrap and Hydra on 10 in a row combined. Take a slight lead, can walk away with this final 10 seconds and have 2 players off the rotation to find some kills to be even more impactful.
And Scrap could answer with a Hellstorm of his own. Hydra is a sheer assist or elimination away from earning a second. Here comes Scraps to open things up through P3. Abizi trying to hold on to the front while Hydra plays on the other side of the map. 2 players tucked inside a 10. Insight staying safe, playing the corner on Dojo. Gets pushed off as Real will drop. Hydra also finds elimination, so he should have a Hellstorm on top of this. The Thieves trying to stay alive. Good for 1, but not the second. Kenny able to crack the code. Here comes the response from Kleenex.
Another Hellstorm. Not gonna have it if you go all the way towards that P4. You need to find a break here if you are Koi. Thankfully, the Hellstorm is not allowing Thieves to contest them for this time now. And this is what we saw in last go around for Toronto. Just consistently jumping up through the mid cup, and this time Thieves find a couple. They are not allowing them to get any free time.
12 seconds remain on this hard point. Thieves are spawning on the right side of the map as we start to look over towards patio. Trying to get there first would be Insight. If you can find a win onto Abizi or any of these crossing members from Thieves, maybe there's a chance to try to hit this from the front. Abizi on time. Looking towards the rooftops, has to keep his head on a swivel, loses the first gunfight to Real. Hydra trying to pass the baton and get into the mix, and he's on the chase, trying to find where exactly Real's gone to, but Toronto win that next gunfight. Scrap, backside of the hard point. Joe Deceives trying to keep the play alive with 2 of his own, playing through the pinch, and Toronto will find a way to break. You gotta call the Hellstorm in here for Thieves to counteract.
Yeah, but Hydra just staying alive and getting a kill allows a second player to spawn right next to him. So Kenny, what can you get done? Absolutely nothing. He does find one onto the player, so it's a 3v3 in towards the hard point. Thieves just had to trade Joe, and they can't.
Unbelievable resiliency from Joe Deceives at the end. They're going to hit 250 first. It's an exchange of Hellstorms that you thought might just lead to a giant chess game of these heavy pieces moving between each other. But in the end, the biggest name on the map, Joe Deceives, with the final 5 to give Toronto the map 1 edge.
And right there, Thieves did everything that they could to try to hold onto those back spawns. Koi had them trapped towards the back end. Insight couldn't find any kills on the cross, but he wasn't allowing them to cross for free. But it all starts with the opening through the front gate, through the front door. You win that one-on-one. You force these now to be a lot more productive or reactive to their setup. And when they tried to flood their way on in, that's when Joe finds the timing through bottom computers, opens up with that double, sets up the pin, spawns them all the way across the map. And even though Thieves had players scattered on the front and the back, they just could not get close to the hard point. Koi fight their way on back into this game and steal map number 1.
What a back and forth affair this one was, though. Stat lines largely representing that, but yeah, it's Joe Deceives at the end for that final 5. And it really is, you know, you called it, like, kind of, we heard it in the Toronto listen, and it was a little bit odd to hear, I think it was Kleenex and Insight talking between themselves, like, when do they want to use streaks? And I think it was Kleenex's voice says, I'll just hold this for P1. And you start to think, whoa, we may have missed a window there, because Thieves bounced back into the game nicely by getting that P4 hold that they put together. But yeah, it's that just exchange over the top of 3, Hellstorm for Hellstorm for Hellstorm, that Toronto are just able to survive and eventually turn it into an opportunity to kind of continue to make the spawns mixy and just win a couple of key individual gunfights from inside the hard point, which has been kind of the staple for this game, and maybe especially on this map, to allow them to get to 250 first. I mean, that really was just a foot race to who could capitalize on their Hellstorms better.
Yeah, and I just think Toronto Koi on the second set of hard points just did a whole lot better when you talk about the chain reaction from P2 to P3, because Thieves, they were at the front door. They were ready to contest, but another situation where we're on den, and unfortunately someone falls off the map and you just lose your number situation. That's tough there if you are Thieves, because then you were forced to rotate. Thieves already had players in that position. You're losing gunfights off the rotation as well, so just Koi chaining that P2 to P3 on the second set truly was a difference maker in this map number 1. It's just very tight towards the very end of the game, but Koi just ice up at the end. A mishap once again for the Thieves on a den HP. They let a couple opportunities slip, and Toronto just capitalized on it.
Yeah, game flow though shows you where the trends and patterns were at, and it is. It's that P1 to P2 that we see for Koi that really allows them to get back into the game. But like you mentioned, it doesn't just end there. It's 1 to 2, 2 to 3. I think especially that P2 to P3 transition, so clean for them to grow that 40-point lead. Almost the exact same thing happening in response for Thieves, but it really is the game just gets stalled out by the Hellstorms while we're on top of 3. So a couple of power pieces get earned, and it ends up influencing the game right when it matters most, when we're essentially at a dead tie game. So a tight affair through map number 1. Now we take the conversation into Search and Destroy. We won't leave Den. So now we just look at the recent results. I mean, we've only really seen Thieves play this once, and that was that viral clip of Thieves asking the Falcons, like, what are these guys doing? Like, they don't plant, they don't defend. Like, yeah, it was just an absolute meltdown. So for Thieves, that's kind of what lives in our minds. But for Koi, they've played this map in every single one of their series at this point on Search and Destroy, and the results have been pretty good. They've only dropped 1 round 11, so they've got a lot of rehearsal, and I imagine the playbook has been really built up since the break back in December.
Yeah, and the 1 round 11 that they did drop was to FaZe Vegas, where they did find 8 first bloods. They just got clutched on in a bunch of 3v4 situations. You best believe it's been a month since the last time they played it in an official match. Adjustments are going to come in. So Koi, without question, are going to be more prepared on a map that they've only played in every single one of their pro matches. And Thieves, like you said, they played up against the Falcons, where at the time, Kismet was the guy sniping and not planting the bomb. So it's a totally different roster. This should be a really good search and destroy, though, between two Z's that desperately need it.
Yeah. All right, see what rounds we get the snipers. Are we getting it off the get-go, or are we going to see something maybe a little bit held for later on? For Toronto, again, there's a lot of film out there as far as what they want to do on search and destroy. I think a lot of the credit that we've seen, though, in their wins have been in what they do in the mid-round. I mean, they have not seen anything below a round 10 affair, it feels like. Opening snipe from Scrap will work out, and Real just trying to throw a shoulder at mid. That doesn't work out, and so Thieves will take over the middle of the map and make this a little bit more difficult here, yeah, for Toronto to try to make a play towards B as Scrap sees the crossover.
Yeah, that shuts down everything there, Al. Once your mid player who was just trying to keep your mid safe drops early, you can't get the bomb down at B for free. Scrap lines up kill number 2. Great angle. Onto the jump spot and finds an even better one onto Insight. Looking for the ace, not gonna get it, but Scrap said mid-map, yeah, that's mine.
Yeah, I mean, initially it's like Kleenex, you saw him there. Do we really need to repeat that? Nope, not the right choice, but this little giant wall bounce off mid to hit the mid-air shot. Oh, goodness. I know we're all happy that snipers got through the GA process this year.
I'm telling you, I'm so happy.
Instance of the excitement. Oh, mercy.
Just game-changing shots whenever you're hitting them. And exciting moments, not only for us, but for all the viewers sitting there watching. As Scrap lines up a hat trick in the opening round. Up 1-0. On the attack they go. Scrap just looking for information. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Still using the sniper, but his teammate does fall to the hands of a nade.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of teammates coming over the top. Kleenex does get traded down over towards B. Joe Deceives responds, keeps the numbers in favor of Toronto's defense, but look at the quick route from Scrap. Just comes down to, can he do anything with this, as should have sniper pistol combo, but he may just walk right behind this Toronto defense for free.
Might have to get a quick scope. Trying to make this a little bit easier, but Koi have no idea that Scrap is going to be behind them. Trigger discipline on the first, misses the easier shot. But Hydra at least makes it a 2v2. Now you know you're surrounded if you are Real.
Oh, and Real does catch Scrap as he tries to rotate, and on the other side of the map, no chance to stay alive there for Thieves. So a decent idea, but yeah, a little bit handcuffed off of just having the sniper rifle. I think after watching the little jump peek plus also the wall bounce from Scrap, yeah, it feels like the easier of the shots that we've seen out of him so far, but still sliding and smoothing are Toronto to keep themselves alive and retie up the game back at 1.
That's just the story of the snipe, I'm telling you, for years on years. The hard shots are so much easier than the easy ones. Scrap would definitely want that moment back, could have potentially clutched that round up for his team. But Koi off the back of that first blood. For Scrap to be in a position that he probably didn't want to be with the sniper and tie the game.
Nade's focused towards mid for Toronto. Thieves looking to get aggressive. That's a deep stun that allows Hydra to play on this close corner, but he gets pushed off. Scrap will allow Hydra a chance to re-wrap through mid, and oh my, he's already up top at hole and may just get right behind this Toronto setup. And that's exactly the call. Here comes the return back. Hydra's good for 1, finds a little bit of space to stay alive, but there is a nade that does connect. Real not able to follow that up into a second, so Toronto are stuck in the 2v3 trying to figure out where Hydra went off to.
Yeah, and they're gonna waste so much time trying to locate him and potentially a life. Now it's Joe Deceives left in a 1v3. He's thinking Hydra is so far in my base, they could potentially be pushed up on me, so they can instantly play the trade, but time is ticking and Thieves are running around as an army of 2.
Yeah, Joe is trying to see if he can catch somebody re-wrapping from the B side of the map. Little does he know, both Thieves members are right here at couches. Good damage into both players, though. Now over to the SMG. And everyone's going to be back to 100 HP. Time is going to likely run out on a chance to just run this to a site to plant. Yeah, Joe's looking for kills, but everyone's backed out. If he can find contact here, maybe a chance to get a kill and plant at A. But now he's got to just resort to playing for the kills. Finds the first, a little extra there, a little bit of crouching and, you know, a little squat thrust going on, but Thieves will still find the win by just running out the clock.
Yeah, Joe knew. He's like, this is probably going to be an impossible win, but let me just get one up on one of my good friends in Tyler Abizi. Just simply runs out of time there. And that's all due to the fact that they had to waste time to wrap back to their spawn to try to locate Hydra. Would have been a whole lot better if you located him without anyone falling, but once you get bad timing on your turn towards couches, it's just not time to get the objective planted. So Thieves and the advantage again, back on offense and Scrap back with the boomstick.
Tries for a little snap onto Insight, but he will slide to safety. Hydra, though, with that extra bit of coverage, is already playing through the site. Problem is, you lose your bomb carrier. Kenny's dropped on the other side, plus isolation as Abizi drops the scope from Scrap, but he's got really nowhere else to go, and almost for a second, I think we all saw the potential of a little bit of a lineup there, but not to be, and Toronto will use their numbers to just contain the bomb on the B side of the map.
Yep, that's all you got to do. You got the information, bombs down. You also gain the information Hydra is behind us and time is ticking away. Just don't allow him to have a free one-on-one gunfight, but he might be in an opportunity to find one versus Real. Able to spot him, get right back to his team. Yeah, Hydra stands a no chance on this round anymore.
Yeah, no chance. Unless there's some cataclysmic error from Toronto.
It'd have to be the worst error I've ever seen, Alan.
Yeah. Hydra, at worst, should be traded. Almost catches one with nades, but nope. Back towards the backside of B, no problem there. So Toronto, a couple isolated gunfight wins around the map lead to just insurmountable numbers after what looked to be a decent setup. Like Scrap is able to clear inside out of top window. You get Hydra through. You think, okay, this is setting up for a decent opportunity for us, but Kenny drops over towards B. You get an isolated gunfight on the other side of the map, and Toronto just aren't going to lose number situations like that.
Yeah, it's just like the lane that they're watching where they're allowing Hydra to get through. The other two are open. Like Joe Deceives is uncontested at the B side, pushes up to their side for the first blood, and then Real, working the late pinch, just catches Abizi with his pants down. Just so much space on a map like Den, and a lot to cover, just not the personnel for it. Toronto are capitalizing on their ISO fights. Tie the game up at 2. Now it's an all-out aggressive push over towards B with the only one here, and Abizi, yeah, you got to back down, buddy. You got to give this bomb plan.
And it goes back over to Dojo. Smoke will contain the line of sight. And Real, hearing all this extra gunfire, is going to see if you can peek and find one for free, but Abizi pushes him back. And that will stop the opportunity for Toronto to really plant here, as Joe needs to back off and find a little bit of help. And honestly, you're just kind of hoping that Insight maybe finds some information at mid to maybe flip the bomb around, but he's just watching a hard set angle at mid.
He doesn't want to give potentially Scrap a different angle if he is running the snipe on the round. But now in the 3v4, you got to make something out of nothing. You're able to catch Scrap in towards bottom comms. You know the rotation is going to come on in. Insight gives you the communication, and now let's rotate it back over towards B.
Yeah, but they don't know where exactly Hydra's gone to, and he's just going to play outside 10 on the tree. Trade is out for Joe Deceives. Kleenex trying to watch the mid cut. Sees one over the top. Lots of damage, but can't find the kill. Secondary challenge coming through. That was Abizi for a moment. Up and over. Kleenex is keeping him safe. Nade's coming over the top, but Joe has stayed safe. Can he get out from the plant? Yes, he can. Plus the elimination from Kleenexes are good as he takes down the final 2, and Toronto starting to put them together.
Koi just clutching on up. If you are Thieves, you knew where the play was coming in. Didn't waste any time on where you wanted to approach it from, but it's just the angles here from Kleenex, keeping his teammate alive. Abizi couldn't find the bomb planter. And in the 2v2, jumping up through mid-cut, you lose that initial fight. It's just so easy for Kleenex to line up a double. Koi, again, in one of those rounds, just clutch on up at the end.
Okay, first edge here for Toronto. See if Thieves can respond to their offense. 3-man focus over to mid. Insight, who has really been just a observer up top of the window, is going to get pressure once again by Hydra, but the aggressive defense for Toronto you thought would have gotten a read on this, and Hydra almost finds a double. Trades are out though, and it will lead to eventually a 1v1 between Real and Scrap when all things are settled. Real with just the drawback for now, and Scrap will work on just getting the bomb planted to set the clock into his favor.
Damn, Real's going to take a super long route. So Scrap is going to be checking so many different angles. Because by the time Real gets into this play, it's about 30 or 25 seconds left. It's all about the timing.
Oh, and Scrap may not have seen him. I don't believe Real has the info either. Oh, mercy. Okay, well, 2 ships passing in the night. It's so close to either playing seeing one another initially, but Real just has to dive. The clock just becoming too much of a pressure point, and Scrap goes unnoticed, finds the easy 1v1 win to tie us up.
Yeah, big clutch right there out of Scrap. Being the last man standing. Finding that trade onto Kleenex to make it a 1v2. And once that first kill goes down, you get the info, and then this is all just COD timing at its finest. I look left, you go right, I go right, you go left. But eventually Scrap is uncontested. Lines up a freebie to tie the game.
By far the mixiest round we've had to this point, but Thieves continue offensively to try to put pressure on mid-map. This time Insight going to bring out the snipe. Kleenex for first blood, traded by Scrap, 3v3 early. Bomb still lurking at mid, but look at the quick play here through the rooftops. Oh, it's been seen though. Scrap has to take a gunfight. It's just too many Toronto members to deal with. Kenny also reveals his position, and Toronto with a minute on the clock could essentially do what they want here in the 3v2.
Yeah, it's just no need to get that aggressive by yourself, because if you wrap into 3 of them, that's what the result looks like. And that would be easy, trying to make it up for it, and just gets caught by Joe. Both players isolated in the 1v3 gunfights. Now leaves Kenny for a 1v3.
He's in a decent spot though. At mid, problem is, so is the rest of Toronto. Yeah, you can see what Thieves are trying to do. You know, after that little battle at mid leads to an even exchange. You're trying to take away the map, but just barely. Scrap gets seen in that cross by the rooftops, and then you called that perfectly, my bud. When it's out the easy, just trying to find some desperate ground to work with by stretching a little bit extra forward. He also gets caught, and Toronto take advantage.
Yeah, and that's Koi off the rip, just saying, Hydra, I'm sick and tired of you taking mid statue away. So this time we're going to send multiple personnel, even if your teammates find the first blood, to instantly trade you. Just to not allow him to get activated through the middle of the map. But those are just risks sometimes that you don't need to take if you are Thieves, because you lose that round by them getting the objective down. You just don't allow that to see through. And now Koi instantly on to the next. Find a first blood at this B site. This has been their bread and butter on this side of the map.
Yeah, sure feels that way, but at least there is a trade. Keeps us at 3v3. Joe Deceives in some trouble. Gets himself out. Abizi thinking about working on the rooftops to A, but has to be cautious, knowing that they've only really seen one of the ARs at this point. And it looks like the Thieves will just kind of cut noise and see if they can create some doubt into the Toronto defense. And to be fair, they have at least forced Toronto back to the spawn.
Keep in mind this round, Hydra is going to be the bomb carrier, so probably want to take calculated risk here. Clear out towards this B side. Its time is starting to tick away, but the longer you wait, the quicker Toronto going to be into the play, because everyone's working on the pinch.
So what does this post plant look like? Scrap is watching one side, of BZ the other, and Hydra's just going to play in a corner. But with this setup, Scrap can hard focus on the play from the offensive spawn, which is where Toronto is now starting to come from. Footsteps been seen. Wow, what a set of shots from Joe. Hydra now forced to have to go at least 1 for 1. Ideally, you'd like to be able to get 2 from this corner, but Toronto taking their time. Going to reframe how they hit this take. It's going to be through mid. Real trying to set up the pinch with him. Hydra's got no chance. Where's the last? There he is. They found him, no problem. Abizi's got nowhere to go. Plenty of time for the defuse. And Toronto clean on that full wrap through rooftops for a perfect retake.
It's just a beautiful retake, my friend. Doesn't get any easier than that. You go 2 for 1 in the split on the attempt. But that gunfight out of wall run is one of the more difficult ones, especially when you're fighting that guy in the little room. Scrap just gets ripped. And then you're thinking, okay, Koi are going to be super fast because now they have the numbers. They could just fly on in. And Hydra was forced to stay in his positioning. At the same time you're doing that, when Koi are playing is super patient, they are waiting for Insight to work that deep pinch. They clear out everything. They don't let anything go unclear, and they just retake it to perfection. That is unbelievable plays right there from Toronto to be at game point now.
Yeah, it's the maturity to know that even though you've got a heavy-handed approach on the long flank, that once you find that first kill, you don't have to keep committing on that route. You could go back to mid and make that retake even more dynamic. Insight trying to hesitate to pull the trigger on the perfect moment, misses his window of opportunity. At least scouts out what defenders are over at A. Kenny throws one more shoulder. Another would be pretty brazen. And interestingly enough, Real is still kind of hanging here, thinking that maybe if Insight keeps holding this window, I could sneak a little bit extra farther forward.
There's nobody going to be home. You saw the glare early into the round if you are the Thieves, so you don't even want to contest it. But now this A-bomb site is going to be free if Toronto decide to capitalize on it. The longer you wait, these are now going to be into the play. So Insight hit a quick scope or something. He missed the first.
Now resorting to the pistol. Doesn't like the look of it, will back away. A lot of this is also thanks to Joe Deceives getting into Dojo already. So Insight can just hold this and see if any defenders try to peek, but another missed shot comes through. So now it really has to come down to Joe. He hasn't seen a BZ go by him. Will that make a difference? Because you've got two players in Thieves who can now defend against the bomb. Joe's gonna run out a little bit of time here. Is he able to transfer though for two? Does he get to? Oh, sure does. And now it's just down to one. Kenny trying to come back. Can he get here to stop the bomb from being planted? No, because Joe Deceives is gonna clean up everyone himself. An ace for Joe Deceives. He finishes off map 1 with 5, finishes off map 2 with 4 in a row, and Toronto's up big early.
And I promise you, his teammate, whoever was getting that objective down, is like, what? Dojo, Joe. And Joe's like, oh, they must have both went from the left side. Let me just turn around real quick, line up this double. And then turns it into a triple, then eventually an ace. Joe Deceives single-handedly secures that round by single-handedly clearing out that space on the opposite side of the map when the Thieves are rotating, preparing for the play at A. Joe is just always making big-time plays. And in the search and destroy where he goes 14-4, 2 first bloods, 7 in a row was his highest kill streak, but 12 non-traded kills. Oh man, Joe, that's just disgusting, Joe.
He's in that mode. Part of the conversation at the end of the year as far as potential like outside looks for MVP, but if Toronto can keep this up, keep Joe's name at the front of your minds. 14-4, tons of damage, and again, just the playmaking that we see out of JD has been unbelievable. So like we said, map 1 was tight, it was narrow, and you needed someone to pop up. Joe Deceives provides. And then like you mentioned, Dojo, Joe! Oh, my bad, bud. Let me just go ahead and get 3 real quick. No problem. And then the last one, Kenny. He's just got to try to make a play on the bomb, and Joe, even in that 1v1 gunfight, blows him out of the water. What a moment for Joe Deceives. What a moment for Toronto. 2-0 up in the series, and we've got one more instance of dead as we'll stay there for the overload. And I don't know about you, Jay. I'm kind of hoping for a map 4 because I want to continue to see the Joe Deceives story on what Blackheart might provide. We saw BZ pulling off the Razor earlier. Could be fun if we get there in the SMG battle, but right now Toronto's just controlling.
Yeah, we might not get there, man, because Toronto, even though they're having some little late starts to some of these maps, they are ending it with phenomenal finishes. Joe Deceives have been the X factor in these final moments of these last 2 maps, and now you're going into your best map and your best mode. Yeah, LAT, you're going to have your hands full in this one.
I agree. Well, it's all lightning breath right now for Joe Deceives and the Toronto Koi. One more instance of Den could possibly finish off our weekend. Otherwise, we'll go over to Blackheart. We'll see what occurs when we come back after the break.
Listen, be careful with this one, all right, buddy?
You guys shouldn't have.
It's not double wrapped, you know. You should be able to get it in one go.
Well, this is more for Chris or for the people at home. Oh, here we go. Young Christopher Puckett.
20-year-old relic. Can I draw some conclusions for y'all? I know some of you are about to take your senior pictures. I highly suggest the gamer stance. Put the elbows right there on the power thigh.
Yeah,
distant, 90-degree angles. The girls, it drives them wild.
All right, we have one more for you.
To forget about him and instead try to play for the quick retake up the middle. Inside, well, he sees a lot of it, but not able to find any kills. So now Kleenex, he's really far away with the rival 9 at the moment. He's going to wait for Envoy to be the first one to move from the flank. Smoke is out. Envoy to check. No one's on the bomb. And Envoy holds his position a little while longer. Oh my! How did
Iron Doge does it all now.
Go big. Oh! Unicorn.
Child through. I'm bomb. One shot, I'm dead. Nice. Child through. Nice. It could be pinch. My bad. Yo, no, I have their side. You have their side. I have their side. Okay. Yo, load him. He can't chop. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. What the f*** are you doing? Hey, I hope you clowns. You will never be in a finals ever again, you bum.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back. Get cracked out and look your best with both the CDL packs and, of course, a fresh can of Monster. Get that grind going as we enter into the new week. But for us, we need to start to see Thieves enter into this series. Not to say that it has been one-sided, but hey, right at the moment, the map still reads as Toronto. So got to find a way to bounce back here. If you are Thieves, Jay, who are you kind of looking at? Because I know Ant really did point out that, hey, I know it's very easy to look at the scoreboard and say, hey, Ken, you need to step up. But he firmly believes that there is miscoordination between the SMGs, and that could be a problem when we get into the overload.
I'm 100% looking at a BZ, man. This is a guy who in map number 1 on Den whipped out a Razor 9mm. I don't think I've ever seen that gun on this map. So it just looks like he's uncomfortable because based off what we saw in that search and destroy, a breadstick, he didn't really have opportunities to make any plays. A BZ has yet to settle into the series. If you want to try to force the game forward where Blackheart is highlighted, you need to get a BZ activated on it. He needs to clutch up on his one-on-ones, create lanes for his team.
Well, here we go. Opening
there he is.
For BZ. There it is. There's our guy. Joe Deceives having a good series. Able to find one before being traded. Things staying neutral over the top of the objective. As I tried to force the second into BZ, is just in and out like a ghost. Back over to it. Riel finds him, eventually puts him down, and will kind of establish some control here for Toronto, especially as Scrap gets pulled off the pitch.
Yeah, it's a big kill onto Scrap. Now you know all your focus is on just making sure the EMP stays right in front of us. In sight, knows that he's going to be overwhelmed, but at least you take one down before falling. Now Thieves with the map control are going to retrieve it. Hydra needs to look for an opening, gets cut down by Kleenex, but here comes the pitch from Abe.
Well, the BZ, okay, able to find one more before dropping. Objective still in the hands of the Thieves, and trying to force something over to A. And Scrap, well, doesn't like the look of that for obvious reasons, and finds himself waiting for Riel to pop up, and actually he finds a second off screen, so here we go. Opportunity to possibly get a repitch back over towards B. Scrap off the respawn, right in position to keep this first line of defense alive. And well, Hydra's also behind this play, so if he needs to come back to it, he can. But if BZ doing it all himself, able to take down 2, and maybe now a chance for Thieves to restructure.
Yeah, he already has information onto the third. Joe knocked down, but he's at 17 HP. Don't want to fully commit on that gunfight. Just keep on peppering him. The EMP is going to rotate his way through the middle of the map. You have Kenny clearing out towards the B point. He's going to get shot in the back. Everyone losing their one-on-one gunfights, and now Scrap stuck on the defense.
Scrap able to find one, though. Almost turns it into a second. Inside, Shirley gets traded, and he will. Good start for BZ, 8-4. But for both of these two teams, it's been hard-pressed trying to find any really effort over towards the goal lines. maybe a chance here for Toronto as they find 3 down, but Scrap was able to bounce back, turn it into just 2 remaining Koi members. So again, it just feels like as soon as a team starts to build some momentum, there's always one player to respond. Might be the same thing here as once again, Toronto clear the floor, but Hydra's in position to slow down Koi from getting together.
Yeah, but they're not going to worry about Hydra. They're going to instantly send it in through bottom computers and hope to God that they can find a kill. But Inside, the only one with a pistol. It's not going to have the gun for the party, but Kleenex has the AR for the double to alleviate the pressure. All of these playing from the back foot out of their base.
Well, again, just as soon as Toronto starts to build a favorable kill feed, Thieves put together a very forward defense and now are rushing through the rooftops. Joe Deceives finds the EMP carrier and another inside of P2. And once more, numbers are starting to build for Koi. Looking for Space Force though as Joe. Comfortable spawns for Thieves can get the defense on top of the patio.
Yeah, the biggest kill though was taking out Inside. He was trying to give the communication to his teammates. No one crossing. All we're looking for is one. Once he loses that fight, Thieves overwhelmed them with the pressure. Shut down the push. EMP now in the rotation over towards B because you have one player, Kenny, trying to clear out space. Only able to take down one, so we're going to slow down once again.
Just a tug of war right now. Minute 35 on the clock. Thieves possess the EMP. Hydra was looking to find something through mid, but Toronto going to be forward and whoa. Not fully trade him out initially, but there's still not enough room to work with for Thieves to even get a look at a score. Not just at A, but they can't really even transition through the middle of the map to B. It's just been, again, a new line of defense continues to develop for either side. Inside now, the one being pushed out inside of P2. It's Thieves numbers all over the place. But here come the SMGs for Toronto, and once more. Thieves get a look, but immediately counteracted, and now a chance for Toronto to reset.
Oh, Real, your turn to watch the cross, but he's going to get cut down. So now you got to bank on your sons of your nades, finding you multi-kill after multi-kill. If you want to try to get this tallied over towards the B point, it's going to get shut down. Thieves, another goal line defense. But now we got to clear out our corners because Real isn't going to make it easy for you on your approach with 3 down. Last player on the pinch. This should be a free score.
Going the long route, though. He's able to find one with the pistol. Help from Joe, and he does get there just before Scrap's double gets tallied. So first score on the board for Toronto. Insight shuts down any extension from Hydra just before the new device is able to pop up on the rooftops. Wow, great damage from Kleenex, but Scrap still wins the initial gunfight. Follow-up, though, from Insight is good. And with 15 seconds remaining, Thieves are going to try to pull the EMP back to get to overtime.
Oh, but they got 2 dead, so now you instantly go on forward. Toronto have to play on the back foot, and you're going to use a Hellstorm as well to just keep them inside of P2. Don't allow anyone to fall here. Hydra already finds an opening, but EMP now off the rotation through couches, and you're just going to die with it? All right. Okay.
A little surprised there, Jay?
Yeah. Like, what was the whole point? What was the whole point of picking it up?
Oh, mercy. Well, it's, again, just a head bash, it feels like, for between both these two teams. Just no real true looks until that last minute for any potential scores. It's just as soon as there starts to be some sort of a breach and an entryway for the EMP, it's just there's one player who pops up. This time it's Real who allows that counterattack to happen. And you thought for maybe a moment this long route wasn't going to work out because the BZ spawn's close, but just enough body blockers to get in and get the score. So 1-0 the tally. We swap the sides and go into the second half.
Yeah, Thieves dominated time of possession. Just couldn't find a clutch multi-kill to open up the lane so they can get a score on the board. So now you got to figure out what your back's against the wall. Down 0-1. Inside already finds one. Hydra trying to fly his way on through, but trades are going down. But Joe Deceives it inside of the last man standing, now taking space over towards B.
Kenny slides away from the Semtex. Can keep the defense up and kick it in front of the B point for the Thieves. Team Nade reduces the numbers for Thieves for a moment, but they will still have enough to allow them to get the EMP in, especially with that kill on Real, set up the map how they want as they try to look for their first score.
Yeah, for Hydra, just hit the go button. You got to clear out this space because the EMP is rotating over towards B, but no one else from your teammates are here to assist you. You usually need 2 lead blockers. Hydra's gonna fall. Now Kenny wasting time again to just run back to my players in the base.
Nice shots from Abizi. Could he get a second? No, not quite. That may have led to an opportunity to run that EMP further forward, but Toronto responds. Scrap going to try to change the
careful.
approach, or at least give them an idea about, hey, we're going B. But like you said, you got to be a little bit cautious here. If you drop, you don't really have much of a defense behind you until finally Abizi and Kenny can follow up and try to push this thing a little bit extra forward.
You just want to play patient now if you are Thieves. Make sure everything is accounted for. Pinches are being watched, and you're finally opening 2 kills before you start this push. Finally an opportunity here for the Thieves to potentially get one on the board, but Insight is always doing magic around some trees. I remember back in the day on Raid, he always made it happen, and now he's continuing on the hot streak. 3 in a row. Toronto looking to add another one to the tally.
And they shut down the pinch from Hydra. Insight in some trouble. EMP gonna back off just a little bit. See if they can find a way to reset this set of gunfights. Pistol out for Real as he's able to find one. Can he get more than that? He's got Joe working with him, but the Thieves continue to spawn up and put their defense into place. And for Toronto, they're really not working any routes yet. Kleenex is trying to get into a position through mid, but everything's come to a stall here before B.
They're just playing it patient. No one wants to make the first mistake. Tax being invested. Kleenex knows there's definitely someone watching this pinch, so we have to allow them to make the first move, and Abizi strikes for the first kill. EMP is going to be down, but you still have to worry about the rest of Toronto.
Hydra able to find the response, puts the numbers in favor of the Thieves trying to counterattack. 2 minutes and 25 on the clock. Hydra gets another. Toronto's trying to play through, and they can't quite find the EMP.
Oh, no.
Kleenex able to find 2. What happens to the spawns here for the Thieves? Kleenex people to just run this in for a free score, and yes, he can. Spawns towards B do not allow Thieves to find any sort of a defense, and now all of a sudden the pressure is on as Thieves are down 2.
Yeah, Thieves are just not in sync right now. Every time I'm watching plays like that happen, someone is completely on the opposite side of the map, and now Toronto are making you pay for it. Quickly, you add 2 to the tally. You blink and you're down 0-3. Thieves had to start playing some perfect overload if they want to fight back in. And in sync, man, you have to do something as a team.
Yeah, it's just we continue to swap from one Thieves POV to another, and it's just an individual gunfight into a 1-on-2.
Oh, man.
All 3 of those last gunfights were 1-on-2 situations, essentially, and now here come Toronto again with numbers. Kenny gets one, but Kleenex, the carrier, puts him down with the pistol, and that likely puts this map out of contest. How about Toronto? Heroics in map 1, dominating map 2, and the errors and woes of the Thieves in terms of their comprehension and coordination on overload continue to plague them.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, we killed 2 people out of our spawn. We're going to rotate the ball out. You rotate right into someone's pre-aim because no one is pushing out that space for you because the other guy at Hydra is consistently just in their base. I don't know. We're not in sync right now. They don't really have this understood yet on overload. But with a minute left, even though they're down 4, you need to rally everything together. The kill feed needs to be lit up in red, and you might be able to at least put one on the board unless a goal line stand is here for Koi, and they might have just found it an inside in Joe.
Well, it's now definitive to say it. Toronto are going to be exiting this weekend as by and far away the best overload team in the CDL. They are flawless on it, and they've only allowed 5 total scores. I mean, it's just silly numbers early. And it continues to really set up Toronto nicely for Major 1. They'll be 3-1 with a convincing map count. The only drop was, like you mentioned, that map 5 affair to FaZe. So they're definitely looking like an early, at least top 3 team of the game. Final 10 seconds, a bit of a victory lap here for Toronto fans, as this has been a statement. After the long break, we weren't sure what we were going to get out of LA, but instead we're here and just peeled to what Toronto is doing, especially in map 3s.
Yeah, usually would expect a team full of superstars to figure out how to play with each other pretty early into a season. We end 2025 with them getting steamrolled by Gentlemates. You start off 2026 in a battle versus Koi for potentially what is going to be the top 4 all season long, and you just still don't look like a complete team. Yeah, you can see it on the face of Scrap. Still jaw drop. Doesn't understand how they are losing the way that they are. You fell short in the opening HP off of a couple misplays. The S&Ds, you're allowing Koi to just pick you apart in clutches, but the overload as a unit, no one is in sync. We're consistently trying to battle after our spawn. You dominated time of possession, but just when we're clearing out lanes, we're individually trying to do it. It's not set up as a team play. And they are just getting ran over in this game mode. The new one here on Black Ops 7, they haven't figured out yet.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you look at the first 4 minutes, and that's one of the more competitive games of Overload that we've had in a while. I mean, both teams are showing good defensive efforts, turning it into an offensive opportunity, but then it's the exact same response on the other side. There's that last 45 seconds where things fall apart thanks to Real's triple. But that second half, it just almost looked like there was frustration setting into Thieves. Like we kind of mentioned, highlighted near the middle portion of that second half, the third quarter, if you will. It's like you go to a Thieves POV and they find themselves in a 1v2. There's no help anywhere nearby. It's just like we're trying to force gunfights. We're trying to force some magic to happen. And Toronto just too disciplined, punishing for it and turning it into offensive scores of their own. So a 3-0 after what was a really hotly contested opening to Hardpoint, largely dictated by efficiency post-Hellstorms. The search and destroy, though, for Toronto, really clean after a couple of back and forth moments. And then as we've seen pretty much all throughout this year so far, Toronto just handling business in the overload. They are looking like at least a top 3 team right now, if not possibly better than that, Jay. Any final thoughts before we go to the desk?
Hey, Koi is the real deal, and Thieves got a lot of work to do in the back end.
I hear that. Well, Ant, I got to give a round of applause.
Let's go, baby.
Brilliant today.
Yes, you
solid. Absolutely solid.
Appreciate
Finish
it,
it up, boys.
Let's go. Finish it out.
Crushed it. I did not crush it with my prediction. Paco, why didn't I get to see you on Blackheart? You kind of ruined my night. I was really excited about that game 4. I'd been thinking about it all weekend. I was like, finally, we get to see some top teams on it. Joe deceives some friends, say, hell nah, bro, we're done in 3. Toronto Koi wrapping this up. And if you're a LA Thieves fan, the casters touched on it, but 6 maps in a row now. You saw the reactions after the game. No one's talking. There's no leadership.
Yeah, it's frustrating if you're in a Thieves camp right now, because you look at this roster, you look left and right, and you're like, yo, why aren't we winning, right? That's going through their heads. It's like, dude, we have so much talent here, and I'm sure in scrims they're thundering teams, and it just gets to match time, and they're just not able to execute. I mean, you look at this overload, and it felt like they were legitimately playing blackjack. There's so many times where it's like, all right, Koi are gearing up for a push, and Thieves are on the defensive side. Somebody has to initiate. We saw one where it was Real with a pistol by himself. You have all your weapons there. One guy has a pistol, push out, try to initiate the trade process. Another one, ball spawns, and they all go through mid. They're just not on the same page, and right now it's just frantic if you're a Thieves fan.
I think if I'm a Thieves player, I'm just going to post up the minimap and force all 4 players to watch it together. Be like, how can we maybe look a little more like Riyadh? Because those guys were getting their trades. Some crazy stuff from Koi, though, and Joe Deceives taking over in the search and destroy. 1,800 damage. Is he cheating?
Dude, Joe Deceives is an absolute monster. I mean, right here, though, what sets this up and why Koi are going to be such a good search team this entire year is they all went over towards A to bait it out, and as they did that, Joe Deceives takes all the space through Dojo. They wrap back, and as Thieves realize the wrap's coming inbound, Joe's already in your base, right?
Wait, so it's not just the snaps? They're also thinking about these snaps?
They're also thinking about they're 2 steps ahead, right? So it's like the bait, hook, reel, and sinker. Thieves fall right into it, and this is a roster that's so good. You don't expect them to fall into those types of traps, but Koi knew that they had them.
Joe Deceives joins us live. The Padawan takes down his Obi-Wan in Abizi tonight. Joe, it's a matchup that we've seen in the past, but this time Abizi playing alongside Paco. How did you get the best of the LA Thieves today on the front line?
Honestly, I didn't really feel like I played that well. I think it was a very good team effort. Well, I think I'm not lying, the respawns, I feel like my teammates just set me up for a lot, and especially in the SMBs, I heard you saying it, obviously they set up the 8 play, and I get to work through B, just get free kills. I literally told them I was baiting them doing that strat, and I mean, yeah, it worked perfectly, so that's good.
Yeah, talks about this one coming into it, the map set. Obviously, Thieves, they've been willing to play Den a lot, and you guys roll the dice, you leave it in. After the last match where they lost a couple of them, how confident were you headed into this that this could be a 3-0?
I mean, I was very confident. I feel like our map pool has definitely expanded. I don't think it's at where we want it to be yet, but I think with the way we're practicing, it's definitely getting there. And like you said, we left in Den, which, we lost it to Miami. And like I said, that's something we've been working on a lot, and obviously it showed, so I'm very happy with it.
Joe, what do you think is the state of Black Ops 7 at the competitive level right now? Because I was watching teams like Carolina, Vancouver really upping the pace in 2026. You guys seem to handle whatever pace your opponents throw at you. So what is your play style, and how would you describe the rest of the league?
I I don't know. I feel like we're just very controlled. You know, we kind of control the chaos. I think that's kind of something Ultra have done in the past, and it's something we're trying to do now. And that's just the play style. You know, when you have all these fast teams, and you know we can be fast. We know we have very good pace variation, and I think that's just something that sets us ahead of the other teams.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to rank teams, but stylistically, what teams would give you the most trouble at Major 1 right now?
I think definitely Optic and Mates are definitely like up there. I think those are definitely the two best teams. Them and FaZe also, sorry. I think they're just very good teams. You know, they have great teamwork. You know, they're just, like I said, they're just good teams. You know, LAT too. Obviously those Hardpoints are close. So yeah, I just think all like the good teams, and you know, they just have like a very good understanding of the game, and they have good teamwork. So
absolutely,
that's the biggest thing that separates everyone from the bottom half.
Joe, it's been fun watching you glow up, my guy. Top performer on the night. You had some ridiculous numbers. We're gonna revisit these as a whole. You thought you didn't play so well, so just put this full screen for yourself. This is your search and destroy statistics, Joseph. First place, leading with 14 kills, 3.5 KD. That's a lobby first place. Plus 10, that's a lobby first place. Damage, 1,865. That's a lobby first place with 12 non-traded. You dominated.
That's a good guess. I do appreciate it. Like I said, like I can't do that without my teammates. So I think without them, I wouldn't be able to do half the things I do.
What an answer.
What an answer. Final question. If it was a Royal Rumble in the Toronto camp, who comes out on top?
See, I'll be nice and not say myself. I think Jamie would. You know, he's been Jim.
Insight.
He flexes it all the time. He flexes it all the time. We get it, bro. You've been Jim. He flexes muscles. Like, we don't really care, but he probably win.
All right, we'll keep flexing on him, Jamie, and the rest of Toronto. You guys are walking into the top 4 with a 3-1 record.
Appreciate it. You guys have a good rest of your night.
Thanks, man. That is Joe Deceives. That is the final match of the evening. And what an interview with a young stud. This guy is only going to get better.
He's only going to get better. And like he said after the match, his instant takeaway was, I don't think I played that good. That is the right mentality, man. Kid's a monster. He's going to continue to dominate.
Meanwhile, Insight, keep working on that mustache. Can't wait to see you inside the ring. In the meantime, we got a rewind time. Let's go back to match number 1 on the day. This one.
Carolina.
A fun fight between G2 and Carolina. Carolina looking strong early. G2 bouncing back. We go the distance, and it's my guy Nero coming away with the dub tonight.
Yeah, Nero's had back-to-back really good matches in terms of damage output. In this one, he had 15,000, beating his counterpart out by 4,000 plus damage on the opposite end. And then you look at Kray's big 1v1s that he won up against Mamba, and another Game 5 loss if you're G2. Man, they desperately need to figure this Game 5 thing out.
They switched up the guard in Carolina, going from the slow, steady pace of Slasher now to a whole new speed with Exceed giving the boys the gas they need to walk away with dubs. G2 still looking for solutions. They are failing the searches. Let's move on to match number 2 of the day, Nameless, because this was another one that we thought had potential to be close. Not really. TJ comes in, gets Vancouver their first win, but now you got to play Optic, right? And this is the real deal. Shotzi and crew bouncing back. Hook leading the way.
And not only do you have to play Optic, you have to play Optic off of a loss where they got smoked. And Shotzi had a point to prove. And you kept it pretty competitive. I mean, that first Hardpoint, you get it within reach, and then you win that overload in where Lunars took over. So huge moment for him in that one. If you're Surge, I think you're coming away at least moderately happy about your performance. Something to look at. And if you're Optic Texas, got back to 500 in terms of Hardpoint, and you feel good about the improvement from match to match.
Hook's 17-4 start in the Hardpoint was one of my favorite storylines on the day. Nameless called it out at the start of the week. If you missed it, make sure you check out our YouTube channel. He's got all kinds of drawings, some illustrations coming your way in week number 4 as well. But for week 3, we got to take a look at our top performers. Is it Hook, you think, from Optic?
I don't think any Optic player is going to be in our top performers this week, is it?
Well, you tell that to Mercules is 1.39 with a positive 24, 10K damage, and a 4.0 in S&D.
Oh, this is just from today?
Just today.
Okay, all right,
just
fair
today.
enough. I thought we were doing
no, just today. Just our Sunday numbers. Congratulations to our guy, Nero. Another top performance. Nameless, let's put a bow on this, baby. What did you learn at the start of 2026 for Black Ops 7?
Some of these roster moves are awesome. I mean, looking at the Carolina and the Surge one, there's so much parity in the league right now. I literally have no idea who's going to make it into winner's bracket. Who knows? Like, Thieves are now, what, 2-2?
Yep.
they could get eclipsed by like a Carolina. Thieves next week, their only matches up against Optic. So you look at this right now, there's a lot of teams still in play.
How high can the Falcons finish on that leaderboard? We have a three-way tie at 3-1, and Optic is there as well. We're going to see a lot more fun next week as things start to shuffle out. Who finishes in the top 8? They get a start in the winner's bracket. The rest fighting with just one life in the elimination bracket. We start with Heretics versus Vancouver Surge, and then Paris Gentlemates or Falcons. Which 3-1 team do you like more?
Oh, that's a banger, actually. That's going to be map set dependent for me. If you're Riyadh, trying to force Blackheart and Colossus as much as you can.
On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you all for tuning in to the Call of Duty League. It only gets hotter from here. We'll catch you next Friday, kicking things off at 2:45 Eastern.
And they hungry round here, eating your food, light the fuse. Now we start the countdown to the mayhem. I'm so flipping flagrant, you don't wanna play this with me. I'ma slay y'all swiftly, bring the chaos with me like a caveman. Then I hit you with my bare hands. Ask you what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Tell me what you gonna do? What you wanna do? You wanna run with the best, better buckle up. Is that your pride on the floor? Better pick it up. Knuckle up. Are you tough enough? Better prove it. You wanna ride with the best? Better buckle up. Is that your pride on the floor? Better pick it up. Buckle up. Knuckle up. Are you tough enough? Prove it. Oh no, when they see me coming, they flow, Joe. Hot tail hurdle jump, get low. They know they don't want it. I'm a hair trigger, let it pop off with the spark. I explode. Violate codes, throwing them bows and I'm cracking them bones. Now everybody. Down, around the root to hit a sound Coliseum. Gladiator hearts of calculating mind. Survival is an art. Fight to stay alive. They hate me when I win, forget me when I lose. Warrior inside, a grizzly when I move. The universe is my battlefield. And
Nice, man.
You wanna ride with the best, better buckle up. That's your name on the line, better live it up. You got a crown on your head, better give it up. Kicking ass, taking names, and it's not enough. You wanna ride with the best, better buckle up. Your name on the line, better live it up. You got a crown on the head, you gon' give it up. I'm kicking ass, taking names, and it's not enough. My son, my son, boy. Is that your pride on the floor? Better pick it up. Knuckle up. Buckle up. Are you tough enough? Better prove it. You wanna ride with the best? Better buckle up. Is that your pride on the floor? Better pick it up. Buckle up. Knuckle up. Are you tough enough? Prove it. Prove it.
Shotzi. Oh, and he's been tagged up. The timing was great for a second longer, but now Vancouver with a big old advantage. But wait a minute, in a smoke, like a ninja, he strikes on the second man as well in a 1v1 now with less than 20 on the clock.
What? What? What?
The wall
Come on,
bounce.
take it to him.
He's got to go plant. He has to plant.
Oh my God. If he lives, he wins the round. What a moment this could be.
Oh my God. This other guy's tweaking. This guy is
He
can't even play.
In this song.
He has his
As long
diaper.
as Sachi doesn't chow this, he's fine.
Oh, yo, that guy doesn't play for the win. I keep noticing it.
Oh my God, Quavis, there he is.
He witnessed everybody.
And he's like,
He said, "Oh,
I want no parts.
that. I'm not getting clipped."
That's a small criminal.
I could have.
Heavy in the pack, cause I know they gon' foul. need months now. Getting to the back like pow, pow. Thought I wouldn't, but tie down. Heavy in the pack, cause I know they gon' foul. I'ma need months now. Getting to the back like pow, pow. Thought I wouldn't, but tie down. Did say I'm bad, but the streets say I'm good. I'ma go hard as I could. Don't ever get it misunderstood. I'ma apply pressure like Did say I'm bad, but the streets say I'm good. I'ma go hard as I could. Don't ever get it misunderstood. I'ma apply pressure like
They going hard, but I'm going harder. That's for my son and my daughter. Hit the valet, tell them go bring the car up. Boy, you know I'm pushing Rari. I tell the tar up. I'm sorry, but I am not sorry. Cause I'm here now, but that's not where I started. I used to work at Fitzmarshall, cooking up shit, but take orders from bosses. He tell me to take out the garbage. Get mad as hell cause that smell made me nauseous. Through my apron like I'm over artists. Start working on being an artist. Hollywood, I'ma hit the red carpet. I'm dripping, so approach with caution. John Wick, I ain't missing a target. Stop the car at the light gets 30. Purple jeans where I can't get dirty. Blue strips make a chick get flirty. And she ain't coming back till around 6:30. MMA game, we go hard in the paint. Take position and move like a tank. Maniac with no restraints. Act tough, then I'm checking your rank.
Heavy in the pack, cause I know they gon' foul. I'ma need months now. Getting to the back like pow, pow. Thought I wouldn't, but tie down. Heavy in the pack, cause I know they gon' foul. I'ma need months now. Getting to the back like pow, pow. Thought I wouldn't, but tie down. Did say I'm bad, but the streets say I'm good. I'ma go hard as I could. Don't ever get it misunderstood. I'ma apply pressure like Did say I'm bad, but the streets say I'm good. I'ma go hard as I could. Don't ever get it misunderstood. I'ma apply pressure like
I'ma go heavy in the paint like Shaq. All in your grill like plaque. I be spitting real ass facts. Shitting on the track like I took X-Lax. They be sleeping on your boy jet lagging. Now they jumping on the bandwagon. Gas every track, I be spazzing. When he in the field making plays, John Madden. Hit the backboard, now I'm feeling good. I'm all about my chips like a hoy. You can take the boy out the hood, but you can't take the hood out the boy. I caught my first case in 04. Either witness pick me out like a fro. 2015, I'm in bro. Me and Q still a mixtape at the stove. Boat pulled up and we start selling more. Started from the bottom, only one way to go. RJ said it's on the flow. Southern records fucked around, let us in the dough. Me and my buddy smoke a dank. I'm on my celly at the bank. I'm on Pirellis and they can't. Mad cause I'm really going heavy in the paint.
Heavy in the pack cause I know they gon' foul. I'ma need months now. Getting to the back like pow, pow. Thought I wouldn't, but tie down. Heavy in the pack cause I know they gon' foul. I'ma need months now. Getting to the back like pow, pow. Thought I wouldn't, but tie down. Did say I'm bad, but the streets say I'm good. I'ma go hard as I could. Don't ever get it misunderstood. I'ma apply pressure like Did say I'm bad, but the streets say I'm good. I'ma go hard as I could. Don't ever get it misunderstood. I'ma apply pressure like
I know I'm dope, going hard on the beat, sound unique, going ape with the flow, ain't tryna compete with a fool in the street, I'm out tryna make this dough, this game ain't sweet, better move your feet if you not what you came here for, I'm around the elite, y'all worry about tweets, that shit sounds so low, like a top athlete, my skills concrete, moving up your head, honcho, to a high ride suite, on the throne, have a seat back, feeding me mango, being obsolete, you don't grind, you don't eat, y'all already know the motto.
My life a beat, never on deplete, put it on repeat. My life a beat, never on deplete, put it on repeat.
What's the dealio? Snapping like this for a minute though. Poet they know with no Angelo. Looky no wiki, I let them know. Gotta get my dough. No other reason I came for. Shoot for the stars up the cosmos. Slick greasy flow, call it soul glow. This ain't no game, we ain't throwing darts. Names never change, so it all in the same. They slipping like they at a water park.